Chapter 3:13. Regardless of what purpose Shanqing Luo had for sending these three women here, the three of them were quite considerate in their service. In this loft, the second floor was a place to rest. On the first floor was a large bathtub carved from white jade. It was not cheap. As for the third floor, there was nothing special about it. It was probably just a place to enjoy the scenery. Under the instructions of the beautiful woman Yun Li, the two young girls, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, supported Yang Kai on either side, regardless of whether he was willing or not, and led him directly to the bathtub on the first floor. Inside, steam rose and the fragrance of flowers wafted out. At some point, a pool of hot water had been prepared, and this pool was filled with petals of various colors. Yang Kai's face went black. A big man soaking in a flower bath here, no matter how he thought about it. It was strange. "Young lord, please bathe and change clothes first." The beautiful woman, Yun Li, had a faint smile on her face from beginning to end, looking very pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai calmly nodded. After waiting for a long time, he found that whether it was Yun Li, Ruo Yu, or Ruo Qing, neither of them had any intention of leaving. So Yang Kai couldn't help looking at them in surprise and asking, "Your master didn't ask you to help me bathe, right?" The beautiful woman, Yun Li, pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "If young lord wishes, this servant will obey. The master said that any request of young lords must be satisfied." Towards the end, her voice gradually lowered and her face flushed red, somewhat embarrassed. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing's tender bodies tensed up. "No need to trouble yourself. You can leave first." Yang Kai waved his hand. The beautiful woman's pair of peach blossom eyes couldn't help showing a touch of surprise as she glanced over at Yang Kai in surprise. On the other hand, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, upon hearing Yang Kai's words, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The three of them quickly left. Yang Kai then took off his clothes and jumped into the bath. The temperature of the water was neither too hot nor too cold, just enough to wash away the fatigue he had accumulated over this period of time. He didn't know how Su Yan was doing after leaving the void corridor. He should have been able to cross 10,000 kilometers in an instant. But where were they now? What about High Heaven Pavilion? What was the result of the battle with Grand Master? Yang Kai was somewhat upset. Outside the loft, Bai Luo stood angrily waiting. She really couldn't understand why her master was treating this little brat so well. Not only had she provided him with the best accommodation, she had even sent the best maidservant in the palace. Regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, the three of them were all top-notch within the temporary imperial residence. Such considerate care. Not even when the other evil kings came to visit. That brat didn't look like a decent person. It couldn't have eaten Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing, right? Thinking so, Bai Luo became even angrier, secretly feeling that the three women were not worth it. Yun Li was one thing. She had been a widow for many years and hadn't had a good life. Of course, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing also had similar thoughts. If they were together with that little brat, it wouldn't be surprising for them to be attracted by him, but Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing were sisters who had grown up together with Bai Luo. Both of them were pure little girls, so if their pure bodies were really ruined by that little brat, this old lady will castrate him. A murderous intent flashed across Bai Luo's eyes as she secretly made up her mind. Just as she was about to explode with anger, Bai Luo saw Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing walk out together. Bai Luo gawked for a moment before immediately feeling overjoyed. Rushing over, she grabbed Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing's hands and anxiously asked, "Are you all right? Were you molested by him?" Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing both blushed and quickly shook their heads. The beautiful woman, Yun Li, giggled. "Sister Bai Luo worries too much. That young lord doesn't look like a lecherous man. He's actually quite obedient." "Really?" Bai Luo was taken aback. "Did you tell master's instructions to him?" "Yes, I did." Yun Li nodded slightly. "He didn't try to take advantage of you?" Bai Luo tilted her head and asked in disbelief, No. Yunli chuckled. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing. Bai Luo stared at them suspiciously. Ruo Qing shook her head and blushed. Bai Luo, you're thinking too much. Just now I was so scared. I really thought he was some kind of lecherous pervert. Strange. How could that be? This young lady has always been quite good at judging men. That little brat obviously has a belly full of dirty tricks. There's no reason he wouldn't molest you. Bai Luo frowned. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she snorted, and it must be because it's his first time here, and he's a bit embarrassed. Men are all like that. It's not like you haven't seen those evil kings and young lords who visit the palace as guests. Which one of them doesn't drool at the sight of you? They can't wait to strip you naked and carry you to bed. Ew. Listening to her words, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing became nervous again. He's definitely that kind of man. First pretending to be refined to lower your vigilance, then when you're unprepared, he'll eat you up, body and heart. In fact, he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bai Luo speculated. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing were startled. The beautiful woman, Yun Li, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister Bai Luo, don't scare them. That young lord shouldn't be a bad person. Besides, if he really wanted to take action, we wouldn't be able to resist. Bai Luo glared at her for a moment before suddenly pouncing forward and grabbing hold of the two soft mounds on Yun Li's chest, squeezing them as she grinned wickedly. It looks like elder sister Yun is already mentally prepared. Is it because there has never been a man in this palace before, and you haven't been nourished for so many years that you can't help but want to throw yourself at him? Suddenly being attacked, the two sensitive mounds on her chest were accurately pinched by Luo, causing the beautiful woman Yun Li to almost collapse into her arms, her white cheeks suddenly flushing red as she grit her teeth and whispered, "What are you talking about?" "Humph, so sensitive. You really are one." Bai Luo not only didn't let go, but instead increased the intensity of her grip, pushing her yuan qi into her fingertips in a rhythmic manner, fiercely stimulating the two red mounds on Yun Li's chest, and a moan came from the beautiful woman's mouth, her pair of peach blossom eyes instantly blurring as a strange red glow appeared on her skin. As soon as this sound entered their ears, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing both felt a strange sensation in their hearts. Bai Luo giggled and leaned her head towards the beautiful woman's slender white neck, stretching out her delicate tongue and licking her earlobe. Yun Li suddenly shivered. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing both stared dumbfounded at this scene, their hearts pounding like a little deer. Although they had long known that Bai Luo cultivated the same seductive secret art as their master and knew a great deal about the matters between men and women, they had never imagined that she would be so irresistible when she went crazy. "Damn girl, don't make trouble." The beautiful woman, Yun Li, resisted the throbbing of her heart and the ecstasy of her body as she struggled to free herself from Bai Luo's arms. Her two beautiful legs almost couldn't support her own weight, causing her to feel weak and powerless, and even her voice was extremely strange. "Humph, sure enough, a mature woman really is different." Bai Luo licked her red lips, a look of longing appearing on her face as her eyes filled with lust. "I won't play with you anymore. Why don't you go find Qianing and Qianhen? Master assigned them to you to cultivate your seductive secret art. Ruo Yu, Ruo Qing, and I still have to serve that young lord for breakfast. It's not good to delay." The beautiful woman, Yun Li, shot her a disdainful look, seemingly understanding Bai Luo's temperament, quickly calling out to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, "Let's go." And Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing hurriedly followed. "Elder sister Yun, I'll come find you tonight." Bai Luo called out from behind in a sweet voice. Yun Li turned around and glared at her fiercely. "Ruo Yu, Ruo Qing, and I will be resting here tonight. If you have the courage, then come." After finishing his bath, Yang Kai changed into a clean set of robes. These robes had all been bought by Shan Qing Luo early in the morning and were all bright and shiny, perfectly matching Yang Kai's physique, further accentuating his extraordinary aura. Even the beautiful woman Yun Li, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing couldn't help looking at him. Breakfast had already been set up outside with a variety of exotic delicacies, a pleasing sight to behold. The beautiful woman Yun Li scooped a spoonful of porridge for him and said, "These were all personally prepared by this servant. Young lord should eat them while they're hot." Pausing for a moment, she smiled and said, "Young lord's physique is slightly thin. It should be because he has been running around outside all year round, right? You should eat more to supplement your body." And Yang Kai responded faintly before asking suspiciously, "Where is your master?" "Master has some matters to attend to today." Yunli replied with a smile. "I thought she would come over to accompany me for breakfast." Yang Kai frowned. Listening to him say this, the beautiful woman Yunli and the two girls couldn't help showing a strange expression, secretly wondering what Yang Kai's background was, daring to have Shan Qing Luo accompany him to eat. None of the other 5 evil kings had such good fortune, right? "If I want to find her, where should I go?" Yang Kai asked as he ate. The beautiful woman Yunli smiled and said, "Master said that she will be busy these past few days, so if young lord has any questions, you can ask Miss Bai Luo. She's been waiting outside since early morning." "I've been played." Yang Kai snorted. Yesterday, Shan Qing Luo had said that she would come to find him today, but now she had changed her mind. She must have known that he wanted to discuss his departure with her, so she had decided to avoid him. Sweeping away the food on the table, Yang Kai walked out of the loft. The enchanting young woman, Bai Luo, was standing outside waiting, her expression clearly showing that she didn't like Yang Kai, but since Shan Qing Luo had given her orders, she didn't dare disobey in the slightest. "Miss Bai Luo." Yang Kai called out, and Bai Luo responded faintly, her face filled with an unapproachable arrogance. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I want to see your master." Bai Luo frowned and said unhappily, "Master is discussing some important matters with several of the city's elders today. I'm afraid she won't have time to see you. When will the discussion be over?" "Probably not in the next few days. Master has been away from Fragrant City for almost 2 months now, and during this time, there has been a lot of fighting. So many things need to be handled by her." Yang Kai's expression became cold, his mood suddenly becoming unhappy. Bai Luo hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, "But Master said last night that in order to make up for her mistakes, she will allow you to enter her treasure house." Chapter 3:14. Treasure House. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he silently cursed the dragon lady. Was she trying to tempt him with benefits? In his heart, Yang Kai muttered to himself, "Is there anything good in that treasure house?" "Nonsense." Bai Luo glared at him. "Master's treasure house naturally has many good things. Master said that your strength is too low. So if you enter her treasure house, you can find something useful to enhance your cultivation and strength." "Then what are we waiting for?" Yang Kai urged, seeing him seem to be somewhat impatient. Bai Luo began to despise him even more in her heart, silently cursing him for being a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Although she was very reluctant, as long as it was something Shan Qing Luo ordered, Bai Luo would not hesitate to complete it. "Come with me," he said somewhat impatiently, and then led the way. After walking around the palace for a long time, they suddenly came to a secluded room. Entering this room, after walking a few dozen meters inside, they came face to face with a thick door. This door was made of some unknown material and appeared to be quite old. It was also thick and simple, obviously not something that could be easily broken open. What was even stranger was that there was no handle on the door, nor was there any gap. It was as if it was connected to 2 walls. Bai Luo took out a black rectangular object from her waist and quickly formed a series of hand seals, pouring her yuan qi into it. A moment later, she placed this rectangular object on the door. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the heavy door opened with a loud bang. Yang Kai looked around curiously and couldn't help but praise. "This place is very safe to hide things in." Bai Luo snorted lightly, proudly saying, "Naturally, this entire treasure house is made of scarlet desolate black gold. Even if a Pika mortal ascension boundary master came here, they wouldn't be able to open it in a short time. This can be said to be the safest place in the world." Listening to her boasting, Yang Kai didn't refute her, instead just secretly curling his lips. In terms of safety, his black book space was the safest place. "Come in." Bai Luo walked in first and greeted Yang Kai. After the two of them entered, the door to the treasury closed again. Although this treasury was sealed, it was still a treasure trove. However, it wasn't dark at all. The walls were decorated with precious pearls the size of cobblestones. The precious pearls emitted a gentle light. The entire treasury was illuminated by the radiance. Once inside, Bai Luo expressionlessly introduced the various items to Yang Kai. "Over there are gold and silver items. Over here are herbs. Over here are pills. Over here are artifacts and weapons. And over here are secret arts and martial skills. And take a look for yourself. Don't bother me if there's nothing important." She seemed to be eager to get rid of Yang Kai. Yang Kai wrinkled his nose and frowned. "Sister Bai Luo, did your master say how many things I can take from here?" Bai Luo sneered. He said disdainfully, "How much more do you want? I'm just asking." Bai Luo's face sank as she impatiently said, "Master said you can take as much as you want." Oh, listening to her say so, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples and directly walked over to the pile of herbs. Seeing him not show any trace of politeness, Bai Luo couldn't help muttering, Sure enough, he's just a country bumpkin. I really don't understand why Master is so good to him." As he spoke, he quickly went to the secret treasure and took out a pair of exquisite earrings from it. This pair of earrings was blue in color. They were crystal clear, almost like 2 drops of tears. Holding the earrings in the palm of her hand, Bai Luo smiled happily, not willing to let go. On the other side, Yang Kai sneered. Shan Qing Luo, that dragon lady, had placed him under house arrest in her palace. Although she didn't have any malicious intent, it still made him feel uncomfortable. However, she had actually allowed Yang Kai to enter her treasury, which was her mistake. If Yang Kai wanted, it wouldn't be a problem for him to completely empty this entire treasury. After all, the Black Book space was much larger than this treasury. However, Yang Kai didn't want to expose the secret of the Black Book space, so he could only look for things here that were useful to him. The Dantian's yang liquid needed to be replenished. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the unyielding golden skeleton's energy reserves, as it had a massive amount, so there was no need to worry about it drying up. Only his yang liquid was constantly decreasing. As long as it was a yang attribute herb or pill, Yang Kai didn't let them go and collected them all into the Black Book space. And herbs and pills that could nourish the soul were also relatively rare, so he couldn't let them go. The 5-colored soul warming lotus needed these herbs to evolve and expand his divine sense, so Yang Kai swept them all into the Black Book space. As for secret arts and martial skills, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. He didn't need any secret arts or martial skills, and there shouldn't be anything good here. Yang Kai was more interested in finding a high-quality soul skill to cultivate. Although his divine sense had been tempered long ago because he didn't have a soul skill, it hadn't played much of a role until now, and could only be used to explore the surrounding environment. However, searching through this treasure house, Yang Kai couldn't find any decent soul skills. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2, but they were all trash below Earth grade. Yang Kai really didn't care about such soul skills. Even if he cultivated them, they wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste of time. After searching for a while, Yang Kai only found some yang attribute herbs and pills. In addition, there were only a few things that could be used to nourish his divine sense. Symbolically taking out 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills, Yang Kai searched for a long time before finally finding Bai Luo. This enchanting young girl had already worn a pair of earrings under her delicate earlobes and was holding a mirror in her hand while giggling to herself. Kai Yang's sudden appearance in front of her gave her a fright. Patting her soft chest with her small hands, she wrinkled her eyebrows and took a deep breath. She angrily said, "How come you don't make a sound when you walk?" Yang Kai was surprised. "It's you who's immersed in your own world, isn't it?" Bai Luo's small face blushed, and she quickly removed the earrings from her earlobes before carefully putting them back in their original place, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze and asking, "Did you find them?" "And what did you find?" Yang Kai waved the 2 bottles of pills in his hand, causing Bai Luo to be slightly surprised. Chuckling lightly, she said, "I didn't think you would be so tactful. I thought you would definitely." Halfway through her sentence, Bai Luo curled her lips and didn't continue. "Definitely what?" "Nothing, since you found them. Let's go." "But are you sure you only want these 2 bottles of pills?" "Master said he wanted you to find something to enhance your strength." Bai Luo asked uneasily, "Can you enhance your strength like this?" "That's enough." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm too lazy to care about you, I'll tell you this first. It's not that I don't want to give you a choice. It's that you only want these 2 bottles of pills." Master asked, "Don't say anything about me." Yang Kai nodded indifferently, and, leaving the treasure house, Bai Luo closed the door again and turned around. A small box flew towards her. Bai Luo was shocked and quickly reached out to catch it, staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. After seeing what kind of box she had just caught, she couldn't help calling out in surprise as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked, "Do you like this?" "Of course I like it." Bai Luo nodded repeatedly, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on her face. Opening the box, she found the pair of earrings she had tried on for a while before putting them back. "How did you know?" Bai Luo looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "I can tell just by looking at your expression." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm not blind." "Heh heh." Bai Luo couldn't help feeling joy in her heart and quickly took out the earrings. Staring at them dazzlingly, she said, "These are just ordinary Earth-grade low-rank artifacts. But from the first time I saw them, I fell in love with them. If you like them, why didn't you ask your master for them?" "I see that your master treats you well," Yang Kai said suspiciously. "And these are the relics of my old master. I was afraid that if my master saw them, he would be sad." Bai Luo sighed faintly, suddenly hugging them tightly in her arms like they were precious treasures. "Are these for me? And why else would I take them out? If your master asks, just say I took them." "Thank you." Bai Luo stared at him with a complicated expression before suddenly becoming vigilant. Why are you so good to me? Do you have some kind of ulterior motive? Are you interested in me?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're thinking too much. I'll tell you, I don't like men." Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai with great vigilance, seemingly trying to discern whether he was telling the truth or not. "So, no matter how much you try to court me, I won't be tempted. In my heart, my master is the most perfect partner." "Ooh." Yang Kai was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning, staring at her in amazement. "You mean you like Shanqing Luo?" Bai Luo's face blushed red, but she still stiffly nodded, her eyes filled with a sense of longing. "Sooner or later, I will become master's wife at this moment." She showed the beautiful feelings a young girl should have, but this partner, there seemed to be some problems. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded, hesitating for a long time before finally saying, "Then I wish Bai Luo all the best." Bai Luo giggled, tilting her head as she looked Yang Kai up and down, saying with satisfaction, "I now find that you're not so annoying after all." It seemed that Yang Kai giving her a gift was quite effective. At least she didn't treat him as coldly as before. "Ha ha." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Bai Luo then said, "Good. Now that we've finished exploring the treasure house, Master said that if you feel bored, I can take you for a walk around the city. Do you want to go out? No need. I want to go back and cultivate. Yang Kai said. Humph. Bai Luo snorted meaningfully, and Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion has elder sister Yun Li Ruoyu and Ruo Qing. There really isn't much fun outside. Also, if you really **, when you do that, you'll first lay your hands on elder sister Yun Li. She was married for less than a month before her husband died. And now she hasn't touched a man for almost 10 years, so she'll be like a wolf or a tiger. You have to take care of your body. And elder sister Yun Li likes it when people touch her ears. Bai Luo blushed as she gave Yang Kai some advice, her beautiful face filled with excitement. Yang Kai's face went pale. How could such an enchanting little girl speak of such vulgar things? On top of that, she seemed to be quite experienced. He really didn't know where her experience came from. Chapter 3:15. On the second floor of Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a fragrant bed, his expression solemn as he breathed evenly, circulating his true Yang secret art. He was refining and absorbing the Yang attribute spirit grasses and pills in his stomach. These things from the Shan Qing Luo's treasure house were all of high quality, at least earth-grade high rank, while most of them were heaven-grade. Things that could be stored in the treasure house of a master like the beguiling demon queen were naturally not too bad. A slight humming sound rang out as Yang Kai circulated his true Yang secret art, causing the medicinal efficacies of these pills and herbs to rapidly transform into pure true Yang Yuan Qi that filled his meridians. Back in Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak, Xiao Fusheng had prepared a pot of medicinal soup for Yang Kai, using a special secret art to fully absorb the medicinal efficacies and develop the potential of his meridians. It was only now that the medicinal soup truly played a role, allowing him to temper his Yuan Qi more effectively and conveniently than before. Moreover, this effect would accompany him throughout his life, and the more he cultivated, the more he would realize the benefits. After a dozen or so cycles, before the first drop of Yang liquid had even formed, the energy in his body suddenly expanded, and a silent ripple spread out like a wave, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai clearly felt that his strength had soared, giving him a comfortable feeling both physically and mentally. Yuan Qi boundary 5th stage. Ever since he had stepped into the true element boundary, every breakthrough had become more difficult than before. However, Yang Kai had been consistently taking a small cup of myriad drug liquid every day, using this liquid to improve his physique and cleanse his meridians. After such a long time, whether it was his physique or meridians, they had all significantly improved, so even after breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, he could still easily break through. Being stuck in the Yuan Qi boundary 4th stage for more than a month now, it was only natural for him to break through now. Scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi burst out from his body like a tongue of fire. The temperature of the entire room rose. Holding his breath, Yang Kai restrained his Yuan Qi, allowing the tongues of Yuan Qi to submerge into Yang Kai's body and disappear. His whole body felt warm and comfortable. The Yang Kai secret art was the most masculine of the true Yang secret art. It made Yang Kai, who practiced the secret art, look full of majestic Yang Qi at this moment. His meridians were swollen and could no longer accept any more pure and explosive Yuan Qi. With a dripping sound, a new drop of Yang liquid was formed and immersed into the dantian. His swollen meridians instantly felt empty, making him feel uncomfortable. However, the medicinal herbs and elixirs that were consumed quickly produced new Yuan Qi. It filled the emptiness of his meridians. The ticking sound was extremely pleasing to the ear. This was a sound that went straight to the heart. After all the medicinal efficacies had been completely absorbed, the dantian had a few dozen drops of new Yang liquid. Exhaling lightly and feeling the fullness of dantian, Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Although the amount of yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's storage was not much, the quality of the yang liquid was no longer comparable to before. It could also last for a very long time. Without relaxing, Yang Kai continued to close his eyes. After replenishing the yang liquid, it was now time to nourish his divine sense. The soul-chasing seal that the Shanqing Luo had inserted into Yang Kai's body. It should be a soul skill. So, as long as his divine sense was strong enough, he could break it. If he wanted to strengthen his divine sense, he would need to take some precious treasures, or he would need to cultivate a soul skill. Yang Kai had only cultivated one soul skill, and that was the Soul Palace. However, this soul skill was not only for defense, it also had strict requirements for the cultivation environment. For the time being, there was no need to consider it. How could he make his divine sense grow quickly enough to break the Dragon Lady's soul-chasing seal? Yang Kai frowned, thinking hard. As he thought about it, suddenly his eyes lit up. He remembered the previous 2 times when his divine sense had rapidly grown stronger. Both times he had gone deep into some dangerous places, and his divine sense had cycled back and forth between consumption and replenishment to become stronger. The first time was in that isolated world's white mist forest where the soul-cleansing dew was formed. The second time was in the coiling dragon stream, where the demonic chi had attacked his soul and damaged his divine sense the most. Through this process, his divine sense had grown stronger. This kind of speed was not something that cultivating a soul skill or taking precious treasures could compare with. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't dare use this method to cultivate their divine sense. If one's divine sense was seriously damaged, a few times wouldn't necessarily lead to an accident, but if it happened too many times, it could become a permanent injury that could never be healed. But Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai had the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure that could nourish his divine sense, so he didn't need to worry about leaving behind any permanent damage. Frowning, Yang Kai pondered for a long time before finally deciding to go all out. Replenishing his divine sense was easy. Some of the herbs and pills he had taken out from Shanqing Luo's treasure house, as well as the myriad drug milk, could be used to supplement his divine sense. Consuming his divine sense was also easy. Yang Kai also had the true alchemic way in his mind. The last time he had probed it for a long time, he had only managed to discover a single spirit array that was used to assist in alchemy. As long as he used his divine sense to probe this true alchemic way, he could quickly consume his divine sense. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immersed himself in exploring the true alchemic way in his mind. This true alchemic way was extensive and profound. Its records were complex and profound. If he wanted to thoroughly comprehend it, he would need to spend a great deal of time and divine sense to do so. Yang Kai wasn't interested in the true alchemic way, so he didn't pay much attention to it. A moment later, a sharp pain spread through his mind, and his entire body became exhausted, his face suddenly pale. His divine sense had been completely exhausted. A cool feeling overflowed from his mind. This was the soul-warming lotus repairing his damaged divine sense. After a while, the pain disappeared, and the damaged area was completely repaired. However, the divine sense he had consumed was not replenished. After his last experience in the myriad drug pond, Yang Kai knew that it took a long time for his divine sense to recover. If he allowed it to recover on its own, even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours. Because his divine sense was not as easy to restore compared to a cultivator's yuan qi, it was extremely difficult to cultivate his divine sense. Weakly, Yang Kai took out a bottle of spirit-restoring pills and poured one into his mouth along with a little bit of myriad drug milk. Refining it, he absorbed its medicinal efficacies. A moment later, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was once again replenished, and his spiritual energy was once again restored to its peak. His divine sense once again penetrated into the true alchemic way, prying into its mysteries. Time passed, and Yang Kai didn't know how long it had been. Yang Kai continued this cycle of replenishing his divine sense. With each cycle, his divine sense really did increase a little. Although the degree of enhancement was not great, it was still accumulating. The results were very gratifying. Not only that, the mysteries of the true alchemic way also piqued Yang Kai's interest. Last time, Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort, but he had only been able to discover a single spirit array that assisted in alchemy. That spirit array could increase the grade of the alchemy process. For example, if he used the spirit array to assist in alchemy, it was possible to obtain a mysterious grade pill from a furnace of heaven-grade high-rank materials. Of course, however, there was a possibility that the effect would not be very good. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the medicinal pill, the more difficult it would be to refine it. The higher the grade, the worse the effect. As he delved deeper into the true alchemic way, Yang Kai discovered that there were a variety of spirit arrays recorded in it. At the very least, he had glimpsed a few of them. This included improving the quality of the pills, increasing the probability of pill veins appearing, increasing the success rate of alchemy, and many other functions. And this was just the beginning of the true alchemic way. It was difficult to imagine what kind of mysteries would be hidden in the later chapters. In addition to the spirit arrays, there were also some special alchemy techniques, the selection of materials, and so on. All of this information was imprinted in Yang Kai's mind, so that if there was an opportunity in the future, he could pass it all on to Xiaoning Chang and Xiao Fusheng. In just 2 days, all of the herbs and pills Yang Kai had plundered from Shanqing Luo's treasure house had been consumed. Things that could nourish one's soul were relatively few, so how could they withstand Yang Kai's unbridled consumption? Other immortal ascension boundary masters would carry 1 or 2 bottles of these pills, but that was only in case of emergencies, who would take them one after another. Without these pills and herbs, relying on the myriad drug milk alone would not be enough to quickly restore one's spiritual energy. Although the myriad drug milk also had a certain role, its effects were too broad and did not specifically target one's soul. Taking it once or twice would have a significant effect, but once it was used too many times, it would become unreliable. Its more important role was to catalyze the medicinal efficacies of pills and enhance their efficacy. Without pills that could nourish one's soul, it would take twice the effort for half the result to cultivate, making it difficult for one to find motivation. Someone come. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before frowning and shouting towards the outside. He could feel that during the past few days he had been cultivating, there were still 3 people's life auras in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. They should be the beautiful woman Yunli, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing. Yang Kai lived in one of the inner rooms, and there was a side room outside where the 3 of them lived. At all times, there would be someone waiting there, waiting for Yang Kai to summon them. As soon as he shouted, there was a rush of footsteps as the beautiful woman Yunli, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing all came over. What orders does young lord have? The beautiful woman Yunli looked towards Yang Kai with a smile and asked softly, "Where is Bai Luo?" "Miss Bai Luo." At this time, she should be cultivating in her own residence, Yunli replied. "Go call her over." "Yes." Yunli nodded before turning to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing and saying, "Go invite Miss Bai Luo over." The 2 girls nodded, turned around, and left. On the other hand, the beautiful woman Yunli stayed behind for some unknown purpose, her pair of watery peach blossom eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she softly asked, "Young lord looks very tired. Have you not rested well these past few days?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head faintly. "I've just been cultivating." The beautiful woman smiled, swaying her beautiful hips as she walked over, bringing with her a mature and elegant demeanor. Without any scruples, she climbed onto the bed and knelt down behind Yang Kai. Stretching out her 2 delicate hands, she gently rubbed Yang Kai's head. Chapter 316. A light and airy feeling washed over him as the beautiful woman Yun Li's slender fingers seemed to possess some kind of magical power. Wherever they passed, Yang Kai's physical and mental fatigue would be dispelled, causing him to involuntarily relax and feel extremely comfortable. The land of warmth and gentleness was the tomb of heroes. This saying was not false at all. Yang Kai also calmly closed his eyes and enjoyed this intoxicating feeling. He wasn't a hypocritical person. Shanqing Luo had sent Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing to serve him, clearly wanting to satisfy any of his requests. How could Yang Kai not know that as long as he wanted to, he could do whatever he wanted with these three women? Of these three women, one was mature and voluptuous, one was gentle and quiet, and one was elegant and dignified. Each of them had their own unique charms, but all of them were equally attractive to men. Now that this beautiful woman had taken the initiative to serve him, Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. If he did, it would appear as if he had a guilty conscience. The room fell silent for a time. Yang Kai didn't speak, and the beautiful woman Yun Li also remained silent, only concentrating on kneading his chest. As time passed, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the breathing of the beautiful woman half kneeling behind him had become slightly heavier, and even her body temperature had gradually risen. Her breathing was like an orchid, and her heartbeat had also become faster and faster. Yang Kai didn't know if it was intentional or not, but during the process of kneading, her full and supple chest rubbed against his back from time to time, as if they were close, yet also apart. Her two cherry-like peaks rubbed against his spine, giving him a burst of sharp sensation. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming slightly strange. Could this beautiful woman, Yun Li, really be like Bai Luo had said? She had been lonely for a long time, and now she was acting like a wolf or a tiger. Otherwise, how could she be making such a big commotion? The strange reaction of this beautiful woman also caused Yang Kai to become somewhat restless. Yun Li wasn't very old, at most 25 years old. Although she wasn't at the prime of her life, she was still at the peak of her youth. Most importantly, she was far more mature than most young girls, both physically and psychologically. If something really did happen between them, she wouldn't be so entangled. This woman had already been married 10 years ago, but her husband had died within a month, so she had been a widow for 10 years. 10 years ago, she was only 15 years old. After tasting that wonderful feeling, she hadn't continued for a long time. Perhaps she was really moved. He seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's reaction. Yun Li smiled, taking the initiative to distance herself from Yang Kai. She softly said, "Young lord, Lady Bai Luo should be here soon." Yes, he knew that she was reminding him. Yang Kai just nodded and said no more. The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise. She didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. He couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. A moment later, the sound of Bai Luo grinding her teeth and cursing filled the air. It seemed that she had just been at a critical juncture in her cultivation when she was disturbed by Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing. However, since Shanqing Luo had given her orders, she had no choice but to hurry over. Yang Kai. Arriving at the bottom of the loft, Bai Luo placed her hands on her waist and raised her chin as she called out. Yang Kai stood up. Walking over to the window, he directly jumped down and landed in front of her. A woman should act like a woman. Why are you acting so fierce? Yang Kai frowned. None of your business. Bai Luo ground her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, angrily saying, "Don't think that just because you tried to please me last time, I don't hate you anymore. Let me tell you, if it weren't for Master's orders, this lady wouldn't have bothered with you. Then give me back my things." Yang Kai stretched out his hand in a serious manner. "What things?" Bai Luo asked, curiously. "That pair of earrings." Bai Luo quickly stepped back and stared at Yang Kai incredulously, a bitter expression appearing on her face as she asked, "Are you serious?" There's no use in me trying to please you. Why should I try to please you? Give me back my things. Yang Kai said coldly, Hey, 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 are you still a man or not? Bai Luo suddenly became dumbfounded and sarcastically said, Things that have been given out are like spilled water. How can you ask for them back? Aren't you being too petty? That's because you're ignorant. Yang Kai sneered. Who said that things that have been given out can't be asked for back? I said so. Bai Luo stubbornly refused. I won't give them back. I won't give them back to you even if you kill me. You gave it to me yourself that day. Since it's in my hands, it's mine. Are you going to give them back or not? Nope. Good. Yang Kai nodded and strode out. Where are you going? Bai Luo sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped in front of him. I'm going to tell your master that you stole an artifact from her treasure house. Yang Kai stared at her provocatively and sneered. You. Bai Luo staggered back a few steps, her finger trembling as she pointed towards Yang Kai. Her face flushed red. How can you be so shameless? That was clearly something you took out from her treasure house and threw to me. That day you said. That day I didn't say anything. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smug smile. Little girl, you're still too inexperienced. Do you really think this young master would be so kind as to give you something? And that day, besides those 2 bottles of pills, I didn't take anything else. Yang Kai calmly added, Don't be so unreasonable. Bai Luo was completely dispirited. She finally understood what it meant to eat someone's mouth was short, and her hands were soft. Although she couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces, she still put on a pitiful expression on her face. Looking towards Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression, Bai Luo sobbed, You're not such a person, right? My attitude before was bad, and I apologize to you. Do you really have the heart to see me being misunderstood by my master and then punished? Bai Luo stared at him pitifully. The more she spoke, the more her eyes became red, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai didn't buy this at all and coldly said, Sorry, I'm such a shameless and heartless person, and I'm also particularly vengeful, so provoking me is definitely not a wise choice. I'll remember you. Bai Luo saw that her soft approach didn't work, so she didn't bother to put on a pitiful appearance and bitterly grit her teeth. What do you want? Nothing. I'm just bored. So I'm going to find your master and have a chat. Bai Luo's yuan qi fiercely surged as she glared towards Yang Kai. Seemingly unable to restrain herself from teaching him a lesson, Yang Kai stared back at her indifferently, grinning meaningfully. Bai Luo's yuan qi 7th stage cultivation wasn't worthy of his attention. If she dared to attack him here, Yang Kai could use this as an excuse to cause a ruckus with Shanqing Luo, completely freeing himself from this dragon lady's shackles. The two of them stared at each other for a moment before Bai Luo's imposing manner suddenly collapsed, and she weakly said, State your conditions. This lady accepts. Since childhood, this was the first time she had ever received a gift, and now it had become a fatal hindrance. In the future, even if she was beaten to death, she would never accept another gift, especially from a man. Bai Luo felt like her young heart had been deeply hurt, completely shrouded in a lingering shadow. Either show me some respect or return my gift. Yang Kai stared at her calmly. I know. Bai Luo weakly responded. What else? I'm going out for a stroll. You come with me. And that's a good boy. Yang Kai proudly laughed and walked out. Even after the two left, the beautiful woman Yunli, as well as Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, who had just arrived, were still staring at the backs of the two in amazement. Bai Luo, did she just admit defeat? In Fragrant City, Bai Luo had always been fearless. With the exception of Shanqing Luo, no one had ever been able to make her so obedient. But now, Yang Kai, this man of unknown origin, had actually made her admit defeat? The beautiful woman and her two maidservants both couldn't help feeling a sense of disbelief, not knowing what to say. Right? Did Shanqing Luo tell you that if I want to buy something, she has to pay for it? Walking out of the palace and onto the main street, Yang Kai suddenly asked, and Bai Luo nodded lightly. Suddenly remembering something, she angrily shouted, "Is Master's name something you can call her by?" Before she could finish her words, Yang Kai knocked her back. "In front of your master, I dare call her that, and she doesn't object. You're just a little girl, so why are you being so long-winded? You..." Bai Luo snarled, "I'm warning you, don't go too far." Yang Kai ignored her and continued walking forward. Behind him, the sound of grinding teeth could be heard, and Yang Kai clearly felt a pair of resentful eyes bite into his back. After wandering around the city for a while, the pair came to a medicine shop. This medicine shop was opened by one of Fragrant City's relatively powerful forces. As soon as the two of them stepped inside, the shopkeeper of this medicine shop stumbled out from behind the counter and hurriedly bowed to Bai Luo, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. "Lady Bai Luo, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you." As soon as the shopkeeper called out, all the shop assistants in the medicine shop immediately scrambled to their feet, while the other guests also fled, as if they were avoiding snakes or scorpions. In the blink of an eye, only the shopkeeper remained in the medicine shop. Yang Kai stared blankly at all this, realizing that Bai Luo's reputation in Fragrance City wasn't very good. And Bai Luo responded in a lukewarm manner, "Lady Bai Luo, what do you want to buy today?" The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked cautiously, "I don't want to buy anything. He does. This one here is the master. You take care of him." Bai Luo pointed to Yang Kai snappily. The shopkeeper didn't quite understand, glancing back and forth between Yang Kai and Bai Luo suspiciously. "Do you have any pills that can nourish one's soul and restore one's soul?" Yang Kai asked directly. "Yes." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "Soul-nourishing pill, soul-restoring pill, soul-restoring pill. These are all things this honored guest needs. Which one do you want?" "How many do we have?" Yang Kai asked. "There aren't many of these kinds of pills. Each one only has 3 or 4 bottles. Only the soul-restoring pill has 5 bottles. I'll take all of them." Yang Kai waved his hand and said generously, "In any case, with Shanqing Luo acting as a spendthrift, it would be a waste not to buy them. Besides, Shanqing Luo was the great evil queen of this generation, so this kind of money was nothing to her." Chapter 3:17. All of them? The shopkeeper looked dumbfounded, and even Bai Luo looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "What do you want these things for? You haven't even reached the immortal ascension boundary yet. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't meddle in." Yang Kai replied faintly, "Sister Bai Luo, this..." The shopkeeper turned to ask for instructions. "Didn't you hear? This young master said he wants them all, so take them all out. Just pack them up and send them to Master's palace. You won't be short on money." Bai Luo had just suffered at the hands of Yang Kai, so in the blink of an eye, she had taken it all out on the shopkeeper. "Yes, yes, yes." The shopkeeper nodded. Although Bai Luo's temper wasn't good, when doing business with her she would never bully others, so the shopkeeper wasn't worried about her reneging on her debt. However, who was this boy? Bai Luo seemed to hold a great deal of resentment towards him. The shopkeeper's heart pounded, but he didn't dare neglect quickly packing up all the pills Yang Kai wanted and ordering one of the shop assistants to deliver them to the palace. When the shop assistant walked past Bai Luo, he kept his head down, his eyes staring straight at his toes, not daring to look at Bai Luo at all. After leaving the medicine shop, Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Bai Luo. "Many men in the city seem to be afraid of you." "Humph," Bai Luo said valiantly, her enchanting face filled with arrogance and pride, puffing out her chest and casually declaring, "If they dare look at me, this young lady will dig out their eyes." "That's too much." Kai Yang frowned. "Isn't being beautiful so that others can look at you? If others don't look at you, then what's the point of that?" What's the point of being beautiful? What do you know? Bai Luo glared at him. You men's minds are filled with dirty thoughts. Seeing a beautiful woman, you want to do bad things. This young lady doesn't want to be looked at like that. Not everyone is like that. Yang Kai argued unconvincingly. Bai Luo swept her eyes over him for a moment before suddenly saying, "And you're definitely not. At the very least, when you looked at me, you didn't show any obscene eyes. I admit that you're better than most men in this regard." Sister Bai Luo is too polite. Yang Kai responded lightly. Now, where do you want to go? Bai Luo crossed her arms behind her back, revealing her delicate curves. She said impatiently, "If you don't want to walk around, I will return to my residence to cultivate." Of course, we have to stroll around. Fragrant City has more than one medicinal workshop, right? There are 4 or 5 rooms. You're still going to the pill shop? Bai Luo looked at him with slight surprise. You're not going to buy some soul-nourishing pills, are you? Of course. What's the point of buying so many? Do you even need them? Bai Luo grumbled before curling her lips and saying, Fine, fine, fine. I won't meddle in your business. If you want to buy it, I'll take you there. Rolling her eyes, Bai Luo suddenly giggled before quickly putting on a serious expression, coughing lightly and pretending to be nonchalant as she led the way. Although Fragrant City was not small, there were only a few medicinal workshops here. After all, to be able to sell pills in large quantities, one needed a powerful family as a backer. The financial, human, and material resources involved were not something some small forces could satisfy. Therefore, in the entire city, there were only 5 medicinal workshops in total. Bai Luo led the way in front of Yang Kai for quite some time. Finally, after visiting the first 4 pill shops and sweeping up all the pills that could replenish one's soul and nourish one's soul, he led Yang Kai to the 5th pill shop. Inside, Heavenly Lu Medicine Workshop, a young man in a tight suit hurried up to the 2nd floor and knocked lightly on the door of a certain room. A thunderous voice immediately rang out from inside. Fuck, who is it? Didn't I tell you not to bother me if it wasn't important? Little brat, I'll twist your dog head off. Young master, it's about young lady Bai Luo. The young man in the tight suit was cursed like a dog but didn't complain at all, instead still replying respectfully. Immediately, a thumping sound came from inside, as if the person inside the room had quickly stood up and rushed out. On the 1st floor of Heavenly Lu Medicine Workshop, the shop assistants, who were working, all wore bitter expressions as they stared up at the ceiling in horror, fearing that their young master would stomp a hole through it. With a crashing sound, the door was opened and an extremely tall and sturdy man rushed out. He looked like a strong bear. This man wasn't very old, only in his early 20s, but he was extremely handsome and had a unique physique. His face was covered with a full beard, giving him an extremely rough appearance. Only his pair of small and narrow eyes, combined with his physique, gave him a somewhat sinister appearance. This was the young master of the family behind Heavenly Lu Medicine Workshop, Lu Yu. The Lu family was a great force in Fragrant City, and its patriarch was one of Fragrant City's elders. They had been assisting the Shanqing Luo for more than 200 years, and could be said to have worked hard for many years. The Lu family's main residence was not in Fragrant City, but rather a mountain villa 100 kilometers outside of the city. The reason why Lu Yu wanted to stay in Fragrant City's medicine workshop was because of his relationship with Bai Luo. Since accidentally meeting Bai Luo a year ago, Lu Yu had been shocked by her beauty and was determined to marry her into his family. Although Bai Luo's background was low, and she was neither a pretty girl from a humble family nor a noble family, she was still the most popular person in the Shanqing Luo, so the Lu family was quite supportive of this matter, and allowed Lu Yu to stay in the city. Unfortunately, this year, Lu Yu had only seen Bai Luo a few times, and each time it was Bai Luo who was forced to flee. The Shanqing Luo's palace. Even Lu Yu didn't dare to casually break into it. Every time Bai Luo fled into the palace, Lu Yu could only sigh. If there was anyone in Fragrant City that Bai Luo was afraid of. It was none other than Lu Yu. Whenever Bai Luo thought about this man who was more than 4 times her size, she would wake up from nightmares. Rushing out of the room, Lu Yu grabbed the young man who had come to deliver the message. This young man was also extremely strong, but now he was being carried by Lu Yu like a little chick, his feet dangling off the ground. What happened to Bai Luo? Lu Yu asked hurriedly. The young man's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he hurriedly said, "Young master, didn't you say before that once young lady Bai Luo left the palace, you would report to me? Today she came out. She came out." Lu Yu looked overjoyed, tossing the young man to the ground before running 3 steps back and asking, "Where is she now?" The young man's expression became strange as he replied, "Young lady Bai Luo is currently heading towards Heavenly Medicine Square." "HM?" Lu Yu stared blankly for a moment before asking coldly, "Are your dog eyes not deceiving you? It's true. She really is heading towards Heavenly Medicine Square." How could that be? Although Lu Yu's appearance was earth-shattering, what was at odds with his physique was that he was a clever man. He had long known that Bai Luo didn't like him and had always been chased back to the Queen's master's palace. So how could she possibly be a sheep in a tiger's den this time? Did she come alone? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Lu Yu's expression became cold, his small and narrow eyes narrowing slightly as a cold light flashed across them. "No." The young man who had delivered the message trembled and stammered. It seems she came with a young man." "Humph." Lu Yu's Yuan Qi suddenly erupted, causing the 2nd floor of the room to shatter as he sneered. "A young man? I'd like to see who dares have ideas about this father's woman." On the street, Yang Kai stared at Bai Luo suspiciously. Although he knew that she was definitely up to something, Yang Kai wasn't quite sure what she was planning to do. This enchanting girl's expression was quite hesitant, her brow furrowed, as if she was struggling to decide what to do. Bai Luo was naturally a little worried. Lu Yu wasn't an easy person to deal with, so if he really came to Heavenly Medicine Square, it would definitely cause some trouble. What if this smelly brat was killed by Lu Yu? He was an honored guest of her master. If something really happened to him, it would be difficult to explain to the master. However, Bai Luo quickly calmed down. If she really couldn't handle it, she could just use her master's name. Even if Lu Yu was arrogant, he wouldn't dare not give face to the master. And teaching this little brat a lesson should be enough, lest he think this girl is easy to bully. Remembering Yang Kai's previous attitude towards her, Bai Luo couldn't help grinding her teeth. "Haven't we arrived yet?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Bai Luo was walking very slowly, obviously thinking about something. "We're here." Bai Luo's slender fingers pointed forward. "That's the largest medicine square in Fragrance City, and also the last one. How about we don't go?" Bai Luo suddenly said. At this moment, she didn't want to act so viciously. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully, a playful look on his face. "There's someone there. I hate him. I'm afraid we can't go." Yang Kai chuckled. "Someone else has come to invite us." "Ah." Bai Luo was stunned, looking up, and suddenly wearing a bitter expression. Several men dressed in martial attire quickly rushed out of the Heavenly Medicine Clinic opposite them and walked straight towards them. These people's strength wasn't weak, and although they weren't young, they were all masters of the Yuan Qi realm. When they arrived in front of the two, they all smiled and cupped their fists. "Young lady Bai Luo, my young master has been waiting for you for a long time. I hope young lady Bai Luo will give us some face and come to the medicine square for a chat. I have nothing to say to your young master." Bai Luo's face filled with disgust as she pulled Yang Kai aside. "Let's go." One of the men stepped forward and blocked her path, smiling bitterly. "Young lady Bai Luo, if you don't go, I'm afraid we'll lose a layer of skin today. I hope young lady Bai Luo can take pity on us. We don't want to anger our young master." "What does your life or death have to do with me?" Bai Luo shouted coldly. The man who spoke helplessly said, Young master also said that if young lady Bai Luo doesn't want to give us face, then forget it. But this young lord must come with us. He dares. Bai Luo's voice became colder and colder. Her beautiful eyes filled with anger and regret. She really shouldn't have dragged Yang Kai into these muddy waters. She knew that coming here was definitely not a good thing, but she had still brought him along. Whether we dare or not isn't up to young lady Bai Luo to decide. This young lord, please. The men looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he frowned and said, I came here to buy pills. Whatever grievances you have, I won't get involved, so don't drag me in. Chapter 3:18. By now, Yang Kai also understood what was going on. That Lu Yu probably had some kind of interest in Bai Luo, so when he saw Yang Kai together with Bai Luo, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. Bai Luo was also aware of this and had brought him here in hopes that Lu Yu would teach him a lesson, but she didn't know why, but she regretted it now. Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced over at Bai Luo faintly. Feeling the cold light in his eyes, Bai Luo's heart clenched. Since this young lord wants to buy some pills, please, our heavenly Le Medicine Square is the largest medicinal shop in Fragrant City. We won't disappoint you. The young man in the black robes said to Yang Kai with a smile. Having reached this point, if he tried to leave now, he would only be looked down upon. What's more, the other party had clearly invited him over. So even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. I'll settle this with you when we get back. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped towards heavenly Le Medicine Square. Bai Luo's face filled with worry as she hurried to catch up, her enchanting face filled with annoyance. The group entered heavenly Le Medicine Square, but before Yang Kai could even stand still, he felt a pair of sharp and hostile eyes land on him. Following this gaze, Yang Kai's expression became cold. He had never seen such a tall and sturdy man before. His body was like an iron tower, and he was 2 heads taller than the average person. Moreover, the muscles on his body were bulging, and every piece of flesh was filled with explosive power. He was born with big arms and a round waist. He had a bear's waist and a tiger's back, just like a god standing there. His small and narrow eyes were narrowed, revealing only a small gap, but they still bloomed with a cold light as his mouth curled into a cold grin. Although he had not yet fought with him, Yang Kai could still feel a slight pressure from this burly man. This Lu Yu's combat strength was likely no worse than Qiu Yimeng's, perhaps even slightly higher. Lu Yu, what do you want to do? As soon as Bai Luo came in, she took the initiative and sternly said, He is Master's honored guest. Don't be too presumptuous. Master's honored guest? Lu Yu's expression was slightly startled, immediately sneered, his eyes becoming as cold as ice. Him? Who does he think he is? How can he be the master's guest? He obviously thought that Bai Luo was just trying to scare him and didn't take her words seriously. I'm serious, Bai Luo anxiously said. If anything happens to him, you'll also be finished. Master's anger is no joke. Even the Yu family can't protect you. Cut the crap, Lu Yu said impatiently. Bai Luo being so protective of Yang Kai only made him feel more and more uncomfortable, grinning fiercely as he said, even if he is Master's honored guest. So, what? It would be fine as long as he didn't die. Besides, with his thin arms and legs, I don't want to make a move. I don't want others to say that I'm bullying him. Hearing this, Bai Luo couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. At least you have some self-awareness. As long as Lu Yu didn't make a move, no one would die. While the two were talking, Yang Kai just watched from the side. At this moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say lightly, You can settle your grudges by yourselves. As I said, I'm just here to buy some pills. Buy pills? Lu Yu grinned meaningfully. If you want pills, I have plenty here. If others came here to buy them, the price would be fair, but if you want to buy them, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Lu Yu, do you really have to be like this? Bai Luo's expression also became cold. Your heavenly Le Medicine Square opened its doors to do business. Why make things difficult for him? So what if I'm making things difficult for him? Unless, haha, by Luo, you agree to marry me. As long as you marry me, I, your father, will immediately kowtow to this little brat and apologize. Lu Yu's expression changed as he looked at Bai Luo with a grin. In your dreams, Bai Luo clenched her teeth and refused. This lady would rather marry a dog than marry you. Lu Yu didn't get angry and instead just smiled, as if even if Bai Luo said some harsh words, she wouldn't be able to provoke him. Turning his eyes to Yang Kai, Lu Yu's smile faded, and his expression became cold. Little brat, your luck isn't good. Since Bai Luo won't marry me, you're in big trouble. What kind of pills do you want to buy? Lu Yu suddenly asked. Bai Luo thought he had changed his mind and smiled happily, quickly replying, pills that can restore one's soul, and soul, oh, the heavenly Le Medicine Square still has a lot in stock. Lu Yu nodded, waving his hand. Bring out all of these pills. The shop assistant in the heavenly Le Medicine Square quickly complied, and a moment later brought out a dozen bottles of pills. Just send them to my palace. I'll come to settle the bill another day. Bai Luo smiled lightly, looking at Lu Yu and saying, I didn't think a bear like you would be so easy to talk to. Ha ha. Lu Yu grinned, turning to Yang Kai and saying, whether I agree or not depends on whether this friend gives me face or not. Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Being dragged into this mess for no reason, he was extremely unhappy. If he was unhappy, no one else would be happy. Well said. Lu Yu laughed heartily, as if these words had touched his heart. Friend, I'll give you two choices. First, take these pills and get the hell out of Fragrance City. Get as far away as you can, and never appear in front of me again for the rest of your life. I choose the second choice. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and interrupted his words. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment before grinning. Little brat, you're quite arrogant. I haven't seen someone like you in a long time. Saying so, he took the initiative to jump back a few steps and said to the other youths, you guys play with him, whether you win or lose. These pills belong to him. Bai Luo was shocked and screamed, Hey, Lu Yu, you're going too far. All of them are at the Yuan Qi boundary. One-on-one is one thing, but how can you let them bully you with numbers? So, what if they bully you with numbers? Lu Yu's face was full of disdain. Here you can either compete with me in terms of wealth or family background. He has nothing, so he can only compete with me in terms of combat strength. What I hate most is arrogance. The several youths grinned, all of them shaking their necks and tilting their heads, slowly walking over to Yang Kai and surrounding him. The strength of these youths wasn't low, at least a Yuan Qi 3rd or 4th order cultivator, one of them even being a Yuan Qi 6th order cultivator. Inside, heavenly Le Medicine Square, several old men narrowed their eyes as they stared outside, their expressions indifferent. Although they were all immortal ascension boundary masters, they wouldn't intervene in a fight between youths. Lu Yu's arrogance wouldn't allow them to do so, but Yang Kai and Bai Luo had come together. Their relationship was definitely not ordinary. So if they really provoked the other immortal ascension boundary masters in the city, or even Shan Qing Luo, things would only become more troublesome. No matter how much these youths fought, it was still a matter of loyalty, not something worth mentioning. Therefore, they just turned a blind eye to the situation outside. It wasn't the first time their young master had bullied others. Killing them was a common occurrence, so it wasn't a big deal. Little brat, it's not too late to back out now. Father will allow you to choose one more time. Lu Yu laughed wildly. Before his laughter faded, Yang Kai had already made his move. A Yuan Qi 3rd order youth only saw a blur in front of his eyes before his whole body suddenly flew through the air, a burst of pain coming from his chest before he fell unconscious. Asterisk, pung pung pung. Asterisk, a series of muffled sounds rang out as 3 or 4 figures flew through the air. accompanied by muffled groans and the sound of bones breaking. In the blink of an eye, several youths under Lu Yu fell to the ground with a loud thud. Only the Yuan Qi sixth order cultivator was left. He didn't even have time to recover before he found that his companions had been sent flying. Then a figure appeared in front of him like a gust of wind. In a panic, he hurriedly tried to defend himself, but his opponent easily broke through his defenses, and he was completely suppressed before he could even react. A sky full of fist shadows, each one of them ethereal and illusory, flew towards him, superimposed on top of each other. They suddenly bombarded his whole body. Asterisk, pa, 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 pa. Asterisk, this person's Yuan Qi was so strong that he couldn't even lift a finger, and the sound of bones breaking rang out from all over his body. In the midst of the explosion, Yang Kai leapt up and kicked him in the shoulder, sending him flying like a ragged sack before he fell to the ground, motionless. Lu Yu's pupils shrank. The moment Yang Kai attacked, he had already noticed the strength and purity of Yang Kai's true qi. The sudden burst of Yang Kai's true qi strength and purity made him almost unable to believe his eyes. In the blink of an eye, all of his subordinates had been wiped out. Ah, Bai Luo blinked her big eyes, a look of shock filling her face as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. Although she had been in contact with Yang Kai several times, she didn't know much about him. Her knowledge was limited to Yang Kai's not-so-high realm. This was the first time she had seen him fight. In a flash, 4 or 5 Yuan Qi cultivators had been defeated. What kind of combat strength was this? Could a Yuan Qi 5th stage cultivator achieve this? Bai Luo's heart trembled. She suddenly understood why her master valued him so much. Him being a Yuan Qi 5th stage cultivator seemed to be quite extraordinary. Inside Heavenly Le Medicine Square, the several old men also narrowed their eyes in shock. Yang Kai's attack was decisive and extremely ruthless. The several Yuan Qi young men all had their bones broken in at least a dozen places. The Yuan Qi 6th stage cultivator was even more miserable, probably unable to get out of bed for at least half a year. How come they had never heard of such a powerful and overbearing young man before? In the middle of the square, Yang Kai stood there indifferently, glancing over at Lu Yu before calling out, "Bai Luo!" "HM?" Bai Luo was surprised and quickly responded, "Take these pills, let's go." And Bai Luo quickly ran out and grabbed the dozen or so bottles of pills the shop assistant had brought out before walking over to Yang Kai with a worried expression. "You want to leave?" Lu Yu roared, his voice like a thunderbolt on a clear day, causing the entire street to tremble. With a loud roar, Lu Yu leapt up into the air and landed in front of Yang Kai, blocking his way, glaring at him menacingly. "You want to leave after injuring my people? You won't get away so easily." "What do you want?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. "Fight with me." Lu Yu cracked his neck, his expression fierce. "If you can beat me, it won't be too late for you to leave." "Lu Yu, don't go too far." Bai Luo frowned coldly. "I've already gotten what I want. Do you still have the capital to make me fight?" Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully. "Lu," you sneered, "a pill to supplement your soul. There is also a divine spirit pill in the square. A mysterious grade, low-rank pill. What do you think?" "Not interested." Chapter 319. You don't even fancy a mysterious grade pill? Lu Yu was startled. This wasn't an ordinary pill, but one that could repair one's spiritual energy. The value of this pill was much higher than a bottle of other mysterious grade pills, at least a few 100,000 silvers. Mysterious grade pills weren't something that could be casually refined. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, there were no more than 30 alchemists who could refine mysterious grade pills, yet Lu Yu didn't even spare a glance at them. Was this little brat's vision so high? "Not interested," Yang Kai quickly said. Lu Yu's eyes suddenly became cold, and his Yuan Qi fiercely burst forth. "Father doesn't care if you're interested or not, since you've been targeted by Father. You'll have to fight even if you don't want to." As he spoke, the ground where he stood cracked, and stone fragments flew out. A dark purple light emerged from Lu Yu's body and transformed into an invisible energy that rushed towards Yang Kai. "Lu Yu, if you dare hurt him, you're dead." Bai Luo's beautiful face went pale as she screamed. Although Yang Kai had just defeated several Yuan Qi cultivators in a flash, Lu Yu was different. He was a famous existence in the entire ash-gray cloud evil land, and although his appearance wasn't very good, his combat strength was quite high. Few of the younger generation could fight against him. Moreover, Lu Yu was a bloodthirsty person. Those who had exchanged blows with him all died cleanly, not leaving a single one alive. Bai Luo didn't know if Yang Kai was his opponent, so how could she not be worried? If something really happened to Yang Kai, how could she explain this to Shanqing Luo? While she was still in shock, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi also burst forth. Asterisk poo poo poo. Asterisk the two attacks condensed from their respective Yuan Qi collided and were evenly matched. Lu Yu's invisible attack was cleanly resolved. Before he had time to catch his breath, Yang Kai suddenly saw Lu Yu's mouth curl into a smug smile. His expression changed, and he leaped into the air. Asterisk ci. Asterisk suddenly. An evil light shot out from the ground, almost piercing through Yang Kai's foot. Ha! A cold light flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so vigilant and able to avoid that sudden attack. Yang Kai, who had leaped into the air, looked like a burning fireball. The true Yang Yuan Qi was pushed to the limit. It swooped down like an eagle soaring through the sky, carrying with it a destructive force. Sensing the heat and pressure coming from above his head, Lu Yu didn't dare to be careless. He raised both his palms and met the attack head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The violent Yuan Qi collided with each other like waves, and each collision brought out a halo of light. It spread outwards like ripples. In such a collision, Lu Yu's tower-like body slowly sank into the ground. It wasn't that he wasn't as strong as Yang Kai, but that the ground couldn't withstand such an attack. With Lu Yu as the center, cracks that looked like turtle patterns had already appeared on the ground where he stood. The cold light in Yang Kai's eyes grew stronger. He threw out his Yuan Qi without any scruples, trying to push Lu Yu into the ground. Sensing his intentions, Lu Yu let out a furious roar. Like a mad beast, his muscles bulged as he used all the strength in his body to fiercely throw out a punch. Half of Fragrance City trembled. The surrounding shops were smashed into pieces by this punch, and the shop assistants inside all screamed. They hurriedly ran away. Even Heavenly Low Medicine Square couldn't avoid it. Yang Kai looked dignified. He had no intention of dodging. Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. 3 bursts of energy instantly superimposed under Yang Kai's control. Boom! Lu Yu's body was smashed half into the ground, and Kai Yang borrowed the force of the rebound to float to the side. Once he had stabilized his footing, his face was slightly pale. Lu Yu didn't suffer from this blow. Instead, it was Yang Kai who suffered, but being forcefully smashed into the ground, what Lu Yu lost was face. There was complete silence. Not a sound could be heard. The onlookers all turned to look at Yang Kai again, their eyes filled with shock and surprise. None of them had expected him to be able to beat Lu Yu into such a state. What's going on? A number of figures flew over from all directions, all of them immortal ascension boundary masters from the city. Under Shanqing Luo's management, Fragrant City rarely had street fights, but today's battle had caused such a ruckus that even the immortal ascension boundary masters couldn't help but rush over to see what was going on. After discovering that the one fighting at the scene was actually Lu Yu, they couldn't help feeling stunned. The most important thing was that Lu Yu seemed to have suffered a loss. His body was buried in the ground, and the one he was fighting was actually just a young boy. What happened? Who was Lu Yu fighting with? These people flew to the side and grabbed a few of the immortal ascension boundary masters inside Heavenly Low Medicine Square. Who is he? He can actually fight Lu Yu head-on. One of the Lu family masters smiled bitterly. We don't know where this little brat came from, but according to Bai Luo, he is an honored guest of the Queen's master. An honored guest of the Queen's master? How come we haven't heard of him? Don't worry about that. What should we do now? It's over. The young master has never suffered such a big loss before. This time I'm afraid he won't be able to settle this peacefully. Ha ha. In the middle of the field, Lu Yu suddenly laughed a few times, raising his head and glaring at Yang Kai, the chill in his eyes almost solidifying as he said in a low voice, "No one has ever dared to treat me like this. Your courage isn't small." As he spoke, Lu Yu's body once again emitted a purple demonic chi, but this time, this demonic chi was like a solid tattoo on his body. Demonic purple chi body. Some of the immortal ascension boundary masters in the crowd exclaimed, "Is Lu Yu going to use this move? The young master still can't suppress this demonic chi. Quickly stop him. It's too late. What kind of background does this little brat have? How did he force the young master to use this move?" The group of people were so anxious that their foreheads were dripping with sweat, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Lu Yu would quickly defeat Yang Kai and disperse his demonic purple chi body. The demonic purple chi body was a martial skill that was born inside the evil cavern. A cultivator would enter the evil cavern and absorb the flowing time Great Emperor's demonic chi. If one's luck was good enough, and if one's aptitude was high enough, they would be able to comprehend this martial skill. Every year, many cultivator would enter the evil cavern in an attempt to comprehend its mysteries, but the number of people who entered was not small, and many of them died. Occasionally, there would be a few people who were lucky enough to come out alive, but they were not necessarily able to comprehend this martial skill. Lu Yu was one of those who had successfully comprehended this martial skill. Every year, he would spend a period of time in the evil cavern to absorb the demonic chi in order to enhance the power of this martial skill. After so many years, this martial skill could already play a significant role. Using the demonic purple chi body, Lu Yu's strength soared, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Leaping up from the ground, he grinned maliciously as he approached Yang Kai. As he took a step forward, a mace suddenly appeared in his hand. The barbs on the mace were incomparably sharp, and the surface of the mace flashed with a bright red light, as if it was made of thick blood. This mace had obviously killed a lot of people. Lu Yu was going all out. Everyone who saw this knew that he must have flown into a rage out of humiliation. That was why he had used the demonic purple chi body as well as an artifact. He didn't intend to hold back at all. "Yang Kai, you be careful. He doesn't have any sense of reason right now." Bai Luo's beautiful face went pale as she screamed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly and snorted. Noticing the approaching demonic chi, Yang Kai leisurely pushed Jinyang Yuan Chi back into the dantian. The energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton suddenly erupted. Hua, as if dark clouds had covered the sky. A dark turbulence instantly swallowed all the light. Everyone only felt their vision go dark, and they couldn't see anything. Immediately, two scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness, just like Lu Yu's, filled with madness, bloodthirst, and cruelty. What a strong evil chi! Everyone was shocked as they stared at Yang Kai's transformation in amazement. All of them dumbfounded for a moment. These immortal ascension boundary masters all had extremely sharp divine senses and keen eyesight. How could they not notice that Yang Kai's evil chi was even stronger than Lu Yu's? Could it also be a martial skill he comprehended inside the evil cavern? Why does it look so similar to Lu Yu's? Besides the color of their bodies being different, there wasn't much difference. No, it's not the same. A relatively strong immortal ascension boundary master said in amazement. Look, although their eyes are similar, Lu Yu obviously doesn't have much consciousness left. His mind has been swallowed by the evil chi inside his body. He's acting on instinct. But this boy, his eyes are very calm. Could it be he can suppress the evil chi inside his body? I'm afraid so. Damn, what kind of freak is this? A group of people suddenly shouted. Only the several immortal ascension boundary masters from heavenly Lu Medicine Square frowned. You're dead. Ha ha. Lu Yu muttered under his breath, his cold and crazed eyes locked onto Yang Kai. Holding his mace, Lu Yu slowly walked over, and as he approached, a violent pressure pressed down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned the blood-red Azura sword into his hand. With a shake of the sword, Yang Kai's body instantly filled with sword chi. A heaven-grade artifact, the group of immortal ascension boundary masters exclaimed. Heaven-grade artifacts were rare. Even for these people, only a few of them possessed a heaven-grade artifact. Moreover, this was a heaven-grade longsword artifact. Its value was much higher than ordinary artifacts. As soon as this sword appeared, the evil chi emanating from this boy's body seemed to become denser, even more tyrannical than before. At such a young age, his strength was so tyrannical, and he even had a heaven-grade artifact to protect himself, not to mention he was an honored guest of the beguiling demon Queen. This little brat's background wasn't small. Perceiving this, the foreheads of the Lu family's immortal ascension boundary masters were instantly filled with cold sweat. Was he the descendant of one of the evil kings? If that was the case, and Lu Yu had provoked him like this, the Lu family would be in big trouble. Sister Bai Luo, one of the Lu family masters quietly came over to Bai Luo's side and whispered cautiously, "What is this young lord's identity?" Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai, her seductive face completely drained of blood, as she smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know. It was Master who brought him back." I said, "He was Master's honored guest." "You don't know anything?" The Master didn't give up and continued to ask. Bai Luo slowly shook her head. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk while the two were talking, Lu Yu and Yang Kai had already begun fighting. Lu Yu, with his demonic purple chi body, held a huge mace in his hand, each of his strikes seeming to contain a tremendous amount of power. As he weaved through the air, Yang Kai's dark sword chi was shattered into pieces. Chapter 3:20. Lu Yu's physique was strong and robust. With the huge wolf-tooth club in his hand, he exuded a tyrannical aura of supremacy. Every time he swung the wolf-tooth club, every strike would cover a huge area. The thousands of sword chi streams surrounding Yang Kai's body were destroyed before they could even play a role. His face sinking, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a black sword wave condensed from Yuan Chi, shooting straight towards Lu Yu, almost cutting the void in half. Lu Yu grinned and did not dodge, instead raising his club and slashing down. With a bang, the black sword wave was shattered, and although Lu Yu's body was slightly shaken, he was not injured in the slightest. His footsteps did not stop as he fiercely smashed towards Yang Kai. Wrapped in the inky black demonic chi, Yang Kai's pair of red eyes flashed coldly. Black chi swirled around his palms as he fiercely pushed them forward. White tiger seal, divine ox seal. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the roar of an ox, two huge black beast phantoms appeared, one bearing its fangs as it pounced towards Lu Yu while the other rushed forward. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the earth trembled fiercely. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with madness. Not only was he not shocked, he laughed loudly and went up to greet him. He shouted, Good, but you are still dead. I will drink your blood dry. You are qualified to make me do that." The wolf-tooth club swept out in both directions, and the two beast phantoms were directly blown away, dissipating into the air and disappearing. However, after this short delay, Yang Kai had already made his next move. 3 sword chi streams opened up a path in front of him as his demonic chi suddenly transformed into a giant hand that covered the sky and slammed down towards Lu Yu. 2 months ago, Yang Kai was still unable to control his own demonic chi at will. But since learning Xiao Fu Sheng's method of controlling Yuan Qi on Hidden Cloud Peak, his ability to control this demonic qi was no longer something he could compare to before. Although this kind of control was still superficial, it was much better than before. Quickly approaching, Lu Yu smashed the 3 sword qi streams with his club, causing his hairs to stand on end as his purple demonic qi surged. Before he could dodge, he was struck by the pitch-black hand. Hong long long. It was as if the entire earth had been slapped down, and the green slabs turned into fragments that fluttered about endlessly. The darkness churned, and Lu Yu completely disappeared into the darkness. Bai Luo's jaw dropped, not knowing what to say. She had thought that Yang Kai's previous performance was already strong enough, but she had never imagined that this wasn't even Yang Kai's true level. The mysteriousness and strangeness of this person had far exceeded Bai Luo's imagination. Young Master, the several Luo family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters exclaimed. However, he immediately calmed down. Under the probing of their divine senses, they found that Lu Yu's vital energy and blood had not weakened at all. Instead, due to his anger, they were rapidly increasing in strength. This little brat is quite fierce, actually being able to force Lu Yu to eat defeat after defeat. Ha! I really want to see what kind of expression that old dog, Lu Wuji, will have when he hears this news. An Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator who had come to watch the show laughed loudly. He seemed to be very happy to see Lu Yu being bullied. Lu Wuji, the previous patriarch of the Lu family Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary. He was also an elder of Fragrance City. What a pity! The several elders and master have all gone to the Beast King's territory. I'm afraid we won't be able to see them for the time being. Someone else gloated. The faces of the several Lu family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters suddenly went black. All of them glared hatefully at these people. Yang Kai's expression remained cold, his brow wrinkling slightly as he carefully sensed the changes in Lu Yu's aura. Suddenly, a faint purple light burst forth from the boundless darkness. When this faint light appeared, it looked like a small flame. However, this flame quickly spread outwards like a prairie fire. Asterisk, shio, shio, shio. Asterisk, a burst of purple demonic chi broke through the darkness and shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. This purple demonic chi almost condensed into a tangible substance like a burning flame, but what was strange was that not only did it not have the slightest heat, it instead gave off a bone-chilling cold. Asterisk, pa 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 pa. Asterisk, Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, the black and purple demonic chi madly colliding, neither side able to gain the upper hand. A moment later, the purple demonic chi returned, breaking through the blockade of darkness, and Lu Yu's burly figure once again appeared in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha! Lu Yu rested his huge mace on his shoulder, letting out a low and gloomy laugh. Yang Kai's expression sank. He suddenly discovered that at some point his body had caught fire, and this time it was a purple demonic fire. A bone-chilling cold spread from the location of the fire, quickly wrapping around his entire body. As the demonic fire burned, not only did it cause one to feel a chill from the bottom of their heart, but it also caused their energy to rapidly dissipate. This was not a fire, but rather the effect of the purple demonic chi that had reached a certain level of density. As the temperature of his body rapidly decreased, so did the demonic chi around him. Yang Kai's entire body was quickly covered in a layer of frost, even his hair and clothes becoming white as snow. Lu Yu's mouth bloomed into a cold grin. "You're dead." As he spoke, the purple tattoos on Lu Yu's body seemed to come alive, breaking off from his skin and transforming into terrifying vipers that opened their fangs and bit towards Yong Kai. This little brat is finished. The spectating immortal ascension boundary masters once again excitedly commented. In this group of people, with the exception of the Lu family's masters, they were all eager to see the world burn. Who cared if Yong Kai was a master, an honored guest, or a young master of the Lu family? If his body had not been frozen, he might have been able to fight Lu Yu, but now that his body was frozen, his movements were sluggish. So how could he avoid Lu Yu's attack? In for a penny, in for a pound, after Lu Yu released the purple tattooed snakes, he also rushed towards Yong Kai with his wolf-tooth club. He was determined to kill him. "Don't!" Bai Luo screamed. But how could Lu Yu, who had lost most of his consciousness and only wanted to kill Yong Kai, pay her any attention? At that moment, the sluggish Yong Kai's body suddenly fluttered with blood-red petals. A seemingly intoxicating floral fragrance wafted out from these petals. These petals quickly gathered together and soon formed the shape of a blooming begonia flower, which wrapped around Yong Kai's body, leaving not the slightest gap. Another heaven-grade artifact. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Only now did they realize that the situation was far from good. If Yong Kai taking out a heaven-grade artifact before made them realize that Yong Kai had some background, then this one was truly not small. At the very least, this wasn't something the Lu family could contend with. What kind of force could allow a young man to carry two heaven-grade artifacts? Moreover, both of them were weapons that exuded thick murderous intent. The Lu family couldn't. Lu Yu only had a single heaven-grade artifact. Was this young man related to one of the other 5 great evil kings? Or was he the disciple of some hidden master? The Lu family's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master's jaws dropped. What are you waiting for? You idiots! Quickly stop Lu Yu! One of the spectating Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't want to make things too big, and quickly reminded them. Oh. The Lu family masters woke up from their stupor. Not daring to hesitate, they all rushed towards the battlefield. In front of the budding 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, Lu Yu held his mace high and released his full strength. With a loud bang, the flower bud instantly shattered, revealing Yong Kai inside. With a muffled groan, Yong Kai was sent flying, vomiting a mouthful of blood midair. But the purple demonic flames that originally wrapped around his body had disappeared at some point. His expression extremely cold, Yong Kai quickly waved his hands. Thousands of petals flew back and forth. The Azura sword light was like a snake coming out of its hole, swallowing and spitting. A huge sword light appeared and slashed down towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu's pupils shrank. With a roar, his muscles bulged as he raised his mace to block the sword light. But the thousands of petals continued to attack. All of you, stop! The Lu family's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters finally arrived, one blocking Yong Kai, while the rest rushed to Lu Yu's side. With the combined strength of these masters, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia and the Azura sword chi were both blocked. Young master, stop fighting! Get out of my way. I'll kill him. I can kill him. Lu Yu's Yuan Qi surged violently as he waved his mace, sending the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters into a panic. Who the fuck stops me? I'll kill them all. The several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, suddenly nodding and quickly attacking. With a series of bangs, Lu Yu was knocked unconscious. They had no choice but to do this. Knocking Lu Yu out like this would inevitably cause him to suffer a backlash from the demonic purple chi body. After all, he still couldn't completely control the demonic energy in his body. Because of this concern, even though they knew Yong Kai's background wasn't small, they didn't stop him. But when Yong Kai took out a second heaven-grade artifact, even if they didn't want to stop him, they had no choice but to. This young man's background had suddenly become much bigger. Lu Yu suffering some injuries wasn't a big deal, but the key was that they couldn't afford to offend the great force behind Yang Kai. That great force, or master, was not someone the Lu family could provoke. What's more, he was an honored guest of the Shanqing Luo. They couldn't afford to provoke him. What do you mean? Yang Kai stared coldly at the Lu family's immortal ascension boundary master blocking his way, methodically taking back his 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. Young lord. The Lu family's immortal ascension boundary master frowned, cupping his fists and smiling bitterly. Young lord, please calm your anger. My young master has offended you many times before. I hope young lord can forgive him. As you can see, my young master has lost his mind after using his demonic purple chi body. He doesn't really want to fight to the death with you. So this battle, let's end here. Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered. Your Lu family is quite arrogant, fighting as you please and stopping as you please. The Lu family's immortal ascension boundary master was suddenly at a loss for words, his expression turning ugly. However, he was also powerless to refute. This young man had said before he came that he was only here to buy pills, yet his young master had insisted on provoking him, just as he didn't know how to answer. Yang Kai lightly said, since he was knocked unconscious by you, even if I wanted to continue, I wouldn't be able to. Please forgive me, young lord. The Lu family's immortal ascension boundary master smiled apologetically, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Thinking the other party was easy to talk to, he couldn't help feeling grateful. Yang Kai coldly snorted, turned around, and walked away, his cold voice echoing, "This matter isn't over." Chapter 3:21. Bai Luo carefully followed behind Yang Kai, holding a dozen or so bottles of spiritual energy-restoring pills in her arms. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared towards the not-so-tall figure in front of her, her brow furrowed in a complicated and annoyed expression. What she had done today really made her regret it. If she hadn't taken him to Heavenly Lu Medicine Square, nothing would have happened. The key was that she had first intended to let Liu teach him a lesson, but the result was that she hadn't intended to be so vicious and ended up offending him. Not only that, but he was also so strong that he was able to fight evenly with Lu Yu. At the end of the day, Bai Luo felt like she had no sense of shame at all. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence and indifference made her feel even more uncomfortable. After finally returning to the palace, Bai Luo couldn't bear it any longer and quickly stepped in front of Yang Kai, blocking his path and angrily asking, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Yang Kai glanced over at her faintly, his brow furrowing slightly. "Hey." Bai Luo stretched out her hand and waved it in front of him. "Why are you ignoring me? I know you're very strong, but you don't need to ignore me like this, right? When I took you to Heavenly Lu Medicine Square before, I really wanted to let Liu teach you a lesson. Who told you to be so hateful? But later I didn't want to do that. But at that time, the situation was already out of my control, and I'm sorry, don't be angry." Although Bai Luo was an orphan and didn't come from a noble background, she was still the most popular person in Shanqing Luo's eyes. On top of that, she was an enchanting beauty and had always been quite arrogant. Coupled with her unique hobbies, she had never put any man in her eyes. When Shanqing Luo brought Yang Kai back that day, she had not only allowed him to live in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, she had also sent 3 of the palace's best women to serve him, naturally causing Bai Luo to feel a little annoyed. Bai Luo didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai, but because of Shanqing Luo's orders, she had never taken Yang Kai seriously. Until today's battle, Yang Kai was able to compete with Lu Yu and even not fall into a disadvantage. Bai Luo realized that this man was different from other men and understood why Shanqing Luo valued him so much. With her temper and arrogance, sincerely apologizing at this time was simply too much. This was the limit of what she could do. Standing in place, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared at Bai Luo. He didn't speak. Bai Luo's expression suddenly became unhappy, and she angrily said, "I've already apologized. Can't you forgive me? Isn't it said that all men are magnanimous? I don't think so." Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Bai Luo's lapel, and pulled her in front of him. Bai Luo's beautiful face paled in an instant, almost reflexively wanting to attack, but remembering Yang Kai's terrifying combat power, she quickly changed her mind. Luo of Yang Kai's, of, "You're dead." Yang Kai snorted coldly. His tone was cold and firm, not sounding like he was joking at all. Noticing his seriousness, Bai Luo's heart couldn't help trembling. His entire body was ice cold. Just as she was about to say something stubborn, Yang Kai suddenly let go of her. His face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also a trace of purple energy in the blood. That trace of energy was squirming. It was as if it was alive. "Ah," Bai Luo exclaimed. "Get lost." Yang Kai suddenly sent out a palm strike, pushing Bai Luo back a few dozen meters, and in the next moment, his body was wrapped in a thick layer of purple demonic flames. A bone-chilling coldness spread out. Yang Kai's hair and clothes instantly turned white, and wisps of icy cold aura spread out. Kacha, with Yang Kai as the center, a radius of more than 100 feet, was instantly frozen. Bai Luo's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Yang Kai. It turned out that this person hadn't completely neutralized the power of Lu Yu's attack, but had instead used some unknown method to seal it inside his body. Now it was acting up again. This was the purple demonic spirit fire from the evil cavern. It wasn't a real fire, but rather a condensed form of energy from the purple demonic spirit chi. Lu Yu had absorbed and refined this energy, mixing it into his attacks. This kind of demonic energy was extremely difficult to deal with. Once one was struck by it, they would become like maggots, unless one's strength far surpassed Lu Yu's. Sooner or later their Yuan Qi would be swallowed up by this demonic energy and frozen to death. Bai Luo had only heard about it, but had never seen it before. Today was the first time she had the privilege of witnessing it. "Are you hurt?" Bai Luo asked in a trembling voice. Noticing Yang Kai's current state, the dissatisfaction in her heart was instantly replaced by guilt. "Nonsense. Why don't you try being hit by that mace?" Yang Kai grit his teeth and replied, taking a deep breath and circulating his true Yang secret art, once again suppressing the purple demonic spirit fire from his body into his meridians. Lu Yu was worthy of being a master of the younger generation. Although it seemed that Yang Kai had won the battle, and even the Lu family's immortal ascension boundary masters had come out to support him. But the real result was only known to Yang Kai himself. If they had really continued fighting, he wasn't sure he would have won. After all, Lu Yu's cultivation was for minor realms higher than his own. On top of that mace had hit Yang Kai hard. Even with the protection of the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia, Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs had all been dislocated. "Then what do we do?" Bai Luo asked anxiously. "Heal me? Are you a pig?" "And then let's go back quickly," Bai Luo hurriedly said, stepping forward to support Yang Kai and quickly rushing back to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Although Yang Kai had called her a pighead, Bai Luo wasn't the slightest bit annoyed. At the very least, she didn't feel any cold, murderous intent from Yang Kai's tone. In other words, he wasn't angry at all. Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as Yang Kai returned, he went straight to the first floor, quickly removing his robes and diving into the warm bath. Outside, the 3 women who were serving Yang Kai stood side by side with Bai Luo. "What happened to young lord?" The beautiful woman, Yun Li, noticed something was wrong and asked softly. "He fought with Lu Yu and suffered some injuries." Bai Luo replied softly, "Ah." Yunli reached out and covered her red lips. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "You fought with the Lu family's young master? Why did you fight?" "Don't ask. It's my fault." Bai Luo sighed, handing over the pills in her sleeve to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, a look of loss filling her face. The beautiful woman Yunli stared at her thoughtfully for a moment and couldn't help understanding many things, so she didn't ask any more questions. "Elder Sister Yun, he seems to still have some prejudice against me. How can I apologize to him in order to appease his anger?" After a moment of silence, Bai Luo suddenly turned and asked, "Apologize?" Yun Li's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as she stared at Bai Luo in amazement, joking, "Little Bai Luo actually knows how to apologize. The sun must have risen from the west today. Could it be that you—" "No." Bai Luo glared at her fiercely before suddenly smiling wickedly. "You slut! What's going on in that head of yours? Do you want me to teach you a lesson so you don't become too dissatisfied?" "Don't." Yun Li was taken aback and quietly moved away from Bai Luo. "Then tell me, what should I do?" Yun Li smiled sweetly, her face blushing slightly as she whispered, "A woman's body is the best weapon. You really do have such thoughts in your head. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Bai Luo said angrily, "You keep an eye on him. I'll go back first. If anything happens here, don't forget to inform me." And Yunli, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing nodded together. Inside the bath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began circulating his true Yang secret art. The purple evil qi was flowing through his meridians and being incinerated by the pure, true Yang Yuan qi, some of it being expelled from his body, while the rest being absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Although this energy was also extremely evil qi, essentially sharing the same source as the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, there were still some differences. This was the energy Lu Yu cultivated, mixed with his understanding of the martial Tao and brand, as well as his own aura. Lu Yu's understanding of the martial Tao and Yang Kai's brand were incompatible, so they could only be eliminated. What was left was the purple spirit demonic qi that Lu Yu had absorbed from the evil cavern, which could be absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton after being refined. This evil qi was very difficult to dissolve, so it took Yang Kai 3 or 4 days to gradually dissolve and refine the purple spirit demonic qi in his meridians. From the unyielding golden skeleton, it seemed that this so-called purple spirit demonic qi was very much to its liking. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart tremble. His battle with Lu Yu had not resulted in a clear victory or defeat, but thanks to that battle, Yang Kai's true element boundary 5th stage cultivation had been completely consolidated. Yang Kai had also seen what kind of strength the top masters of his generation had. So far, he had only encountered a few difficult opponents. 9-star sword schools Wu Qing Yi, Qiu families Qiu Yimeng, and this Lu Yu, each of them had extraordinary backgrounds. So their strength was a wake-up call to Yang Kai, and he no longer dared to underestimate any of them. The world was so vast, who knew how many geniuses there were like them? Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally refreshed. His injured 5 viscera and 6 organs had all returned to their original positions, and the water in the bathtub had become a deep purple color, giving it a terrifying appearance. Getting up from the bathtub, Yang Kai dried the water on his body, put on his clothes, and went outside. When Yunli, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing saw him come out, they couldn't help smiling happily. "Has young lord's injuries healed?" Yunli quickly stepped forward and asked, and Yang Kai nodded. "That's good." Yunli also breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, and saying, "Go inform Miss Bai Luo that young lord is fully recovered, so she doesn't need to worry." "Yes." Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing nodded, turning around and leaving. Yun Li stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, smiling as she said, "Young lord may not know, but Miss Bai Luo has been coming here several times a day to inquire about your condition. I can see that she hasn't rested well these past few days, so she must be very tired. She asked for it. Yang Kai snorted. The reason Bai Luo was so concerned about him was not because she was worried, but rather because she was afraid that Shanqing Luo would punish her when she found out. How could Yang Kai not understand this? Yunli pursed her lips and smiled. Bai Luo is still young and not very sensible, living in the palace all year round and being doted on by Master. She really is spoiled. Young Lord is Master's magnanimity. There's no need to lower yourself to her level. Chapter 322. Let's see how she performs in the future. Seeing Yunli speak up for Bai Luo, Yang Kai didn't say anything more. What's more, he didn't want to bring up the previous matter again. He was only angry that Bai Luo had schemed against him and dragged him into such a troublesome situation. He believed that after this incident, Bai Luo wouldn't dare act rashly again. Yunli then said, "The pills young lord bought before have been placed in your bedroom, and the accounts have also been settled." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking to himself that having a big backer really made a difference. Buying so many bottles of spiritual energy restoring pills without having to pay for them himself. It was no wonder that the young lords and young ladies of great forces were able to cultivate much faster than the average person. With such a huge amount of resources at their disposal, if they started from the same starting line, their achievements would always be higher than others. This world had always been so unfair. Also, the Luff family sent someone to deliver something the day before yesterday. The beautiful woman continued to report with a smile. Oh, the Luff family? Yang Kai's brow rose slightly, a bit surprised. And they sent a bottle of mysterious grade pills, which are also used to restore one's soul. Yunli looked towards Yang Kai, covering her mouth as she giggled. I heard that the Luff family transferred these pills from their family headquarters 100 kilometers away and ordered this servant to make sure young lord accepts them. Seeing that young lord was in the middle of healing, this servant took the initiative to keep them. Young lord, do you want to return them? Of course not. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Why would I want to return them? Since they sent them to my doorstep, naturally I have to accept them. Seemingly knowing he would say this, Yunli nodded slightly. That's true. If I were to return them, I'm afraid it would cause the Luff family to lose face, so it's best to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. Young lord really is a magnanimous person. This flattery, Yang Kai couldn't help sweating slightly. The Luff family sending him such a precious gift, Yang Kai could understand. It was nothing more than trying to resolve the previous crisis. However, the Luff family was still a great force. Yang Kai was rather surprised that he was willing to compromise. Shanqing Luo is quite awe-inspiring. Yang Kai muttered softly. He only thought that Yu Jia was being nice because of Shanqing Luo. What he didn't know was that the Yu family didn't know his background and didn't want to offend him. If they could kill Yang Kai quietly, they would be able to do so. How could the Luff family be so generous? But the key point was that the battle between Yang Kai and Lu Yu took place in Fragrant City, and so many people were watching it. For the time being, they did not dare to offend him, and could only swallow their anger. Although a bottle of profound level pills was expensive, it was still not enough. But the Yu family could afford it. Hearing his words, Yunli smiled and continued, "There is one more thing I need to report to young master." "What is it?" "There are many young masters and young ladies from the great forces in the city who want to invite young master to their residence. I'm afraid they want to make friends with young master. Yang Kai's origin was too mysterious, and it was difficult not to attract the attention of others. These days, the great forces of Fragrant City had been inquiring about Yang Kai's background, but after inquiring about it, not to mention his origin, even his name was not clear. So they wanted to invite Yang Kai. They wanted to use this opportunity to spy on him. If his background was really not small, they naturally wanted to make friends with him. If he didn't have a background, there was no harm. With such a promising young man, any force would be willing to extend an olive branch. Not going, Yang Kai frowned. I have nothing to say to them. Seeing him refuse so decisively, the beautiful woman was startled for a moment before she smiled. That's fine. I'm going to cultivate. After saying this to her, Yang Kai directly rushed up to the second floor. Watching his back disappear, the beautiful woman Yun Li wore a strange expression and shook her head with a wry smile. She had never seen someone so obsessed with cultivation. From the looks of it, his strength was not without reason. The next few days, Yang Kai continued to pry into the mysteries of the true alchemic way, but his progress was very slow. He didn't know when he would be able to see the whole picture. However, Yang Kai didn't care. He only wanted to use the true alchemic way to cultivate his spiritual energy. Obtaining the knowledge contained within the true alchemic way was only secondary. After consuming a bottle of pills to restore his spiritual energy, Yang Kai's spiritual energy grew significantly. Not only did it become more resilient, but the range it could cover was also much larger than before. The consumption of pills was very fast because the quality of these pills was not high. If the quality was not high, the medicinal efficacy would not be ideal. If Yang Kai wanted to quickly restore his spiritual energy, he could only make up for it with quantity. Only the last bottle of mysterious grade pills sent by the Lu family lasted less than 2 days before it was completely consumed. No one had ever dared to cultivate their spiritual energy like Yang Kai, recklessly exhausting his spiritual energy and then crazily consuming pills to supplement it. If it were anyone else, they would have long since suffered a serious injury. If their spiritual energy wasn't in chaos, they would have become an idiot. How could they survive? But under the effect of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about such things. 10 days later, after consuming all the pills, Yang Kai felt that his spiritual energy had grown a lot. He tried to destroy the soul-seeking seal that Shanqing Luo had left in his body, but unfortunately, he was still unable to shake it. Instead, he provoked the divine sense that the dragon lady had left in the soul-seeking seal, causing her to gasp and hallucinate, causing Yang Kai to become enraged. Sooner or later, he would strip her naked, hang her up, and give her a good beating. Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart. With a light knock, a knock came from outside. "Come in," Yang Kai shouted. The door was pushed open, and by Luo, wearing a fiery red dress, her face enchanting and hot, giggling as she walked in. It was obvious that she had deliberately dressed up, and the choice of clothes she had chosen to imitate Shanqing Luo's style, giving her a hint of charm. Yang Kai was slightly startled. "How come it's you?" Since returning to the palace that day, Bai Luo had not appeared in front of Yang Kai, but from time to time, Yunli would put in a few good words for her, asking Yang Kai not to pursue the previous matter. Yang Kai had never imagined that today she would take the initiative to come looking for him. However, the current Bai Luo was no longer as arrogant and overbearing as before. When facing Yang Kai, she couldn't help feeling a bit nervous and depressed. "I came to see you," Bai Luo said softly, showing a rare tenderness as she timidly stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. "If you still care about that matter, you don't need to worry. I won't trouble you." "You're not angry?" Bai Luo looked at him in surprise. "As long as you don't scheme against me again. And I promise I won't do that again. That day was just an accident." Bai Luo smiled tenderly, running over to Yang Kai and whispering, "If Master asks about what happened that day," my hands were itchy, so I exchanged some pointers with Liu. Yang Kai naturally knew how to answer. Bai Luo giggled, her slender white palms patting her breasts as she took a deep breath. She had completely put down the big stone in her heart. Sincerely, she said, "You're really a good person. I was wrong about you before." Just as she finished praising him, she found that Yang Kai was staring at her breasts, hurriedly blocking his gaze. She blushed and said, "Hey, Don't look at them like that. Saying so, seemingly thinking of something, Bai Luo let go of her arms and deliberately puffed out her towering breasts, indifferently saying, Look, look, I'll apologize to you. In any case, I won't lose anything. Her acting so carefree was a bit too much for Yang Kai to bear. Giggling, Bai Luo directly jumped onto the bed and came to stand behind Yang Kai. Half kneeling, she then stretched out her hands, straightened Yang Kai's head, and gently massaged it with her 10 fingers. Why are you? Yang Kai was surprised. Every day at this time. Isn't it elder sister Yun Li who comes to help you relieve your fatigue? Today, I took on this task and originally wanted to apologize to you, but I didn't expect you to be so accommodating. This young lady rarely serves you, so I'll be grateful and enjoy it. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling stunned, only now realizing that Bai Luo really felt guilty about what had happened that day. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to please him like this. Since that day when Yunli helped Yang Kai massage, Yang Kai had become addicted to this and wanted to do it with her every day. Cultivating one's divine sense brought about exhaustion. Every time, it would be dispersed by those slender fingers, making one feel as if they were floating in the clouds. It was a comfortable feeling. Bai Luo must have inquired about this from the very beginning. Her technique wasn't as good as Yunli's, but it was still quite diligent. After a long time, Bai Luo suddenly asked, Is it very comfortable? It's all right. Yang Kai said, honestly, only all right. Bai Luo was quite shocked. How do I compare to elder sister Yunli? Not as good as her. Humph. Bai Luo snorted, her face filled with unwillingness, rolling her eyes as she grinned wickedly. Suddenly, a soft moan sounded in Yang Kai's ear, one that seemed to carry an endless charm and temptation. Immediately, from all directions, a burst of erotic moans rang out. Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a series of enchanting young women wearing revealing clothing, their robes half undone, their jade-like bodies wrapped around him like water snakes. In an instant, Yang Kai's breathing became heavy and his entire body began to burn with lust. Realizing that something was wrong, Yang Kai quickly circulated his joyous unification art, causing Bai Luo, who was behind him, to let out a soft groan and suddenly collapse, her beautiful eyes blurring. The yin-yang joyous unification art seemed to be able to break through all kinds of seductive techniques. Last time, when Yang Kai had been affected by Shanqing Luo's aura, he had used the joyous unification art to escape from the illusion. This time, it really did dispel the illusion. What are you doing? Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Bai Luo's cheeks were flushed red and her beautiful eyes were watery. Obviously, she had suffered a backlash from using her beguiling technique. Fortunately, she had only just begun using her beguiling technique and didn't have any hostility towards Yang Kai, so the backlash was very slight, only affecting her state of mind and not injuring her. Making you feel good. Bai Luo gasped for breath, her whole body feeling weak and powerless as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. But what did you do? Why did I suffer a backlash? You cultivate a beguiling technique? Yang Kai stared at her dumbfoundedly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was quite surprised that her secret art was actually the same as Shanqing Luo's. And Bai Luo responded softly, her enchanting appearance and moans teasing Yang Kai's mind. This was a far more effective form of seduction than her beguiling technique. Yang Kai grinned wickedly. You're finished. I just told you not to scheme against me, yet you're doing this again. It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Chapter 3:23. Grinning, Yang Kai directly pushed Bai Luo under his body, his pair of big hands unscrupulously covering her pair of plump breasts. Feeling a scorching heat and amazing elasticity, Yang Kai's whole body instantly ignited, feeling his blood boil and his lower abdomen heat up. Speaking of which, It had been a long, long time since the last time he had dual cultivated with Su Yan. During this time, he had experienced a variety of temptations, and although he had always been able to hold himself back at the last moment, over the years, a small spark had been buried deep within him. Now, Bai Luo, using her beguiling technique on Yang Kai, had undoubtedly ignited this spark. "Hey, what are you doing?" Bai Luo was shocked and quickly tried to push Yang Kai away, but after suffering the backlash of using her beguiling technique just now, she had no strength at all. Now that Yang Kai was needing her, her tender body became even more limp. So how could she possibly push him away? Feeling a burning hot aura, Bai Luo's heart trembled, and her mind was almost swallowed up by this hot aura. With a tearing sound, Bai Luo's clothes were torn apart, and she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine as her red robes were torn apart, exposing more than half of her snow-white skin to the air. "You bastard!" Bai Luo ground her teeth and cursed, her eyes filled with both fear and confusion, clenching her hands into fists and pounding Yang Kai's shoulders. Oh! While she was pounding Bai Luo's chest, she suddenly felt a numbing sensation, as if an electric current was flowing through her body, causing Bai Luo's mouth to emit a strange sound. This caused her to feel even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and saw the hateful man kissing the red mark on her chest. That pair of big hands was also very dishonest, rubbing back and forth between her waist, back, cleavage, and buttocks. Every time they rubbed, it would bring a wave of dizzying impact. "Don't," Bai Luo whispered softly, but the strength in her hands gradually weakened. It seemed that she was no longer willing to push this man away, and gradually her whole body tensed up. He placed a finger in his mouth and sucked on it. A humming sound came from his mouth, and he no longer resisted. On the contrary, her face was full of enjoyment and pleasure. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and her snow-white skin was dripping with fragrant sweat. There was a faint layer of red light on it. She couldn't help but cooperate with Yang Kai, looking forward to more pleasure. Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Kai had only wanted to teach Bai Luo a lesson, although teaching a woman such a lesson was a bit excessive. It didn't matter who he was dealing with. Since Bai Luo cultivated a beguiling technique, naturally, she wasn't unfamiliar with the matters between men and women. This was a lesson she would never forget. Only then would she stop scheming against him in the future. Unexpectedly, this enchanting girl didn't resist for long. Not only did she compromise, but she was also quite cooperative. This was undoubtedly a piece of heartening news. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. As he tumbled, his clothes fell off. Just as he was about to take action, Bai Luo suddenly sobered up and hurriedly stopped Yang Kai, a look of panic filling her face as she said, "No, you can't do this. You're kidding." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking. After reaching this point, was he really going to hold back? "If you really can't bear it, I'll call elder sister Yun Li over. If you really can't, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing are also fine. They were all sent by Master to serve you. No matter what you do to them, they won't resist." Bai Luo said eagerly, a pleading look on her face. "How about it? I'll call all three of them in. No need to trouble yourself, it's you." Bai Luo's expression became sullen as she quietly glanced towards Yang Kai's proud dragon head and couldn't help crying out in alarm, seemingly having been greatly frightened. Suddenly, her face filled with shyness. Avoiding Kai Yang's burning gaze, she mustered up her courage and whispered, "Do you want to try something else?" "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. That's... Bai Luo grit her teeth and whispered softly, "That's what?" Yang Kai asked in confusion. Bai Luo was speechless and quickly pulled Yang Kai's ear, pulling his head down and whispering a few words into his ear, her white cheeks becoming more and more alluring as her beautiful eyes blurred. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly reacting, causing Bai Luo to be completely stunned, asking in shock, "Is that really possible?" And Bai Luo nodded gently. "How do you know?" Yang Kai was shocked, suddenly feeling as if in front of Bai Luo, he was as pure as a piece of white paper. I cultivate a seductive technique. All of this was taught to me by master. What Yang Kai didn't know was that because Bai Luo cultivated a seductive technique, Shanqing Luo had specially assigned 2 young girls to assist her. It was precisely because she had spent so much time with these 2 young girls that Bai Luo had developed this special hobby. Then do you want to? Bai Luo saw Yang Kai standing there in a daze and couldn't help crying out, covering her face as she asked. Although she was usually carefree, in the end, she was still a young girl, so at this time, she couldn't help blushing. Yes, Yang Kai said with great interest. First of all, don't ruin my body. The rest is up to you. Bai Luo blushed as she added, flipping over and pressing Yang Kai under her body, smiling charmingly as she licked her lips and lowered her head. A hearty roar, followed by a burst of nasal moans, instantly rang out. Outside Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, the beautiful woman Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing were sweeping the fallen leaves when the sound of light footsteps approached them. Yun Li raised her head, only to see 2 unfamiliar women appear in front of her. There were very few strangers in the palace, so Yun Li had never seen these 2 before, but after a little thought she knew who they were. They should be the 2 girls her master had brought back a few days ago, one named Qiu Yimeng and the other named Luo Xiaoman. They had been placed under house arrest in Yingxiang Pavilion after sealing their Yuan Qi. Probably because of their good performance, they had been allowed to walk around the palace for the past few days. They should be related to the Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion's young lord, who was obsessed with cultivation. Thinking of this, Yunli greeted them with a smile on her face and said, "You 2 are Miss Qiu and Miss Luo, right?" Qiu Yimeng looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, a trace of surprise flashing across her eyes. She hadn't expected that any of the women in Shan Qingluo's palace would be so beautiful. Nodding, she asked, "And how should I address elder sister?" Yunli chuckled. "Young Lady Qiu is too polite. Just call me Yunli." The beautiful woman naturally knew that Qiu Yimeng's identity was extraordinary. Although she was now just a prisoner, she was still of noble birth. So how could she really call her elder sister and take advantage of her? Qiu Yimeng smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Yunli smiled and said, "Are you 2 here to see young Master Yang?" I heard from the people in the palace that he lives here, so I came all the way here to discuss something with him. I don't know if it's convenient for him right now. Right now. Yun Li glanced back at the 2nd floor of Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion and chuckled. It should be fine. Young Master Yang takes a break around this time every day. Rest? Qiu Yimeng was surprised. Is he usually very busy? And since young Master Yang arrived here, he has been cultivating all the time. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling bitterly. Although she and Luo Xiaoman were both diligent in their cultivation, they didn't spend all their time cultivating. Now that they heard that Yang Kai hadn't relaxed even after arriving here, they couldn't help admiring his perseverance. "Come with me. Since you are young Master Yang's old friends, he should be willing to meet you." Yunli chuckled, putting down the broom in her hand and saying a few words to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing before leading Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman inside. Looking around at the surrounding environment, Qiu Yimeng's expression became even more bitter while Luo Xiaoman angrily whispered in Qiu Yimeng's ear, "That smelly brat's living environment is so good. There are so many flowers and plants here, and the view is quite broad. On the contrary, the fragrance pavilion where the 2 of them lived, although it had the word fragrant in its name, didn't even have a single flower or plant. Its location was also quite remote and gloomy, almost like a prison cell. Compared to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion in front of them, it was on a completely different level. He even has a single loft and 3 maids to serve him." The more Luo Xiaoman spoke, the angrier she became. She and Qiu Yimeng were both under house arrest, so how could Yang Kai be treated so well? In terms of status, the two of them were much higher than him. Wow, there's even a bath. After entering tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Luo Xiaoman became more and more restless, staring at the huge bath enviously, pitifully saying, "Elder Sister Chiu, I really want to take a bath here. After coming here, I haven't had a chance to take a bath. I'm itching to death." Hearing her say this, even Xiu Yimeng felt uncomfortable and couldn't help calling out softly, "Xiaoman, smelly brat." Luo Xiaoman muttered discontentedly. Yunli, who was leading the way, suddenly turned around and smiled. "Young Master Yang is actually a good person. I'm afraid the two of you have some kind of misunderstanding about him. I'll talk to him later. He should allow you to take a bath here." "I don't want to. What if he's too lecherous?" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed. Yun Li smiled and said, "That won't happen. Young Master Yang isn't interested in women." Saying so, her face blushed slightly. "Me, Wu Yu, and Ruo Qing were sent by Master to serve Young Master, but after so many days, Young Master has been very polite to us and has never crossed the line, although he could have done so, so you don't have to worry. Is he really that good?" Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, as if she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be so indifferent in the face of such beauty, instead spending all his time cultivating. This young man really did have some skill. At the very least, his perseverance and aptitude were quite good. If she could win him over to the Chiu family and provide him with cultivation resources, he would likely have great achievements in the future. Thinking about this, Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly. She didn't know when she would regain her freedom, so it was undoubtedly too early to think about such things. However, if she could really regain her freedom, she would strive to win him over to the Chiu family. Such a young man was rare. Qiu Yimeng secretly made up her mind. As the group chatted, they soon arrived at the second floor. Yun Li whispered, "Young Master Yang is inside. Please wait a moment while I inform him." "Thank you for your trouble." Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Chapter 324. Yun Li smiled faintly and stepped forward, reaching out her jade white hand. But just as she was about to knock on the door, there was a sudden movement inside. This movement was strange, and the sound was not soft either. It seemed like a man was roaring and a woman was sobbing. However, the man's voice was clear, and the woman's voice was not clear, as if her mouth was blocked by something. When the sound reached the ears of the three women outside, all of them were stunned. But soon, the beautiful woman Yun Li's white neck turned pink, her raised hand trembled slightly, and her eyes became misty. She withdrew her hand, as if she had been electrocuted. Biting her red lips, she stood there, not knowing what to do. Qiu Yimeng also froze for a moment, but immediately seemed to remember something, her face suddenly turning red as she ground her teeth and cursed, "Bastard!" Luo Xiaoman blinked her big eyes and listened carefully, her beautiful brow wrinkling slightly as she asked, "Elder Sister Chiu, what's that sound?" And Qiu Yimeng was caught off guard by this question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Inside, there's probably someone cultivating. Casually speaking, Qiu Yimeng blushed and couldn't continue. Luo Xiaoman looked at her suspiciously, then turned to Yun Li and whispered, "Cultivating? Why does it feel like we're in a fight? Why are you blushing?" "Nothing." Qiu Yimeng lied through her teeth, feeling her face burn like it was on fire. At that moment, the movement inside suddenly became louder and more violent. The man's roar and the woman's muffled groan mixed together, converging into a violent shockwave that reached the ears of the three women. This sound seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing their legs to soften and their delicate bodies to flush red. "Ah!" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her face filled with shock. "Elder Sister Chiu, did that bastard man..." "What?" Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, her heart a mess. Did he kill the woman inside? Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she softly pleaded, Elder Sister Chiu, let's go. I feel so uncomfortable. What's wrong? Chiu Yimeng was startled and quickly asked. Luo Xiaoman hesitated for a moment before whispering, I need to go to the bathroom. Let's go. Chiu Yimeng's face was so red it was almost bleeding. He also felt that this was not a good place to stay. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Yun Li and leave, the door in front of him suddenly opened. Immediately after, an enchanting young woman appeared in front of the three of them. They all looked at each other with extremely red faces. The enchanting girl's hair was messy, and her clothes were untidy. It was almost Snow White, but there was a dark red halo on it. It was holding a few pieces of clothing in its hands, and it had a panicked expression on its face. Looking down her tender white body, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman clearly saw 5 finger marks all over her body, especially on the 2 white bunnies on her chest. The deep 5 finger marks were clearly visible, as if they had been branded into her body, a shocking sight to behold. Between her slender and fair legs, a sparkling and translucent thread slid down her thighs. At the corner of her mouth, there was a trace of milky, white liquid. Bai Luo was taken aback and stared blankly at the 3 women in front of her, grit her teeth, blushed, and rushed past them, disappearing in the blink of an eye, although she wasn't dressed properly. But since all the people in the palace were women, she didn't have anything to hide. On the other hand, in front of Yang Kai, she didn't want to stay a moment longer. After Bai Luo left, the 3 women were still immersed in a strange silence. After a while, Luo Xiaoman suddenly recovered and asked softly, Elder Sister Chiu, what did that girl eat? Chiu Yimeng's face was also filled with confusion as she slowly shook her head. What did she eat? Why didn't she wipe it clean? Yun Li slowly turned around, her voice trembling slightly, not daring to look at Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, simply asking 2 young ladies, do you still want to see young Master Yang? Chiu Yimeng took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Since they had already come here, they couldn't just turn around and go back. Yun Li nodded before standing at the door and calling out, Young Master, young Lady Chiu and young Lady Luo have come. They want to see you. Come in. Yun Li stared blankly for a moment before turning to Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman and saying, 2 young ladies, please. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both straightened their faces and stepped inside. After they entered the room, Yun Li ran downstairs as if she was fleeing. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat boldly in an armchair inlaid with gold and jade, his robes neat and tidy, smiling as he looked at the 2 girls who walked in. Meeting his eyes, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help recalling the scene just now, her pretty face blushing slightly as she quickly averted her gaze. Luo Xiaoman followed behind, Chiu Yimeng timidly gritting her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't care and just stared at them, being stared at by this unscrupulous gaze. Chiu Yimeng actually forgot what she had come here to do and stood there dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, the sound of footsteps came from downstairs again, and a moment later, Bai Luo returned in her fiery red robes. At this moment, she had already put on her robes, and although her cheeks were still flushed, she no longer had the previous embarrassment and had instead regained her usual enchanting appearance. Without any scruples about Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman inside the room, Bai Luo shouted to Yang Kai, Hey, you bastard! I'm warning you. I just wanted to experience what it's like to be a man. I didn't want to have anything to do with you. Today's matter, you don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. So don't bother this young lady in the future. Do you understand? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before nodding with a wry smile. Understood? Bai Luo waved her small fists angrily and declared, If you dare to harass me, this young lady will teach you a lesson. Humph! Seeing Bai Luo so disdainful of Yang Kai, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling a sense of mutual hatred, smiling towards her, seemingly hoping that Bai Luo would scold Yang Kai a few more times to vent her anger. However, Bai Luo only said a few words before turning around and leaving. Elder sister, Luo Xiaoman couldn't stand it anymore and quickly called out, "What's wrong?" Bai Luo looked at Luo Xiaoman with a smile. Bai Luo Xiaoman's eyes wandered between her two huge peaks. "You didn't wipe your mouth clean after eating. There's still—" Luo Xiaoman reminded her with a smile, reaching out and touching the corner of her mouth. Bai Luo was stunned, reaching out and wiping her mouth, discovering that it really was the case. Glaring at Yang Kai bitterly, she then turned to Luo Xiaoman and said, "Thank you, I'll find you another day to play." And Luo Xiaoman responded happily. Unexpectedly, the women in this palace are quite easy to talk to, Qiu Yimeng observed from the side. She felt like something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, so she frowned and thought hard. However, nothing came to mind. Bai Luo left like a whirlwind. After being interrupted by Bai Luo, Qiu Yimeng's mood stabilized, and she smiled towards Yang Kai. "I didn't see it. You seem to be living quite comfortably here. The environment is so good, and there are so many beautiful women to serve you. I'm sure you're enjoying yourself quite a bit, right?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stared at Qiu Yimeng, raising his brow. "First, young lady Qiu didn't come to find me today to envy my life, right? If you have something to say, don't beat around the bush, just say it directly. I don't like women playing games in front of me." Qiu Yimeng was stunned for a moment before nodding with a smile. "Let's get straight to the point. It's like this. I want you to help the two of us leave here." Sure enough, Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he said lightly, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who would do such a thing?" Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. "At the very least, your strength isn't sealed. If you don't try, how will you know?" Sighing faintly, she said, "You're different from me and Xiaoman, and I have our Yuan Qi sealed, so we can't fight. Are you willing to stay here for the rest of your life?" Saying so, Qiu Yimeng smiled. "And you don't have to worry about food and clothing here. You have the beguiling demon queen as your backer. You don't have to worry about cultivation resources. And you have beautiful women to serve you. I'm afraid no man would be willing to leave here. Don't try to provoke me." Yang Kai sneered. "Do you think it'll work?" Qiu Yimeng frowned. Perceiving Yang Kai's stubbornness, she smiled bitterly. "Fine, I'll be frank. Tell me your conditions. What do you want me to do in order to help me and Xiaoman leave?" "Why do you think I can let you leave?" Yang Kai frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. This woman was too self-righteous. "Because your relationship with the beguiling demon queen is not ordinary. As long as you're willing to put in a few good words in front of her, Xiaoman and I aren't of much value to her. So what use is there for her to detain us here? My Qiu family and Purple Fern Valley can use materials to make up for her losses." Ooh, seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Qiu Yimeng hurriedly said, "You just need to pass on a message. Xiaoman and I really can't see her. Otherwise we wouldn't have come to ask you for help." "I can't see her either." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "How is that possible? She was so good to you before." Qiu Yimeng said with a look of distrust, "Whether you believe me or not is up to you. I'm not afraid to tell you Shanqing Luo is not in Fragrant City right now. She seems to have gone to the Thunderbolt Beast King's territory with some of the city's masters." Yang Kai knew this news because when he was fighting with Lu Yu that day, he had inadvertently overheard some of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters talking about it. Although he had fought with Lu Yu that day, Yang Kai was still able to keep his eyes and ears open. "Ah," Qiu Yimeng exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement and eagerness as she hurriedly asked, "Since she's not here, why don't you leave? Do you really want to stay here for the rest of your life?" "Where can I go?" Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his eyes filled with disgust and disgust. "Go Chiu Yimeng was suddenly at a loss for words. That's right, where could he go? High Heaven Pavilion was probably empty right now. His sect elders, fellow brother, sister, senior sister, all of them were gone. So, where could he go? It seemed he had nowhere to go. Yang Kai's words immediately made Chiu Yimeng realize his dilemma. What's more, what Chiu Yimeng didn't know was that Yang Kai still had Shan Qing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body. With this thing, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the earth, Shan Qing Luo would still be able to find him. So it was better to save his energy and stay here. Chapter 3:25. Do you want to come back to the Chiu family with me? Chiu Yimeng suddenly proposed, seriously, her eyes filled with sincerity. This was definitely an opportunity. Chiu Yimeng could also see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo was one of superficial unity, so if she could offer him effective conditions at this time, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for the Chiu family to win him over. This time's imprisonment would also be worth it. Chiu Yimeng was a decisive woman and naturally knew what to do at this time. Young Lady Chiu, are you joking? Yang Kai looked at her indifferently and sneered. I'm serious. Chiu Yimeng brushed her hair behind her ear. I can provide you with better treatment than here. You can have anything you want, cultivation resources, beautiful women to serve you. I have everything. Elder Sister Chiu, Luo Xiaoman whispered. She hadn't expected Chiu Yimeng to offer such generous conditions in order to win over Yang Kai. The Chiu family was one of the 8 great families of the central capital. Its influence was huge, and its capital was strong. Many people in the world wanted to drill into it, but the Chiu family's eyes were also high. Ning Ke didn't want to rot, so they only accepted foreign elites or masters. But even if they wanted to win over a few Immortal Ascension boundary masters, they didn't need to pay such a big price, right? Was this guy really so valuable? However, although Luo Xiaoman's mind wasn't as sharp as Chiu Yimeng's, she had been with Chiu Yimeng for a long time and knew she had a good eye for people. Since she dared to say so, this man in front of her might really be worth winning over. Thinking so, Luo Xiaoman no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, even looking at him with a serious expression. What do you think? I'm very serious about this matter. Chiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai solemnly and continued to ask. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. He hadn't expected that this woman not only had great aptitude and strength, but also had a very decisive temperament. Based on her performance during this time, if this woman didn't die young, she would definitely become a great character in the future. Even if I told you before, if you want to marry a woman from my Chiu family, I can make the decision to agree. I happen to have a cousin who is quite beautiful. You can even take her as a concubine. Yang Kai looked at her playfully. Women can't tempt me. Chiu Yimeng giggled, her beautiful eyes watery. Then just now, that was just an accident. Kai Yang replied calmly, without the slightest bit of embarrassment. So, do you agree or not? Chiu Yimeng saw that Yang Kai was completely airtight and couldn't help feeling annoyed. If it were any other young man, he would have long prostrated himself on the ground and submitted to such conditions, but he had an indifferent expression on his face. She didn't even seem to be tempted. What appetite was this bastard's? No, I'm living quite well right now. Kai Yang didn't want to waste any more words with her, so he simply refused. Chiu Yimeng was startled for a moment before suddenly smiling. You should think about it. You family, if you families. She knew that she couldn't force this kind of man. She had to give him the freedom to choose. Otherwise, not only would he fail, but it would also ruin things. In her heart, she was secretly annoyed with herself for being so eager. But seeing him act so carefree, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a little angry. So she asked anxiously, let's talk about another matter. Can you help me and Xiao Man pass a message to the beguiling demon queen? Let's talk about it after I see her. Yang Kai frowned and shrugged. As you can see, I'm also a prisoner now. However, my treatment is much better than yours. An Chiu Yimeng smiled. In any case, I must thank you. If I can survive this disaster, after I return to the Chiu family, I will definitely restore High Heaven Pavilion's reputation. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, staring at her for a long time, before he nodded slightly. Chiu Yimeng's words. Finally, she had won some goodwill from Yang Kai. Make yourself at home, Yang Kai said before closing his eyes and meditating. Chiu Yimeng watched for a while and found that this young man was really cultivating in front of her and Luo Xiaoman. She couldn't help smiling, knowing that he was sending them off. Not wanting to stay any longer, she pulled Luo Xiaoman and said, "Let's go." Oh, right. He hadn't left yet. Before they left, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "If you want to take a bath, let Yunli rule you, and Ruo Qing prepare some warm water. The bath is on the first floor. I won't be leaving this room for a while." Chiu Meng's face reddened. Realizing that the words she and Luo Xiaoman had said before they went upstairs had been heard by him. "Thank you. I hope we won't be enemies in the future." Staring deeply at Yang Kai, Chiu Yimeng said in a low voice. Going down to the first floor, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help asking softly, "Elder Sister Chiu, do you really think so highly of that guy?" Chiu Yimeng's expression became dignified as she pondered for a moment before nodding. "And of all the people I've fought, he is the most powerful. Moreover, after not seeing him for half a month, he seems to have become a lot stronger. Although his cultivation is lower than mine, in front of him, I always feel an invisible pressure. That may be because our Yuan Qi has been sealed. If we really restore our strength, we won't necessarily be afraid of him." "No." Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. "I believe in my intuition. I'm afraid even the Lu family's Lu Qin Yao is no match for him. Even the first young lords of the 8 great families can't compare to him?" Luo Xiaoman's eyes filled with surprise. "It's the 7 great families. The Yang family's young lords are all outside, so they don't count." Chiu Yimeng smiled wryly. Thinking about the way the Yang family cultivated their direct descendants, she couldn't help feeling a bit disdainful. Thinking about it, she suddenly became vigilant. Yang Kai's surname was also Yang. Could it be it shouldn't be? Although she didn't recognize any of the Yang family's young lords, they couldn't possibly be his age. Only the youngest young lord of the Yang family was similar in age to Yang Kai, but it was said that this young lord was congenitally deficient and unsuitable for cultivation. However, this person's ruthlessness and domineering attitude was exactly the same as the Yang family's. Fortunately, this person doesn't have any background. If his background was big... Chiu Yimeng smiled wryly and shook her head. When she was in the central capital, she had always been arrogant, and few of the young lords could enter her eyes. But now that she had come out for a stroll, she had encountered such a character. While talking, Chiu Yimeng went outside to find Yun Li and asked her to prepare some hot water for her, then went to the bathtub on the first floor to take a bath. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai really had been cultivating on the second floor and hadn't come out. Since that day, after venting all of his accumulated frustrations on Bai Luo's cherry lips, Yang Kai's temperament had become completely indifferent. On the road of cultivation, there was a balance between relaxation and relaxation. That moment of relaxation seemed to have completely eliminated all of Yang Kai's exhaustion over the past year, and his whole person seemed to have been refreshed from the inside out. Yang Kai faintly felt that his state of mind had improved somewhat. With the improvement of his state of mind and the relaxation of his body and mind, Yang Kai's cultivation speed had also become much faster. Although he didn't have any pills to supplement his spiritual energy, Yang Kai still didn't stop comprehending the true alchemic way. Each time he did so, Yang Kai would exhaust his spiritual energy and wait for a few hours allowing his soul to slowly recover. During this time, he would circulate his true Yang secret art, not relaxing for even a moment. During this time, the unyielding golden skeleton and incense burner finally played a role. These two things had been sealed away for a long time, and Yang Kai hadn't used them in a long time. However, as long as there was an opportunity, Yang Kai would remember to use them. 3 days later, Shanqing Luo returned to Fragrance City. The first thing he did was to go to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. After not seeing her for a few days, this dragon lady seemed to have become more enchanting and charming, her whole body constantly exuding a seductive charm. Her delicate body was like a weak willow branch swaying in the wind, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow, but in fact, it contained a great deal of strength. This was one of the world's top masters. No one could underestimate her. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Yang Kai and smiled. "Little bastard, you've been quite obedient these past few days." Yang Kai put on a cold smile and coldly snorted, "I know my place." "Good, don't be angry," Shanqing Luo said in a soft and charming voice. "Didn't I leave a few women to serve you? How come I heard Yunli say you haven't eaten any of them? I didn't think you'd be so serious." Shanqing Luo looked at him strangely, and Yang Kai felt a bit guilty. Shanqing Luo giggled and leaned forward, whispering softly, "By Luo's skills aren't bad." "Not bad." Yang Kai blushed and quickly changed the subject. "Dragon Lady, why did you leave me here?" "I didn't want to do anything." Shanqing Luo's tender body twirled, and in a flash of light, she sat down on the fragrant bed and smiled towards Yang Kai. "Are you bored staying here? What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Shanqing Luo asked, "Then why don't you go out for a walk?" "Where can I go?" "You can go wherever you want. No one is stopping you." Kai Yang stared at her for a moment, then suddenly reacted, looking at her in surprise. "You mean I can leave here?" "Of course. When did I say you can't leave here?" "He, you woman." Yang Kai's stomach was filled with annoyance. "Good, don't be angry." Shanqing Luo's expression became serious as she said, "I came back this time to tell you that you can leave this place. If you want a man, you can't just lock him up. This is something I understand. And you can keep my body here, but you can't keep my heart." Yang Kai nodded, eagerly suggesting, "Then the soul-chasing seal. Keep it for now. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you." Shanqing Luo pursed her red lips, her expression somewhat sad. "Good." Yang Kai didn't force her. Although Shanqing Luo said he could leave, Yang Kai didn't feel too happy, at least not as excited as he had imagined. Probably because he knew that this dragon lady didn't have the slightest malicious intent towards him. So although she had trapped him here these past few days, he didn't feel much resentment. Moreover, by borrowing her name, Yang Kai had also obtained a lot of benefits, so he didn't suffer any losses. If he hadn't entered Shanqing Luo's knowledge sea and seen a lot of her inner thoughts, Yang Kai would have already shed all pretense of cordiality with her. Chapter 326. Right. How are you going to deal with Qiu Yimeng? Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Luo Xiaoman doesn't matter. Although Purple Fern Valley's influence isn't small compared to yours, Qiu Yimeng is a member of the Qiu family. I know how to deal with them." Shanqing Luo chuckled, "But I can't let them go yet. I'm going to take them to the battlefield tomorrow." "Battlefield?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "And the world's great forces are besieging the ash-gray cloud evil land and have been fighting for a long time now." Shanqing Luo smiled at Yang Kai. "Why are you taking them to the battlefield?" "Naturally, I have my own purpose. Do you want to come with me?" "No need." Yang Kai stretched his body and chuckled. "It's rare for me to be free. I won't follow you and continue to be manipulated by you. You're really cruel. A fickle man. I've always treated you with such sincerity." Shanqing Luo glared at him with resentment. "Enough." Wrinkling his brow, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked, "Right? I have something to ask you. What kind of place is the evil cavern? Shan Qing Luo stared at him in surprise. Where did you hear that? When I was fighting with Lu Yu that day, I heard someone mention it. They said that the martial skill Lu Yu used was something he learned from the evil cavern. Shan Qing Luo nodded lightly, not asking about the grievances between Yang Kai and Lu Yu. With her shrewdness, how could she not guess that Bai Luo had played a role in this? She simply said, the evil cavern is a very strange place, filled with evil qi. It can be considered a dangerous place. Lu Yu's demonic purple qi body is also a good martial skill, but he can't fully display it. So the power he can display is greatly reduced. Why, do you want to go and see it? That's a bit of an idea. Yang Kai didn't deny it. That day when he was refining the demonic purple qi, his unyielding golden skeleton had faintly stirred, which made Yang Kai very curious. He didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden within the evil cavern. If possible, he might be able to pry into the secrets of the unyielding golden skeleton. Right now, the world was in chaos, and smoke was everywhere. Yang Kai admitted that his strength was too low, so he couldn't get involved. He might as well find a place to train himself and make plans after he grew up. Go there. Shan Qing Luo furrowed her beautiful brows. She was a little worried, but she quickly relaxed. That's fine. You seem to be cultivating an evil technique. You might really gain something if you go there. However, the evil cavern was located in the profound Een Ghost King's territory. That place isn't as safe as Fragrant City. There may be enemies everywhere. If that's the case, I'll have Bai Luo send you there tomorrow. She knows the way, so you don't have to find it yourself. All right. The next day, at dawn, Bai Luo ran over. Since that passionate day, this enchanting girl had not appeared in front of Yang Kai again. Now that she saw him again, she couldn't help blushing slightly, but she still glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Curling her lips, she said, Master asked me to take you to the evil cavern. You bastard. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't go there. If you just said so, this young lady could have dealt with you. Yet you still made me go there. It's really annoying. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. And, do you have anything you want to pack? If not, we can set off now. That place isn't close to Fragrant City. It'll take a few days to get there and back. No, let's go. The two of them left the palace. Coincidentally, they met Shan Qing Luo, Qiu Yip Meng, and Luo Xiaoman outside. It seemed like they were waiting for Yang Kai to come out. The three of them glanced at each other, Qiu Yip Meng and Luo Xiaoman both wearing miserable expressions, seemingly hoping that Yang Kai would say a few more words to resolve their current predicament. Frowning, Yang Kai turned a blind eye. Since Shan Qing Luo didn't intend to take their lives, she must have other plans, so there was no point in trying to persuade her. I'll take you along the way for a while. Then we'll part ways half a day later to help you save some strength. Shan Qing Luo chuckled, waving her hand, and a soft qi wrapped everyone up before flying directly out of Fragrant City. This simple action caused Yang Kai's brow to twitch. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's hearts also sank, knowing that escaping from the hands of the beguiling demon queen was nothing more than a pipe dream. The group moved extremely quickly, crossing a few thousand meters in the blink of an eye. As they flew, Shan Qing Luo whispered to Yang Kai, "The evil cavern is in the territory of the profound Een Ghost King, and with my evil king's token, no one should dare to provoke you, but you and Bai Luo shouldn't cause any trouble when you arrive there. The people there aren't as easy to deal with as they are in Fragrant City. Bai Luo will take you to that place and then come back." Yang Kai nodded slightly. There are many evil spirits inside the evil cavern, and although there are many people who obtain benefits from it every year, many more die inside. Don't go too deep. The deeper you go, the stronger the evil spirits will become. You won't be able to deal with them. What are evil spirits? Yang Kai frowned and asked, Evil spirits are the demonic chi and demonic chi inside the evil cavern. They are very difficult to deal with. They don't have sentience, but they are very aggressive. As long as it's a living thing, they will attack. In addition to comprehending martial skills, what other benefits are there? Yang Kai asked. It was rare for Shan Qing Luo to know so much about the evil cavern, so naturally he had to inquire about it first. In addition to comprehending martial skills, there is also the ability to increase one's strength. After those evil spirits are defeated, they will leave behind an evil spirit essence, which is a mass of energy. If one can absorb and refine it, they can increase one's strength. Therefore, there are many people who enter the evil cavern at all times in the hopes of becoming stronger. Not only are there cultivators from the ash-gray cloud evil land, but there are also people from the outside who disguise themselves and sneak in. There are all kinds of people. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. However, there are also some evil spirit essences that contain some special things, such as a variety of strange martial skills. Lu Yu's demonic purple chi body was comprehended in such a way, but these martial skills are quite sinister. Another example is the evil spirit essence that can increase one's spiritual energy. Some people have obtained such a thing, and their spiritual energy has greatly increased. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. During this time, he had been thinking about increasing his spiritual energy like crazy. There are many good things, but you also need to have the ability to earn them. Shan Qing Luo smiled. And the world is really mysterious. Such a thing actually exists. Yang Kai said in amazement. The last time he had gone to Nether Mountain for life experience was also the same, but he didn't know how it had formed. I heard my mother say that the evil cavern is connected to another place. Shan Qing Luo finished speaking, and also chuckled lightly. Obviously, she didn't take this matter seriously. What place? The demon world. The group of people all looked surprised. None of them had ever heard of such a thing. It might be true. Otherwise, there would be no other explanation for why there are so many evil spirits there that they can't be killed. You're joking. Yang Kai sneered. Ha ha. My mother also heard it from her mother. Shan Qing Luo giggled. Yang Kai, you want to go to the evil cavern for life experience? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him curiously. And Yang Kai nodded. Can you take us with you? I also want to go. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Shan Qing Luo glanced at her meaningfully. Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly. I can help him. The more people there are, the better. After all, my strength isn't too low. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Shan Qing Luo softly comforted. I'm taking you to the battlefield just so you can see how those who came to attack the ash-gray cloud evil land treat the people here. Qiu Yimeng was slightly surprised. She somewhat understood Shan Qing Luo's intentions. In fact, good and evil are not as clear-cut as you think. This world is not just black and white. Shan Qing Luo's always soft and seductive voice was now slightly low. Half a day later, the group parted ways. Shan Qing Luo took Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman away, while Yang Kai and Bai Luo flew towards the profound Yin Ghost King's territory. The profound Yin Ghost King. Among the 6 great evil kings, the Ghost King was ranked near the top and was extremely difficult to deal with. The Ghost King had once coveted the beauty of the previous generation's beguiling demon queen, and had even secretly launched a sneak attack on her. However, in order to save the previous generation's beguiling demon queen, the relationship between him and Shan Qing Luo was not very good. As a result, the relationship between the 2 territories had become somewhat turbulent. Therefore, even if Bai Luo had Shan Qing Luo's Demon King token, she didn't dare show it casually. She didn't want to attract the attention of the Ghost King's cultivator. The 2 of them cautiously made their way towards the evil cavern without any hindrance, not encountering any trouble. Occasionally, they would come across a cultivator, but both of them would vigilantly observe each other, not daring to act rashly. 3 days later, the two of them arrived at a spot about 3 kilometers from the evil cavern. Here they were. Bai Luo stopped and pointed to the front. The place you want to go is over there. And Yang Kai looked up and glanced over. He didn't find anything strange. There was no trace of demonic qi as he had imagined. Hey, you bastard, you better be careful when you enter. Don't die. Bai Luo angrily snorted. Yang Kai turned to look at her and suddenly chuckled. Why are you so concerned about me? Don't tell me you've fallen for me? Nonsense. Bai Luo cursed. You think this old lady will fall for you? This old lady would rather be a dog shit than fall for you. Don't bother with me. I'll tell you right now. Last time we don't owe each other anything. If you dare to go out and say anything, I'll castrate you. Just as Bai Luo was cursing him, Yang Kai suddenly rushed up, grabbed her waist, and kissed her fiercely. Woo-woo. Bai Luo struggled fiercely and fiercely tried to resist. Suddenly, Kai Yang let go of her and laughed heartily before quickly leaving. Bastard. Bai Luo pursed her red lips, feeling as if she had bitten them so hard they were bleeding, a bitter taste spreading from the tip of her tongue. Damn. I'll never touch a man again. Bai Luo thought to herself, waiting until Yang Kai disappeared from her field of vision. Bai Luo coldly snorted and turned around to leave. 3 kilometers away, Yang Kai found a deep black pit in the ground. Standing next to it, a cold wind blew up from below, causing not only his body to shiver, but also his divine sense to feel extremely cold. Worthy of being called a danger zone, it was indeed a bit strange. Yang Kai secretly pondered, circulating his true Yang secret art slightly. Dispelling the cold feeling, Yang Kai leapt into the air and quickly descended. Chapter 3:27. The cave seemed to be extremely deep. Yang Kai couldn't reach the bottom even after falling for a long time. After a while, he suddenly heard sounds of fighting coming from below, and a series of flickering lights flashed in front of his eyes, indicating that someone was releasing their martial skills. Yang Kai became even more vigilant, knowing that Shanqing Luo's words were not false. Although this evil cavern was extremely dangerous, there were still people training inside at all times. Yang Kai had only just entered, yet he had already encountered people. The more dangerous a place was, the more benefits there were. The evil cavern's various wonders were enough to attract people to come here. This was also because the world was in chaos right now. So many people were fighting outside. If it were normal times, there would likely be even more people here. When there were many people, there would be disputes, fights, and bloodshed. This was a principle that had existed since ancient times. After a while, the sounds of fighting and the flashes of light became clear. Yang Kai listened carefully and determined that there should be 4 people on the other side. Their strength wasn't very high, probably all Yuan Qi cultivators. As he fell, Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to probe the surroundings. A series of extremely evil energies spread throughout the range of his divine sense. These energies were either strong or weak, giving off a very uncomfortable feeling. These should be the so-called evil spirits. There were also some auras of cultivators, but they were very scattered, each one minding their own business. Although he didn't perceive any danger for the time being, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense. Releasing one's divine sense was a very dangerous thing. If one encountered an attack that could harm one's divine sense, they could be injured. Therefore, even if one was an immortal ascension boundary master, they wouldn't constantly release their divine sense, only occasionally using their divine sense to investigate the surrounding environment. After half a cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai finally arrived at the bottom of the cave. Not far in front of him, there were 4 people fighting fiercely, using all kinds of martial skills. This group of people cooperated closely, one retreating, one advancing, one returning. Advancing and retreating, there wasn't the slightest panic. What they were fighting were a few oily green things. These things looked like humans, and there were blurry and ferocious facial features on their faces. However, their bodies were illusory and corporeal at the same time, ethereal and illusory. Amidst their ferocious roars, bursts of ghostly wails and howls could be heard, although they weren't very strong. However, it was extremely difficult to kill. This should be the evil spirit. It was indeed a little strange. Yang Kai had suddenly appeared behind them, but none of them had noticed him. They were probably too focused on the battle in front of them in order to avoid any misunderstandings. Yang Kai deliberately made some noise. The four of them were startled and hurriedly turned their heads to look back. The next moment, a person silently jumped out of the battle circle. He faced Yang Kai warily. Yang Kai was expressionless and didn't show any hostility. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the battle to end. That person observed for a while, and also noticed this. He couldn't help but smile at Yang Kai as a gesture of goodwill. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not paying any attention to him. He just quietly observed the environment of the evil cavern. There seemed to be a completely different world underground. The entire underground was hollow, and there were only a few stone pillars that stood tall from time to time. The inside of the evil cavern was a barren wasteland, without a single trace of life. It was hard not to feel depressed, and the environment was quite complicated as well. The roots were intertwined. Although this place was deep underground, it was not dark. Everywhere there was a kind of sparkling light, like fireflies, but also like will-o'-the-wisps. The entire ash-gray cloud evil land was like an azure purgatory, and even the people inside were affected. It also looked ferocious and terrifying. After observing for a while, Yang Kai began to plan. If the old demon was here at this moment, these green evil spirits would undoubtedly be a great source of nourishment for him. Unfortunately, he was probably still at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, absorbing the demon chi here. Of the several cultivators in front of him, although one of them was on guard against Yang Kai, and one less companion, the remaining three didn't dare to hold back. Using all kinds of fierce martial skills, they quickly killed the few green evil spirits. Accompanied by a burst of sharp howls, the green evil spirits' bodies suddenly collapsed and disappeared into thin air. All that was left were a few lumps of something that looked very clear, but still contained a bit of evil energy floating in the air. Evil spirit essence. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. All the cultivators who came to the evil cavern were here for this evil spirit essence. Absorbing and refining it would allow them to obtain all kinds of benefits. However, these green evil spirit essences looked a bit weak and didn't contain much rich energy. Discovering this, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze. The several cultivators all looked at Yang Kai and were very satisfied with his calm performance. One of them, who looked relatively calm, turned to another woman and said, "Sister Rong, put these things away." The woman nodded and then pulled out a small bottle from the cloth bag at her waist. Pointing the bottle at the green evil spirit essences, she gently circulated her yuan qi. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk, the bottle wasn't too big, so it contained all the evil spirit essences. The girl smiled and shook the bottle, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at it, a very satisfied expression on her face. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he curiously observed all this. The man who had just spoken seemed to notice this and couldn't help smiling heartily before cupping his fists towards Yang Kai. "This one is called Tao Yang. May I ask what your excellency's name is?" Yang Kai. "So it's Brother Yang." Tao Yang chuckled and raised his straight eyebrows, bluntly saying, looking at Brother Yang's appearance, "It seems you don't know much about this place." Yang Kai nodded. Shan Qing Luo had only told him about the dangers and opportunities inside the evil cavern, but she hadn't said anything about this bottle that could collect evil spirit essences. So he was quite concerned about this. First time here? First time. No wonder. Tao Yang seemed to be a bit friendly, At least he didn't show any malicious intent, nor did he rely on his superior numbers to bully others. Yang Kai felt the need to re-examine the cultivator of the ash-gray cloud evil land. The world's prejudices against the ash-gray cloud evil land were too great, so they thought that anyone who lived here was not a good person. Didn't they know that bad people and good people coexisted everywhere? While Yang Kai and Tao Yang were talking, the other three people around him were also looking at Yang Kai with great interest, seemingly thinking that this person was a bit stupid and ridiculous. He didn't know anything, yet still dared to rush into the evil cavern alone. He really didn't know how to write the word death. "What is this bottle?" Yang Kai pointed to the bottle in the girl's hand and asked, since Tao Yang didn't have any malicious intent. Naturally, he could inquire about it. Tao Yang took the bottle from the girl's hand and shook it in front of Yang Kai. Inside the bottle was a dense green light that seemed to flow like a stream of water. "This is a purifying spirit bottle, an artifact specially refined for the cultivator who comes here for life experience. What's its use?" Seeing that he really didn't know anything, Tao Yang couldn't help smiling bitterly, rubbing his forehead and patiently explaining, "Brother Yang, you know that after an evil spirit is killed, it will leave behind a spirit essence, right? And this spirit essence contains a variety of mysteries. After it is absorbed and refined, one can obtain many benefits. But this spirit essence is not something that can be casually absorbed. It contains a lot of yin and evil qi. This requires a cultivator to refine it. And the stronger the evil spirit, the richer the yin and evil qi it leaves behind after its death." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He could also perceive the yin and evil qi contained in the evil spirit essence. It was pure and vicious energy that no one could accept. If one absorbed too much of it, they would only lose their mind. Refining it will take some time. Inside this evil cavern, there are dangers everywhere. You can't just absorb and refine an evil spirit's essence every time you kill one. That would be too dangerous and too stupid of a person to do such a thing. Tao Yang chuckled. The purifying spirit bottle comes into play. It can store an evil spirit's essence inside. Once you find the right opportunity and a safe place, you can take out the spirit essence and use it. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly realized he hadn't expected there to be so many secrets behind this evil cavern. Since he had come here alone, it seemed he would have to be more careful. Moreover, the purifying spirit bottle has the effect of purifying yin and evil qi. The longer it is kept inside, the easier it will be for us to refine the spirit essence. However, doing so will damage the purifying spirit bottle, so it's best not to keep it for too long. Try to find an opportunity to refine it as soon as possible. It can also increase your strength. Ha! Thank you for the advice. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Brother Yang is too polite. Tao Yang smiled faintly, saying so. He frowned slightly. His expression seemed to be struggling and hesitating, but soon he turned to the woman and said, "Junior sister, give me another bottle." Hearing this, the woman took out another bottle and handed it to Tao Yang. Tao Yang threw it to Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Brother Yang, it's best if you also bring one. Otherwise it will be very troublesome for you to be alone." Brother, seeing him so generous, directly giving away a purifying spirit bottle to a stranger, the other three couldn't help calling out. A purifying spirit bottle, although it wasn't a high-end artifact, was still quite troublesome to refine, so they had only brought 3 with them this time. How could they just give one away? Everyone is here to gain experience, so we should help each other and help each other. Tao Yang quietly glared at the other 3 and motioned for them to shut up. Yang Kai reached out and took the purifying spirit bottle, his brow wrinkling slightly. As the saying goes, one should not receive a reward without pains. Although he didn't have any malicious intent towards Tao Yang's group when he came down, they were just strangers who had met by chance. So, for them to be so generous made Yang Kai feel somewhat surprised. This made him suspicious, wondering if the other party had something to ask him for help with. But they didn't know him, so why would they ask for his help, wanting to return the bottle? Yang Kai restrained himself. When others gave him something, it wouldn't be good to just return it like this. It might give them the feeling of being snubbed, and if things went south, they might even turn on him. What should he give them in exchange? Yang Kai hesitated. Sweeping the black book space with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that in addition to the myriad drug liquid, spirit milk, and spirit ointment, there was also the yin-yang monster ginseng. In addition, there were the artifacts from the Endless Sea Island's great sex, as well as the Azura sword and 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. These were all things he couldn't give away. In addition to this, there were some pills. Some of these pills were prepared for him by Ling Tai Su and hadn't been used up at that time. There were also 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills that he had taken out from Shan Qing Luo's treasure house. Chapter 328. After investigating for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was actually quite poor. After thinking about it carefully, he decided to give them a bottle of heaven-grade pills. A bottle of heaven-grade pills was not cheap, and since he had taken them from Shan Qing Luo's treasure house, each bottle was worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 silvers. It should be enough to offset a purifying spirit bottle. Yang Kai frowned as his divine sense wandered around the black book space. Although it was only for a moment in the eyes of the others, he seemed to be in a daze. The other 3 didn't mind that Tao Yang had given Yang Kai a purifying spirit bottle, but because he was their brother, they had endured it. However, they still felt that their brother was being too generous and somewhat reckless. They had only met for the first time, so even if they wanted to make friends with him, there was no need to do this, right? At this moment, seeing Yang Kai actually put on an indifferent expression, they couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. The girl named Rong may seem to be a straightforward person, and immediately coldly snorted. When others give you something, can't you even say thank you? You're not a mute. The other 2 also stared at him coldly, as if they had just suffered a big loss. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before looking up at them, and lightly saying, "Sorry, I was thinking about something and lost myself. Are you done thinking?" The girl named Rong May didn't give up, as if she wanted to hear Yang Kai say thank you before she would give up. Yang Kai nodded and casually tossed a bottle to Tao Yang. He then cupped his fists and said, "Until we meet again." Saying so, his figure flickered, and he flew off like a bolt of lightning. "Hey." Rong May chased after him a few steps, but when she found that Yang Kai had disappeared, she suddenly became annoyed and stamped her foot. "This person, you..." Tao Yang looked at his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters, helplessly shaking his head and sighing, although he didn't scold them. The disappointment on his face was obvious. "Brother." A thin junior brother looked at him suspiciously. "Is he worth being so friendly with?" "That's right. He doesn't look like a powerful figure, and his clothes are even more ordinary. Why would you give him a purifying spirit bottle for free?" Rong May's eyes were filled with confusion. She muttered softly, "What an annoying person. He didn't even say thank you." Why would he say that? He didn't take the purifying spirit bottle for nothing. Tao Yang finally glared at them. He handed the bottle that Yang Kai had just thrown to Rong May and said lightly, "See for yourself." "What?" Rong May took it in dissatisfaction and pouted her small mouth. "Isn't it just a bottle of medicinal pills? How can it compare to the value of the purifying spirit bottle?" "Humph." While complaining, she casually opened the bottle and took a whiff. Her beautiful face suddenly changed color as she looked at Tao Yang in shock. A trace of helplessness flashed in Tao Yang's eyes. "It can't be?" Rong May looked surprised, as if she could not believe it. Her small hand trembled as she poured out a pill from the bottle. She placed it on her palm and carefully observed it. The other two also came over and sniffed the rich pill fragrance. Looking at the round and plump pill, they all exclaimed, "A heaven-grade pill? Look carefully." Tao Yang's eyesight was obviously better than the three of them, so he was able to see the quality of this pill at a glance. Could it be a heaven-grade high-rank pill? This time the three of them not only did not complain, but instead showed a look of joy. A heaven-grade high-rank yuan qi pill. Tao Yang smiled bitterly. "Tell me, can it offset the value of the purifying spirit bottle?" Rong Mei's face turned red. Bai and nodded, and these people had entered the evil cavern to gain experience. So naturally, they would bring some medicinal pills with them. However, the highest grade of medicinal pills they had brought was only a heaven-grade, low-rank yuan qi pill. Compared to the bottle that Yang Kai had casually thrown out, it was only 2 small grades lower. The value of the pills was also very different. Moreover, sometimes the value of a good bottle of medicinal pills could not be measured by money. It could save lives at a critical moment. What kind of background does that guy have? Why is he so generous? The thin junior brother asked, with an inexplicable look of shock. Speaking of which, it was very interesting. This was the first time that his brother and that person had met, but one was more generous than the other, as if they were competing. Give a peach and return a plum. That's it. Tao Yang smacked his lips, looking at the three of them with disappointment. No matter what kind of background he has, brother, I wanted to befriend him, but it was ruined by the three of you. The three of them couldn't help feeling a little guilty, repeatedly admitting their mistakes. Rong Mei curiously asked, "Brother, how do you know that he is a person worth befriending? There are all kinds of people who come here. What if he's an evil person?" Tao Yang smiled. If he was a treacherous person, he wouldn't have deliberately made a noise to let us notice him. The three of them suddenly understood. They had thought that Yang Kai had accidentally made a noise when he landed, but they never expected that he had deliberately made a noise to alert them. He probably didn't want to misunderstand, so he did this. It seemed that he wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble, and his nature wasn't bad. Moreover, Tao Yang's eyes seemed to flash with lightning, and he was very shrewd, although his words and behavior revealed that he didn't know much about this place. Since he dared to come here alone, he must have something to rely on. This person is undoubtedly very strong. It can't be. He is younger than us. Rong Mei obviously didn't believe it. Age doesn't mean everything. Didn't you see that when he was facing the four of us alone, he wasn't nervous at all? He didn't care about us at all. What does this mean? It means that he is not afraid of us, and may even have the strength to kill us. This is why I want to befriend him. How is that possible? The three of them exclaimed again and again, shaking their heads. I don't believe it. Tao Yang looked at them helplessly. Don't be so short-sighted. Okay? There are many geniuses in this world, and there are many powerful people everywhere. You have to look at the long term. Rong Mei chuckled, but even if brother says so, I still don't believe it. There are definitely geniuses, but at his age, if he can kill the four of us, he is not a genius, but a monster. The other two nodded, looking like they had said what was on the bottom of their hearts. Sigh. Tao Yang only felt that he had wasted a lot of words, but still couldn't broaden the horizons of his 3 junior sisters and junior brother. He sighed, You guys, remember one thing. In this world, you can be weak, but you can't be discerning. But you can't be so blind. You have to see clearly who you can offend and who you can make friends with. If you can do it, you can live a long life. Okay, I know brother is going to talk about platitudes again. Let's go in. That person is 1 step ahead of us. Rong Mei walked forward and dragged Tao Yang. Let's go faster. Maybe we can meet him again. At that time, we can see whether he is really strong or not. It's useless for you to say more now. That's right. Tao Yang's eyes brightened, and he also quickened his pace. He also wanted to know, what was the reason Yang Kai dared to enter this place alone? A few miles away, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the green evil spirit floating not far in front of him. It was like a ghost. After carefully observing it, he found that the evil spirit was indeed only a half entity. It had no limbs. It only had vague facial features, but it was terrifying and looked ferocious. After looking at it for a moment, Yang Kai walked towards it. Evil spirits didn't have intelligence, but they were very sensitive to the aura of life. As long as there was a living thing within a certain range, they would be hunted down. If they couldn't be defeated, they would definitely not be able to escape. Yang Kai was only a few dozen feet away when he was discovered by the evil spirit. With a howl, the evil spirit floated towards Yang Kai like catkins. In an instant, a cold wind blew, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Yang Kai waved his palm at the evil spirit, and the hot wind from his palm directly hit the evil spirit's body. The evil spirit was suddenly beaten into a state of disarray, and where the true Yang Yuan Qi had penetrated, it was as if it was on fire, burning fiercely. Although the true Yang Yuan Qi was quickly offset by the evil spirit's evil energy, this palm seemed to have caused it to suffer a great loss, and its entire green body dimmed a lot. The body that was charging forward suddenly paused, and the wailing and howling stopped abruptly. Immediately, the evil spirit suddenly turned around and fled in panic. Yang Kai was stunned, faintly feeling that something was wrong, and hurriedly chased after it. Who would have thought that although the evil spirit didn't have a physical body, its speed of escape was quite fast? Yang Kai chased it for a long time before finally catching it. After 3 to 5 moves, he defeated it, leaving behind only a mass of evil spirit essence. The degree of ease was far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Before, when he saw Tao Yang's group of 4 dealing with those evil spirits, Yang Kai had thought he would be the same. Standing in place, frowning for a long time, Yang Kai still felt that this phenomenon was not normal. It was said that evil spirits would fight to the death when they encountered a living being. So why did it run away after just 1 move? Moreover, it only took a few moves to kill an evil spirit. Could it be that the true Yang Yuan Qi restrained it? After thinking about it for a while, this was the only reason that made sense. The true Yang Yuan Qi had always been the nemesis of evil spirits, and Yang Kai had relied on it to suppress the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became quite excited. Inside this evil cavern, he undoubtedly had a great advantage over the others. If he didn't take advantage of this advantage, wouldn't it be too wasteful? Taking out the purifying spirit bottle, Yang Kai imitated Rong Mei's actions, slightly circulating his Yuan Qi and pouring it into this artifact. In an instant, a suction force emerged from the purifying spirit bottle and sucked in the evil spirit essence. Very interesting. Yang Kai chuckled to himself, putting away the purifying spirit bottle. Yang Kai continued on his way. There didn't seem to be many traces of cultivator activity nearby, only a small number of people. As Yang Kai walked, he killed all the evil spirits he saw, not letting go of a single one. After suffering the first time, Yang Kai became more decisive, not giving any evil spirits a chance to escape, directly crushing them with brute force. In less than half a day, the purifying spirit bottle had been filled with 20 masses of evil spirit essence, a rich harvest. However, Yang Kai could also feel that the energy contained in these evil spirit essences was not very strong, so even if he absorbed them, the increase in strength would not be much. Chapter 329. More than a dozen miles behind Yang Kai, Tao Yang and the others had been carefully walking, but after walking for so long, they still hadn't found a single evil spirit, so they couldn't help but feel strange. Why is it so peaceful here? Sister Rong frowned and muttered. Tao Yang looked surprised, his face faintly showing some horror, as he quickly said, "I'm afraid that the evil spirits along the way have already been cleaned up. Who would bother to clean up the outermost evil spirits? Sister Rong chuckled. Suddenly seeming to think of something, she turned to look at Tao Yang and said, "Brother, you mean—" And others wouldn't bother to come back, but from the outside to the inside, they would have to clean up. Tao Yang's eyes shone as he looked ahead. It seems that I still underestimated his ability. This person is not only strong, but his secret art and martial skills seem to be very effective in restraining the evil spirits here. Otherwise, even if he is strong, he wouldn't be able to move so quickly. The other three were shocked, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. Yang Kai held the purifying spirit bottle in his hand, facing the mass of evil spirit essence in front of him, but after trying for a while, he still couldn't absorb it. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. After carefully looking at it for a long time, he suddenly recovered. The purifying spirit bottle seemed to have a limited capacity, so it was impossible to absorb the evil spirit essence indefinitely. Thinking of this, Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He directly reached out and sucked the evil spirit essence into his palm, guiding it through his meridians a few times. Under the burning of the pure true Yang Yuan Qi, the mass of evil spirit essence was quickly purified and turned into a stream of energy that poured into the unyielding golden skeleton. It was much simpler than he had imagined. After swallowing such a stream of energy, the unyielding golden skeleton suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was as if it was extremely hungry for this kind of energy and was unsatisfied. Sure enough, the energy here was very much to the unyielding golden skeleton's appetite. Perceiving this point, Yang Kai couldn't help but look happy. The last time he refined Lu Yu's purple demon fire, he also felt a little bit like this. Yang Kai had already guessed that this place was the blessed land of the unyielding golden skeleton, and now it seemed that his guess was correct. Anyway, refining the evil spirit essence was quite easy. Yang Kai simply absorbed all 20 essences from the purifying spirit bottle into his meridians. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was completely refined. The unyielding golden skeleton gave off an even more pleasurable feeling, and even Yang Kai felt his body and mind relax. The only thing that was a little disappointing was this energy only increased Yang Kai's strength and didn't allow him to comprehend anything else, not even the power of his spiritual sense. Grinning, Yang Kai was also quite satisfied. After all, it was said that inside the evil cavern, special evil spirit essences were relatively rare, and whether one could find one depended on one's luck. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, his mind suddenly stirred, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He couldn't help but have an extremely strange expression. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, then hurried in that direction. Half an hour later, the sound of fighting reached their ears. There were flashing lights of various colors and martial skills. Looking in the direction of the light, Yang Kai saw many people gathered together. These people were both men and women, but none of them were very old. Under the leadership of a young girl, they were fighting several evil spirits. The martial skills displayed by these people were quite sinister. Everyone's hands were pale white, like ghost claws, exuding bursts of cold air. From time to time, some people would use martial skills in the form of ghost faces. They let out ferocious howls as they entangled with the evil spirits. These ghost-faced martial techniques were somewhat similar to the evil spirits to a certain extent. They all had indistinct facial features and were extremely frightening. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that the evil spirits they were facing were somewhat different from the ones he had encountered before. The evil spirits he had encountered before, they were all green in color, but the ones in front of them were. However, it was dark red like fresh blood, which made people's hair stand on end. Moreover, these red evil spirits were undoubtedly much stronger than the green ones. Even their illusory bodies were much more solid. Therefore, even though this group of people had more people than Tao Yang's group, they couldn't win in a short time. 4 or 5 red evil spirits gathered around, letting out sharp howls from time to time. In the howls, they seemed to have resonated and acted in unison. If they failed to hit, they would immediately retreat. They were much more troublesome than the green evil spirits. However, on the scene, this group of cultivators had the upper hand. After a while, the bodies of the red evil spirits gradually dimmed. After one of them was defeated, the scales of victory immediately tilted towards the cultivators. The ghostly face martial skills were also released by them again and again, attacking the red evil spirit as easily as crushing dry weeds. Somehow, one of the red evil spirits bypassed the crowd and directly pounced on Yang Kai before it died. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't dodge. He wanted to test the red evil spirit's combat strength. He stretched out a hand, Yuan Qi surging in his palm, and met it head-on. With a palm strike, the red evil spirit collapsed in the sky, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit origin floating in front of Yang Kai. This mass of evil spirit origin was clearly much better than the one Yang Kai had before. Yang Kai didn't want to touch this mass of evil spirit origin, but it seemed that the unyielding golden skeleton's appetite had been stimulated by the energy just now. At this moment, it actively produced a suction force and directly sucked this mass of evil spirit origin into its body. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel stunned and helpless. Over there, the group of cultivators were a little shocked when they saw Yang Kai destroy the evil spirit in one move. But now that they saw him take away the evil spirit origin without any hesitation, their faces sank, and their expressions suddenly became unfriendly. "Hey, friend, don't you think this is a little unkind?" Immediately, a handsome young man stood up and looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. Sorry, I didn't mean to." Yang Kai knew that he was in the wrong and didn't want to quibble. "You didn't mean to?" The young man sneered. "You took away the evil spirit origin that originally belonged to us, and you still want to say that you didn't mean to?" Although Yang Kai's performance just now surprised him, he wasn't afraid. After all, there were 7 or 8 of them. What's more, Yang Kai's reason wasn't convincing at all. Taking something in front of others by force, what else could it be but intentional? Hearing what he said, the others also stepped forward, coldly sizing up Yang Kai, none of them willing to give up. Only one young girl, her beautiful face somewhat pale, stared at Yang Kai, a trace of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes. Her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly. She remembered the inhuman torture and the unbearable pain she had suffered. "Friend, let's make it clear. Although our Ghost King Valley isn't a great sect, we aren't so easy to deal with." The gloomy young man sneered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, "I'll compensate you." "Compensate? How?" The young man snorted. "No need." Before Yang Kai could answer, the young girl who had been hiding behind the crowd walked up to him. The panic in her eyes had disappeared, and she simply looked at Yang Kai faintly. "You don't need to compensate me. Junior sister." The young man looked at the young girl in surprise, not knowing why she would say this. "I know him. There's no need to care about this." The young girl's expression was indifferent, but when she looked at Yang Kai, her face became slightly red. She remembered how she and ZMO had tried to seduce Yang Kai in that isolated world. At that time, she had believed ZMO's words and thought he had some kind of hidden disease, but she hadn't expected him to take advantage of her. "Do you know him?" The young man became more and more confused, looking at the young girl and then back at Yang Kai. He couldn't help feeling confused. "And he can be considered my savior." The young girl finally showed a smile, but this cold woman's smile was slightly stiff. "Young Lady Lung, we meet again." Yang Kai smiled at this young girl. This young girl was Ghost King Valley's Lungshan. In the minds of both ZMO and Lungshan, Yang Kai's divine sense brand. So as long as they weren't too far apart, Yang Kai could feel their existence, but Yang Kai hadn't expected to meet Lung Shan here. And we meet again. Lung Shan nodded slightly, feeling relieved in her heart. It seemed that this young man didn't intend to speak about what had happened in that isolated world, nor did he intend to use his divine sense brand to torture her. Although she had long known that Yang Kai wasn't a bad person, Lung Shan was still a little worried, seeing that the two of them were really familiar with each other. The Ghost King Valley disciples couldn't help glancing at each other, and the hostility of the gloomy young man also converged. You should first refine this evil spirit essence. Once that thing is absorbed into your body, it will be harmful if you don't refine it as soon as possible, Lung Shan whispered before turning to the others. All of you put away this evil spirit essence and be vigilant. Don't let it take advantage of you. And everyone quickly got to work. Yang Kai also chuckled and began circulating his true Yang secret art. The red evil spirit essence was really different, and the energy it contained was much higher than that of the green evil spirit essence. A moment later, Yang Kai's body felt light, and he said, "Done? Done?" The gloomy young man exclaimed, frowning as he stared at Yang Kai. "Friend, how can you refine this evil spirit essence so quickly? Have you finished refining it? This thing isn't a joke. If you don't clean it up, it's very likely it will leave behind some hidden dangers." He kindly reminded Yang Kai, obviously because Lung Shan had said he was her savior. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his attitude to change so much. And I cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, so it's quite effective against this, Yang Kai lightly explained. So that's how it is. I was wondering why friend was able to destroy that red evil spirit in a single move. Your strength is a bit too strong. It turns out it's because Yuan Chi's attribute secret art can restrain it. It scared me. The gloomy young man was no longer gloomy and laughed heartily. "Nice to meet you. My name is Chen Yi. I apologize for offending you just now. I hope this friend won't mind." Yang Kai. The other party was willing to reconcile, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't care. After all, it was his fault. Chapter 330. Inside the Evil Cavern. In a secluded location, the Ghost King Valley disciples were sitting together. They had just experienced a battle and needed a little time to recover. In this kind of evil cavern, only by maintaining their peak state could they ensure their own safety. Although they were meditating and resting, these people still didn't relax in the slightest, constantly keeping an eye out for any movement around them, guarding against the sudden appearance of the red evil spirits. Yang Kai secretly nodded as he curiously glanced over at Lung Shan. After not seeing her for nearly a year, this ice-cold girl seemed to have grown a lot. Lung Shan wasn't the strongest in this group, nor was she the oldest, but everyone's command fell into her hands. It was under her command that this group of people could be so orderly. Her relatively high status in Ghost King Valley was one of the reasons for this, but it was also likely that she had honed a lot of experience in that isolated world. The young man, Chen Yi, was also sitting nearby with a smile on his face, looking towards Yang Kai with a kind expression. He didn't seem to know that Yang Kai had killed 2 elite Ghost King Valley disciples, nor was he aware of the grievances between him and Lung Shan. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He really hadn't expected to meet an acquaintance in the evil cavern this time, although in that isolated world, Yang Kai and Zimo's relationship was better than Lung Shan's because of the brand of divine sense in Lung Shan's mind. There was still a faint connection between the two. However, this connection was one-sided. Yang Kai could feel Lung Shan's presence, but she couldn't feel Yang Kai's. "Of course I can be here." A smile appeared on Lung Shan's cold face. "Don't you know where this place is?" Evil cavern. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing the profound Ghost King's territory. Ghost King Valley. It turns out your Ghost King Valley is in the ash-gray cloud evil land. And Lung Shan nodded lightly. Yang Kai was suddenly surprised. Is Ghost King Valley related to the profound Ghost King? Although they both have the title Ghost King in their names, there isn't much of a connection between them. It's just that they fall under his jurisdiction, Chun-Yi interjected with a smile. It seems that Brother Yang doesn't know much about the ash-gray cloud evil land. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. Chun-Yi laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. Since you are my junior sister's savior, you should know. Since you are a friend of my Ghost King Valley, naturally you are a friend of this Chun-Yi. May I ask where Brother Yang is from?" "Brother!" Lung Shan shouted. She knew Yang Kai's sect, but because she knew, she felt that this matter was of great importance. High Heaven Pavilion wasn't famous before, but after the birth of the Demon Lord, it became famous all over the world. Because of their relationship with the Demon Lord, the entire High Heaven Pavilion wasn't very well received. This phenomenon was not limited to the outside world. It was the same in the ash-gray cloud evil land, because as soon as the Demon Lord appeared, he brought war to the ash-gray cloud evil land. This was not something everyone wanted to see happen. Aware of Lung Shan's reminder, Chun-Yi smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. "Forget I asked Brother Yang. Please don't mind me." In his heart, he was also a bit curious. Where did this Yang Kai come from? Why couldn't he say anything about it? Yang Kai smiled faintly. "But why are you here?" Lung Shan asked curiously. High Heaven Pavilion was thousands of miles away from here, so it must have taken a lot of effort to get here. "I heard there was something here, so I came to play." Chun-Yi and Lung Shan were both stunned and couldn't help smiling bitterly. "Your courage is really big, actually daring to come here to play." Lung Shan shook her head helplessly, but she knew Yang Kai's strength and strangeness, so she didn't show too much surprise. Perhaps he really was qualified to come here, to play. "Right, why are you dealing with red evil spirits? All I've encountered along the way are green." Yang Kai asked about the doubts in his heart. "Ha ha ha." Chun-Yi laughed, understanding that Yang Kai really had come here to play. Otherwise, how could he not have gathered enough information about the evil cavern? Lung Shan couldn't help smiling, gently pursing her lips. The other Ghost King Valley disciples also looked at Yang Kai with a funny expression. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. "Good." Lung Shan lightly coughed. Chun-Yi's expression became serious. "Finally," he asked, "Brother Yang, the green evil spirits you encountered were somewhat different from the red evil spirits, right? And the red one is undoubtedly much stronger. It's like this. The deeper you go into the evil cavern, the more powerful the evil spirits you encounter. Green evil spirits are only encountered in the outermost area, so they are relatively easy to deal with. Red evil spirits are only slightly stronger than green evil spirits. However, they aren't too difficult to deal with. Further in, there are purple evil spirits, black evil spirits, each one more powerful than the previous, and their bodies also become more and more solid. Black evil spirits already have a complete physical body. They are existences that even immortal ascension boundary masters have to avoid. For people like us, at best, we can only have ideas about purple evil spirits, but if we encounter black evil spirits, we should quickly run. Otherwise, if we're not careful, we'll lose our lives here. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Purple evil spirits. It was likely that Lu Yu's demonic purple chi body and purple demon spirit fire were obtained from purple evil spirits. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Moreover, in addition to these 4 ordinary evil spirits, Brother Yang, you should also pay attention to a special kind of evil spirit. After Chun-Yi's impression of Yang Kai had greatly changed, he also intended to make friends with him, so he decided to tell him everything he knew. "Oh." Yang Kai looked at Chun-Yi in surprise and found that his expression was extremely dignified, and there was also a trace of worry in his eyes. So he couldn't help asking, "What kind of evil spirit?" "Soul-type evil spirits," Chun-Yi said in a low voice with a warning tone. This thing looks the same as the other evil spirits, so it's very difficult to distinguish. But if you encounter it, I advise you to run away as fast as you can. Why? Because they have soul skills. Chen Yi grinned. We're just Yuan Qi cultivators. If we encounter this kind of evil spirit, we won't be able to deal with it. Brother Yang, do you have an artifact that can defend against soul skills? Yang Kai shook his head. That's not good. Chen Yi frowned slightly. Those who come here will generally bring some kind of artifact that can defend against soul skills, and if the conditions are good, they will also bring some offensive artifacts that can restrain evil spirits. However, Brother Yang, your secret art and Yuan Qi attribute can restrain evil spirits, so you don't need to worry about this. It doesn't matter. I shouldn't be so unlucky. Yang Kai smiled. Although he didn't have an artifact that could defend against soul skills, he still had a few soul skills in his mind, so the defensive power of his spirit palace shouldn't be bad. So he didn't really care. And soul-type evil spirits are generally quite rare. Chen Yi nodded. After a few words, the atmosphere became joyful and harmonious. As they were talking, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the distance. This sound was sharp and harsh, like the sound of a flute, but also like the howling of ghosts. When the Ghost King Valley disciples heard this sound, they couldn't help turning their heads towards the source of the sound. There's movement. Chen Yi's expression became serious. Chen Yi said in a low voice, let's go take a look. Lung Shan also nodded slightly. Yang Kai didn't ask for details, but looking at the faces of this group of people, it didn't seem like something big had happened. Let's go. Chen Yi beckoned everyone to set off. Turning to Yang Kai, he asked, Brother Yang, if you don't mind, how about we go together? Good. Yang Kai nodded. Just now, he had accidentally taken their evil spirit essence. Since he had promised to compensate them, he should keep his word. Taking advantage of others was not a good thing. Everyone walked in the front, while Lung Shan deliberately fell behind, walking side by side with Yang Kai. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Yang Kai thought she was a little worried and quickly reassured her. I know you won't. Lung Shan shook her head. That's not what I wanted to tell you. Oh, then what did you want to say? Lung Shan smiled lightly. I wanted to tell you that we came to the evil cavern this time. We didn't come here for life experience. If not for life experience, then why did you come here? Yang Kai was puzzled. We came here looking for someone, and a few outsiders killed many free and unfettered sect disciples and then fled here. Ghost King Valley isn't far from free and unfettered sect, so we were pulled in to help. Yang Kai glanced at her casually and found that when she mentioned free and unfettered sect, her expression was somewhat resentful. Chuckling lightly, he asked, Does that free and unfettered sect often bully your Ghost King Valley? You didn't come here willingly this time, did you? You know too much. Lung Shan glared at him, more and more confirming Yang Kai's guess. She lightly said, I'll tell you in advance. After all, you don't belong to the ash-gray cloud evil land, and free and unfettered sect is pursuing a cultivator from an outside force. If you see a fellow Taoist in danger, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. Fellow Taoist? Yang Kai sneered. This father sect is no more. Where would I find a fellow Taoist? Lung Shan's expression darkened. I've also heard about what happened to High Heaven Pavilion. My condolences. Yang Kai snorted. Perhaps because of Shanqing Luo's influence, or perhaps because of the changes in High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai didn't care about righteous or evil. The world's general trend had nothing to do with him, so when he looked at people and dealt with them, it was his personal preference. Then what kind of person is free and unfettered sect chasing? Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, curiously, besides a woman, who else could it be? Lung Shan smiled contemptuously. Free and unfettered sect, the most free and unfettered of all. I understand. Yang Kai couldn't help sweating. He hadn't expected the cold Lung Shan to actually say such words. And it's said that they're a pair of twins with extraordinary beauty and strength. The two of them working together is quite clever. Lung Shan's eyes secretly flashed with satisfaction. They killed more than a dozen free and unfettered sect disciples. But unfortunately, in the end, they were still forced to come here. You're quite prejudiced against free and unfettered sect. Yang Kai chuckled as he looked at her. Has anyone in free and unfettered sect ever coveted your beauty? Humph. Lung Shan proudly raised her head, not giving a direct answer. But the answer was obvious enough. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he asked in a low voice, if those two women were really caught, what would you do? I don't know. Lung Shan shook her head. I don't want to get involved in this matter, but since Master has ordered us to do so, we can only put on an act. We may not actually catch them, but when we do, then we'll talk. That's true. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chapter 331. The group continued walking forward for a long time. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he stared in a certain direction. Wait! Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Lung Shan. Stop! Chen Yi noticed the movement behind him and quickly raised his hand. The group of ghost King Valley disciples quickly stopped, each of them on alert. What's wrong? Lung Shan asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't answer, instead focusing more and more on the situation. A moment later, his expression became cold, and his body shot out like a bolt of lightning, his yuan qi surging as he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. In the void, there seemed to be a series of ripples, and as these ripples spread out, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. This person's face showed a trace of surprise and horror as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, his figure quickly retreating as he raised his hands and shouted, Hey, hey, hey! Yang Kai's expression froze as his eyes fell on this person's pale, white hands. Every ghost King Valley disciple's hands were this color, as if there was no blood flowing through them, making them look extremely terrifying. Brother Yang, stop! Chen Yi also hurriedly shouted. Hearing this shout, Yang Kai also quickly stopped. He's one of us, he's one of us. Chen Yi and Lung Shan hurriedly caught up. I saw it. Yang Kai smiled. He had thought that someone was lying in ambush waiting for an opportunity to attack, but he hadn't expected that this person was also a ghost King Valley disciple. So, the voice just now was a signal sent out by this person. After the man was forced to reveal himself, he stared at Yang Kai in shock until Chen Yi arrived and exclaimed, Fuck, who is this guy? Junior sister, Lung's savior. Chen Yi briefly introduced. Yang Kai now knew that this ghost King Valley disciple, Cheng Ying, had been leading the way. Sorry, it's a misunderstanding. Yang Kai cupped his fist towards him. Fuck, you're amazing. Cheng Ying shouted. I brought a concealment artifact and used the ghost concealment martial skill. Brother Shen and the others couldn't see where I was hiding. So how did you see through it with a single glance? Hearing his words, everyone realized that something was wrong. If it wasn't for Cheng Ying's ability to hide herself perfectly, she wouldn't have been able to do so. They would not allow him to explore the path ahead alone. With this kind of concealment technique, even an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to see through it. It was also by relying on this that Cheng Ying was able to obtain all kinds of information like a fish in water. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai, who hadn't even reached the immortal ascension boundary yet, was able to see through it so clearly. How could they not be surprised? Yeah, Brother Yang, how did you do it? Chen Yi asked curiously. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, maybe my senses are much sharper than the average person. Is that okay? Cheng Ying obviously didn't quite believe it, but since Yang Kai said so, he didn't ask any more. Lung Shan stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Her beautiful eyes flashed thoughtfully, not wanting to get to the bottom of the matter. She changed the subject. Cheng-Ying, since you sent this message, did you find something? Cheng-Ying recovered from his daze. Wiping his mouth, he excitedly said, yes, those two girls. Lung Shan's expression suddenly became cold. As a woman, the word girls was a bit harsh to her ears. Ahem, those two women's whereabouts were exposed. Cheng-Ying grinned meaningfully. Waving his hands, he continued, but they're incredibly strong. Their cultivations obviously aren't very high, but when they join forces, their strength soars. They must have cultivated some kind of special secret art. That group of free and unfettered sect idiots didn't know how strong they were, so several of them died. That fool Yuqing was almost castrated by one of them. That scene, TSK. It was too horrible to look at. This Cheng-Ying seemed to be quite a lively person. As he spoke, he gestured to his crotch and shuddered. Just looking at it made this brother's crotch feel cold. I'm scared. Ahem. Junior brother Cheng-Ying, don't talk nonsense. Chun-Yi saw Lung Shan's expression turn ugly and quickly interrupted his nonsense. Ha. Cheng-Ying awkwardly scratched his head and pretended to slap his mouth. Yes, my mouth is cheap. Junior sister, please don't be angry. Lung Shan snorted. She knew that this was his nature. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Chun-Yi's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloating. Then, was Yuqing castrated or not? Cheng-Ying said with some frustration, no, it's a pity, but after taking that blow, I estimate that he won't be able to get hard for 10 days or half a month. He deserves it. The second half of his sentence was directed towards Lung Shan with a smile. It's a pity. Chun-Yi also sighed. What happened later? What happened to those two women? Later, they ran away, deeper inside. Cheng-Ying's expression suddenly became serious. There are purple evil spirits moving around inside, and there are so many of them. I estimate that they are about to reach their limit. Is that so? Chun-Yi frowned. What does Yuqing mean? His meaning is naturally to capture them alive. So, he wants us to cooperate with them. First kill those purple evil spirits, then capture those two women. Fuck. Chun-Yi angrily cursed. Ghost King Valley had suffered many losses in front of Free and Unfettered Sect over the years, but because Free and Unfettered Sect occupied a Yellow Spring Pond, which was of great benefit to the cultivation of Ghost King Valley's disciples, even if Ghost King Valley was angry and resentful, they still had to give way. In order to obtain that Yellow Spring Pond, Ghost King Valley had sent countless female disciples into Free and Unfettered Sect as dowries over the years for the men of Free and Unfettered Sect to vent their frustrations. The two sects had long been like fire and water, but it was impossible for them to directly go to war, barely maintaining a fragile balance. Therefore, even if Lung Shan and the others were unwilling to participate in this matter, they had no choice but to rush over to assist Free and Unfettered Sect, because Yuqing had promised that if they could capture those two women alive, he would open the Yellow Spring Pond for a month. 1 month was enough for the strength of hundreds of Ghost King Valley's disciples to soar. Lung Shan and the others couldn't refuse such a temptation. Yuqing now wanted the Ghost King Valley disciples to rush over, clearly wanting to use them to clean up the purple evil spirits and minimize his own losses. The disciples of the two sects had been dealing with each other for many years and were quite familiar with each other's tricks. So how could Chun-Yi and Lung Shan not understand his intentions? So, should we go? Cheng-Ying looked at Chun-Yi and Lung Shan and asked. Chun-Yi grit his teeth and didn't say anything, just staring at Lung Shan. Lung Shan sneered. Of course we should go. Even if it's just to see their miserable state, we should still go. Chun-Yi's spirit suddenly rose, and he nodded, and what junior sister says makes sense. After the group finished their discussion, they immediately followed Cheng-Ying's lead and walked forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any evil spirits, presumably because they had been cleaned up earlier. After walking for a long time, a group of people appeared in front of them, their numbers no less than the Ghost King Valley group. And looking at the nearby traces, it was obvious that a great battle had just taken place. There were traces of blood on the ground and several corpses lying around. An evil-looking man with a pale complexion was sitting beside Yang Kai, completely ignoring his image. Large drops of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his face was filled with hatred as he stared at the depths of the evil cavern, muttering under his breath, "You two sluts, sooner or later I'll catch you and teach you a lesson. Daring to hurt me here." Under the dim light, one could clearly see that in the middle of this man's thigh, there was a half-foot-long wound that was still bleeding. In front of this man, a beautiful woman was kneeling in front of him, her head bowed as she applied medicine to his wound. Even in this kind of environment, this sinister-looking man's crotch was still erect. When the Ghost King Valley disciple came over, Long Shan turned her eyes away in disgust, but Chen Yi, on the other hand, glanced over with interest and ridiculed. "This injury isn't serious. It's just a flesh wound." "Yu Qing, what are you yelling about?" Yu Qing suddenly became furious. "If it weren't for my good luck, this wouldn't be just a flesh wound. Those two sluts must pay the price. I'll make them beg for death." Yu Qing clamored, looking extremely furious. Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced over at the free and unfettered sex group and was surprised to find that all the men in this sect had pale complexions, as if they were lacking in vitality. On top of that, all of them were exceptionally handsome, but their pale complexions completely ruined their beauty. Every free and unfettered sect male disciple was accompanied by a number of beautiful women. Unlike the pale complexions of the men, these women all had rosy cheeks and bright smiles, as if they had been nourished quite well. When they looked towards the Ghost King Valley disciples, they didn't bother to hide the lustful look in their eyes. There was even one woman who boldly threw a tantrum towards a male Ghost King Valley disciple, licking her lips, displaying an extremely slutty appearance. The free and unfettered sect male disciple next to her not only didn't show any jealousy, but instead happily pinched her perky buttocks, causing her to gasp for breath. Yang Kai's face sank. He found that all the people he had met during this time were proficient in the ways of men and women. Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo didn't need to be mentioned. Both of them cultivated seduction techniques, so although they were virgins, they were still quite familiar with the ways of the bedroom. This free and unfettered sect disciple also seemed to be plucking in to supplement his yang, but Yang Kai didn't know why he was so frivolous. There was probably some kind of mystery behind it. Although your Ghost King Valley people look quite ugly, these free and unfettered sect people are even more disgusting. Yang Kai quietly whispered in Lung Shan's ear, "Who's ugly?" Lung Shan suddenly became angry. "Oh, I mean your hands, they're as white as a corpse. What do you know? In a few years, once your cultivation reaches a certain level, the color will return to normal. Don't compare my Ghost King Valley with free and unfettered sect trash." "Humph." Yang Kai shrugged and no longer said anything. "Enough nonsense since you've come. Let's begin. There are a lot of purple evil spirits ahead, so with just the strength of one of our sects, I'm afraid we won't be able to pass through, so we must all sincerely cooperate." Yu Qing pulled up his trousers and stood up to speak to Chen Yi. Chen Yi coldly snorted, "I hope your free and unfettered sect can truly cooperate." Chapter 332. His cold seemed to have gotten worse. He had been coughing all day. He coughed so much that his consciousness was almost blurred. Fortunately, he didn't have a fever. He wanted to be comforted. The two groups of people gathered together. After a simple discussion, they decided to move forward. Chen Yi reluctantly led the way. Beside him were two free and unfettered sect disciples, a man and a woman. The rest of the people scattered behind them in a fan shape, ready to enter battle at a moment's notice. After walking for a short time, they saw two purple evil spirits floating in front of them. These two purple evil spirits were filled with thick evil chi and were far more ferocious than the red evil spirit. Their bodies were also much more solid, and even their facial features were much clearer. It was to the extent that they even grew two tentacle-like things. 5 indistinct fingers could be vaguely seen, giving off an eerie atmosphere. "Here they come," Chun-Yi shouted, secretly circulating his yuan qi. "You take one, we'll take one," Yu Qing said faintly. The Ghost King Valley and Free and Unfettered Sect disciples all gathered their strength and scattered to the sides, each one facing one of these evil spirits. Wailing and howling filled the air, piercing straight into the depths of one's heart, causing one's blood to run cold. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, everyone began to exchange blows with these two evil spirits. The Ghost King Valley disciples used a variety of Yin Qi martial skills, cooperating with each other to deal with the evil spirit. The Free and Unfettered Sect disciples were the same, but the martial skills they used weren't as ugly as those of the Ghost King Valley disciples, instead giving off a pleasing feeling. Yang Kai only watched from the sidelines and didn't make a move. From time to time, he would make a move or two, wanting to see just how strong these purple evil spirits were. After a while, he was able to figure out their strength. The purple evil spirits were indeed much more difficult to deal with than the red evil spirits. Although the 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples had the upper hand, they didn't dare act rashly, instead choosing to play it safe. Slowly but surely, they consumed the strength of these evil spirits. If 3 of these evil spirits attacked together, Yang Kai estimated that the Ghost King Valley disciples wouldn't be able to cope. The group of people fought for a long time. After killing their respective evil spirits, the evil spirit essences they left behind were extremely rich. Both sects' disciples happily held their purifying spirit bottles and stepped forward to collect these essences. This was their first cooperation, and the result was quite satisfactory. Both Ghost King Valley and Free and Unfettered Sect were quite satisfied. "Continue." Yu Qing grinned and nodded towards Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi didn't complain and continued to lead the way with the other 2 Free and Unfettered Sect disciples. Along the way, they obtained a considerable amount of purple evil spirits. Half a day later, both sects had collected 5 or 6 evil spirits each. Moreover, these evil spirits would gather in pairs so that neither faction would be left out of action. The scene was rather harmonious, with a sense of seamless cooperation. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that Lung Shan was constantly on guard against the movements of the Free and Unfettered Sect disciples, even in the midst of battle. He did not relax in the slightest. After successfully killing 2 more evil spirits, the Ghost King Valley disciple who was responsible for collecting these essences was about to step forward, but a young woman suddenly flew out from the Free and Unfettered Sect group, giggling as she stretched out her hand. He directly swallowed the evil spirit origin into his body. Immediately after, she floated back to the Free and Unfettered Sect group, her pretty face filled with a smug and satisfied expression. The Free and Unfettered Sect male disciple beside her even kissed her on the lips and praised. "Baby, you're really brave. Hee. I just want you to be stronger." The young woman said sweetly. "Yu Qing." Chun-Yi couldn't help shouting when he saw this. "What do you mean?" Yu Qing chuckled lightly. "Nothing. That evil spirit origin is ours. How can you so blatantly snatch it away?" Chun-Yi's expression was cold, and the Ghost King Valley disciples were also disgruntled. "Chun-Yi, why are you acting like an outsider? Free and Unfettered Sect and Ghost King Valley are one big family, and now that we're all sincerely cooperating, it's only right that we help each other. Us taking this evil spirit origin is the same as you taking it." Yu Qing didn't seem to care. and casually said, "Then can I understand that if you kill these evil spirits, we can also collect their essences?" Chun Yi's expression was gloomy as he stared at him coldly. "As long as you have the ability, it doesn't matter." "Ha!" Yu Qing chuckled. "Don't be angry. Isn't it just the evil spirit origin compared to the Yellow Spring Pond? Your Ghost King Valley needs it more, right? Rest assured, after this matter is settled, I promise to open the Yellow Spring Pond to you for a month. Yu Qing, am a man of my word." Ooh. Hearing the mention of the Yellow Spring Pond, Chun Yi's brow furrowed for a moment before he snorted, "I hope so." The Ghost King Valley disciples really didn't have any immunity to the Yellow Spring Pond. If it weren't for free and unfettered sex strength, Ghost King Valley would have already attacked them. The two factions continued to push forward, but because of what had just happened, the harmonious atmosphere had clearly been broken. Yang Kai followed Lung Shan and asked softly, "Why did that young woman directly absorb that evil spirit origin into her body?" "I don't think she cultivates a secret art that can restrain evil spirits. It was because she had directly absorbed that the evil spirit origin into her body that the Ghost King Valley disciples hadn't had time to collect it. After all, using the purifying spirit bottle to collect the evil spirit origin would take some time. That's a charmed slave." Lung Shan responded softly. "They can allow the free and unfettered sex male disciples to bear all kinds of damage. Don't underestimate these people. The men of the free and unfettered sect use special cultivation techniques to train their charmed slaves, making them unswervingly loyal to them. Even if they were told to die, they wouldn't even frown." "So powerful?" Yang Kai exclaimed. This free and unfettered sect really had some means they were able to train their women and completely entrust them to them. And a charmed slave directly absorbing that evil spirit origin will definitely suffer some damage, but since she doesn't care, the free and unfettered sex men also don't care. One is willing to hit, one is willing to suffer. That's it. Moreover, each free and unfettered sex men have more than one charmed slave. If one of them dies, they won't care. "What a beast!" Yang Kai snorted contemptuously. "You flatter them. They're worse than beasts." Lung Shan sneered. While the two were talking, Yang Kai really saw the woman who had just absorbed the evil spirit origin. She was currently unscrupulously kissing the free and unfettered sect male disciple beside her, moaning softly as her tongue moved, sending a mass of energy from her mouth into his body. When their lips parted, the man's face filled with satisfaction, his white complexion seemingly becoming a little rosy. On the other hand, the woman let out a muffled groan as some blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. However, she didn't seem to care. Gently wiping the blood off her face, she stared at her man affectionately, a look of sweet happiness filling her face. Yang Kai secretly shook his head as he watched this scene. He knew that the free and unfettered sex method of enslaving charm slaves was quite impressive. Half an hour later, after the Ghost King Valley disciple had killed an evil spirit with great difficulty, another woman from the free and unfettered sect appeared, attempting to directly seize the evil spirit origin. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he rushed forward like the wind, grabbing the evil spirit origin before the woman arrived. "HM?" Yu Qing glanced over at Yang Kai in surprise, but didn't say anything, just grinning meaningfully. The women from free and unfettered sect didn't care about injuries. They would directly absorb an evil spirit origin on the spot and refine it in a hurry, leaving the harm to themselves while giving the benefits to their man. However, Yang Kai obviously couldn't avoid harming himself by doing this. Therefore, Yu Qing was also gloating, thinking that the Ghost King Valley disciples were just acting in a fit of pique. "I owe you two evil spirits." Yang Kai leapt back and grinned. "It's fine. It's just a bunch of trash taking advantage of us. It's better to give it to Brother Yang." Chun Yi laughed. He didn't care. He knew that Yang Kai cultivated a secret art that restrained evil spirits, so even if he absorbed and refined the evil spirit origin on the spot, there wouldn't be any harm. Lung Shan also nodded slightly, agreeing with Chun Yi's statement. Since the two of them didn't object, the other Ghost King Valley disciples naturally didn't say anything, only glaring at the free and unfettered sect disciples with increasing hatred. Over the next half-day, all the evil spirits' essences left behind by the Ghost King Valley disciples were all absorbed by Yang Kai. Yang Kai also wanted to take the evil spirits' essences from free and unfettered sect, but fearing that Lung Shan and the others would be in trouble, he could only bide his time. Seeing Yang Kai targeting free and unfettered sect like this, Yu Qing glared at him coldly and sneered, "Little brat, let's see how long you can last. Absorbing so many evil spirits without refining them all, sooner or later you'll become the demon race." Yang Kai responded with a smile. "Don't worry about it. Humph, just wait and see." Yu Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light. The path ahead suddenly became extremely calm, and after walking for a long time, they didn't encounter a single evil spirit. The two groups of people glanced at each other, not knowing what was going on. As they walked, an extremely rich aura suddenly appeared, not far away. This aura was filled with thick evil qi, as if some kind of shocking evil spirit was about to be born, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. After a short moment, this baleful aura suddenly concealed itself and became extremely calm. The group of people glanced at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. The more dangerous a place was, the more benefits there were to be had. The Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples were like cats, naturally smelling something fishy. However, thinking about the rich evil qi, they were somewhat hesitant to act. "Should we go and take a look?" Yu Qing asked hesitantly. Chun Yi also hesitated and only turned his eyes to Lung Shan. Lung Shan frowned, seriously considering this matter. But before she could think clearly, a female free and unfettered sect disciple suddenly screamed, "Evil spirits! Where?" Yu Qing heard this and shouted, "Behind us!" Everyone turned their heads to look, and suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, causing their feet to cramp. Half a kilometer behind them, a series of purple figures were howling as they rushed towards them. Looking at their numbers, there were at least a dozen of them. More than a dozen purple evil spirits were not something the Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples could handle. "Why are there so many of them?" Chun Yi cried out, his face instantly going pale. "Run!" Chung Ying hurriedly shouted. The group of people didn't hesitate and hurriedly used their movement skills to escape. "Left and right!" Yu Qing shouted as he ran. Chapter 333. They didn't know what kind of danger lay ahead of them, but they couldn't go back, so they could only rush forward. After running for more than a dozen kilometers, everyone suddenly came to a halt, their eyes trembling violently as they stared ahead. There was a large area in front of them that was densely packed with purple evil spirits. These evil spirits were drifting back and forth like ghosts. For some unknown reason, they were fighting each other nonstop. Moreover, from all directions, more and more purple evil spirits were converging towards them, making for a frightening scene. Even Yang Kai was taken aback by this scene, not to mention the Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples. Although Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art which could restrain these evil spirits, this number was simply too great. If they all swarmed together, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to resist at all. In an instant, many people were filled with great despair. Their eyes overflowed with panic and fear, and they stood there dumbly, not knowing what to do. In front of them was a wolf, behind them was a tiger. There was no place to go. They were basically in a desperate situation. "Brother Yang! Brother Yang!" Not far away, a voice suddenly called out, seemingly calling out to Yang Kai. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Tao Yang, who he had met before, waving towards him. At this moment, he was standing on a high platform. This high platform seemed to be naturally formed, like a large stone pillar that stood in the middle of the evil cavern. At the top was a smooth platform that was about 7 or 8 meters off the ground. Beside Tao Yang, his 3 junior brother and junior sister were also gathered together, their faces filled with panic. In addition, not far away, there was another high platform. Over there, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, leading Lung Shan and the others to rush over. Yu Qing and the others saw a chance of survival and also quickly followed. At this life or death moment, Yang Kai didn't care about anything else. In front of him were a few purple evil spirits, but all of them were sent flying by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. All the way through, Yang Kai was unscrupulous. Finally breaking through the encirclement of numerous evil spirits, Yang Kai and the rest of the Ghost King Valley disciples jumped onto the high platform where Tao Yang was standing. The area of the high platform wasn't very large, and with Tao Yang's group of 4 and the Ghost King Valley's group of 7 or 8, it suddenly became somewhat cramped. Although it wasn't crowded, it still wasn't enough to accommodate the free and unfettered sex group. On the high platform, Yang Kai suddenly turned around. He stared coldly at Yu Qing and his group. It was a good thing that they knew their limits. He knew that it was impossible to ask others to give up their seats at this moment. As such, they simply circled around him before summoning their own artifacts to protect themselves. He flew towards an unoccupied, high platform not far away. These artifacts exuded a brilliant light in the dim cave. All of them fire attribute artifacts or flashing, lightning attribute artifacts. Only such attacks could restrain the evil spirits. Countless evil spirits were flying around below the high platform, attacking each other and shrieking as if they had gone mad. However, the high platform was extremely safe and was not affected at all. Everyone couldn't help but be puzzled. They didn't know what mysteries were hidden on the high platform. Brother Yang, we meet again. Tao Yang looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Yang Kai looked back at him. Cupping his fists gratefully, he said, "Many thanks. Brother Yang is too polite. Why are you here? Just like you, we were chased all the way here." Tao Yang laughed dryly. Speaking of which, he and his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters had been following behind Yang Kai all this time, but as a result, they hadn't encountered a single evil spirit. As a last resort, Tao Yang had no choice but to lead the other 3 in a different direction, not following the same path as Yang Kai. As they walked, they didn't know how, but they soon entered the territory of the purple evil spirits and finally encountered a lone purple evil spirit. However, before they had time to act, an unforeseen event occurred. A large group of evil spirits chased after them. When they reached this place, they were alerted by someone and jumped onto the high platform to take refuge. "Is there someone else here?" Yang Kai was surprised, looking around and discovering that almost a kilometer away from him, there really were 2 slender figures sitting cross-legged on the high platform, a kilometer away. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai would have been able to clearly see them, but deep underground, his vision was obstructed, so he couldn't see them clearly, only knowing that they were 2 women. "It's the 2 free and unfettered sect disciples chasing after us." Lung Shan glanced over and whispered. Yang Kai nodded faintly. "Are these Brother Yang's new friends?" Tao Yang looked curiously at the Ghost King Valley group. Yang Kai had entered the evil cavern alone, but now he was suddenly with a group of people who didn't seem like strangers, so he couldn't help feeling a bit strange. "Oh, I know them from before, but I didn't expect to meet them here," Yang Kai explained. Tao Yang chuckled. "It seems that Brother Yang has friends all over the world, yet here he is able to meet his old friends. Admirable! This one is Treasure Instrument Sect's Tao Yang." "Treasure Instrument Sect?" Chunyi exclaimed. Lung Shan's beautiful eyes also flashed as she stared towards Tao Yang, apparently having heard of this sect before. Excuse my disrespect. It turns out to be a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect. We are from Ghost King Valley, Chen Yi. Brother Chen, Tao Yong chuckled, not showing any change in expression because Ghost King Valley was an evil sect. Yang Kai also looked at Tao Yong with some surprise, not expecting him to be from Treasure Instrument Sect. Treasure Instrument Sect. It was a very special sect. It was also a very small sect. There were less than 100 people in the entire sect, and they couldn't even be ranked as a third-grade sect. They were at the very bottom. However, its fame was no less than that of Medicine King's Valley. Medicine King's Valley was an alchemist, while Treasure Instrument Sect was an artifact refiner. There were only a few mysterious grade top-rank artifacts in the world, and half of them were made by Treasure Instrument Sect. Treasure Instrument Sect's artifact refining methods were unique, and although the sect wasn't big, its name was resounding. Treasure Instrument Sect refined no more than 20 artifacts each year. However, all of them were heaven grade or above and were often fought over by great forces. The patriarchs and sect masters of those small families and sects didn't necessarily have as many artifacts as Treasure Instrument Sect's disciples. Therefore, the world joked that any Treasure Instrument Sect disciple was a treasure trove. Before, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to these people, but now that he heard Tao Yang say he was from Treasure Instrument Sect, he took a closer look and found that this was indeed the case. The clothes these people were wearing, the jewelry the women were wearing, the weapons they were holding, and the jade pendants on their waists were all extraordinary artifacts. Tao Yang daring to say he was a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect showed that he was sincere about making friends with these people. So, he didn't conceal his identity. Seeing him so honest, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide his identity, cupping his fists and saying, "High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Lung Shan slowly shook her head, as if she knew what effect Yang Kai's words would have. "Fuck," Chung Ying muttered, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Chen Yi froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. "I've learned something new today. This Chen has learned something new today." Saying so, he quickly lowered his voice and said, "It turns out your High Heaven Pavilion is so fierce. The people you send out are all sharp. First, the Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion, and now even Yang Kai was a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. How could anyone not be surprised? Just the fact that he and the Demon Lord were from the same sect was enough to make everyone take him seriously. For two of you to be so honest today, my Ghost King Valley is deeply grateful." Chen Yi's expression became serious as he quickly said, "Hey, hey, hey." Lung Shan shouted a few times, "You men, do you know what the situation is right now? Can't you stop talking about other things and focus on how to resolve the current crisis? I really don't know what's going on in your heads." "That's right. Treasure Instrument Sect's wrong." Mei also nodded. Everyone exchanged a wry smile before Yang Kai turned to Tao Yang and asked, "Brother Tao, you came here first. What do you know about this situation?" "I don't know much. We came here this time because Honored Master said he wanted some evil spirit essences to see if they could be used for artifact refining, but before we could get our hands on them, something unexpected happened, and we ran all the way here. Soon after, you arrived." "Oh," Yang Kai frowned as he glanced down and saw that the evil spirit Qi down below was churning like a thick, inky black cloud. The purple evil spirits shuttled back and forth in this evil spirit Qi, absorbing it to strengthen themselves while also fighting with other evil spirits. From time to time, an evil spirit would be killed, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essences that exuded a faint light. After a short while, there were already more than a dozen evil spirit essences down below, and as time passed, more and more evil spirits were killed, producing more and more evil spirit essences. Everyone stared at these evil spirit essences with burning eyes, but no one had the courage to go down and snatch them. Not to mention that the large number of evil spirits wouldn't attack them. Just the thick, ink-like evil spirit chi alone was enough to make them suffer. If you really want to understand, I think we should ask those two girls over there. We were only able to avoid this disaster because of their kind intentions. They should know more than I do, Tao Yang said, glancing off into the distance. Chen Yuqing apparently also discovered the two women's hiding place and stared at them for a long time, a smug grin appearing on his face before he turned to the Ghost King Valley disciples and shouted, "If you can capture those two women for me now, the Yellow Spring Pond will open to you for 2 months." Chen sneered. "Yuqing, are you crazy? What kind of place is this? You can't even protect yourself, yet you still want to take advantage of others? Think about how you're going to survive first." Yuqing smiled coldly. "Even if I have to die, I want them to die under my crotch." "Idiot." Chen Yi spat, a look of disdain filling his face. "Don't talk nonsense with him. If we can survive this disaster, we'll never deal with him again," Lung Shan said with extreme disgust. The conversation between Chen Yi and Yuqing obviously reached the ears of the two women, and from a high platform a kilometer away, the two women stared at them with vigilance, their eyes filled with vigilance. Yang Kai frowned, got up, and said, "I'll go ask." It's very dangerous," Chen Yi exclaimed. Now that they were surrounded by evil spirits, only the high platform was safe. Once they left the high platform, there was no telling what kind of danger they would encounter. Chapter 334. "And don't go," Lung Shan kindly reminded him. "If you get entangled by those evil spirits, how are you going to escape?" Tao Yang also frowned. "Brother Yang, we should consider this matter at length." "I know what I'm doing." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. "My secret art and Yuan Qi attribute can restrain these evil spirits. They won't be able to do anything to me. But what if those two girls don't understand the situation? Wouldn't you have come here in vain?" Chen was still a little worried, slowly shaking his head. The current situation was too dangerous. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute could effectively restrain these evil spirits. If something happened to him, everyone's defensive strength would be greatly reduced. Currently, the evil spirits below the high platform didn't seem to be a threat, but who could be sure they wouldn't suddenly attack? At that time, if Yang Kai was there, even if they fought desperately, they might still have a chance to survive. How about we call them over? Zhao Rong, the girl from Treasure Instrument Sect, suggested. Everyone looked at her strangely. "What's wrong?" Zhao Rong was puzzled, her big eyes blinking. Tao Yang smiled bitterly. "Those two girls have a grudge with that group of people over there, so it's impossible for them to come over. I'll go and show my sincerity." Yang Kai made up his mind. Moreover, their strength isn't weak. If we can win them over to join us, we'll have an extra layer of protection. And Lung Shan's beautiful eyes brightened. "If you can really persuade them, my Ghost King Valley promises not to embarrass them. In any case, the deaths of a few free and unfettered sect disciples has nothing to do with us." Chen Yi nodded slightly and solemnly said, "Then, Brother Yang, you must be careful. If things go south, return immediately." And Yang Kai nodded, his figure leaping up and flying directly towards the group. Seeing him act so boldly, everyone couldn't help admiring him for a while. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had crossed several dozen meters and was quickly approaching the stone platform where the two women were resting. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, the two women suddenly stood up. The two women on the other side suddenly stood up. Their Yuan Qi surged, and their beautiful eyes were frosty. They were ready to attack at any time. As Yang Kai activated his Yuan Qi, his entire body exuded a pure and hot Yuan Qi. At the same time, he avoided the evil spirits that were flying in the air. Fortunately, the evil spirits were attracted by the thick, murderous aura below them, so they did not encounter any trouble. A moment later, Yang Kai raised his voice and shouted, "Ladies, please don't misunderstand. I'm just here to inquire about the situation. I don't have any other intentions." As soon as he said that, the two women who were on high alert suddenly relaxed. He cried out in bewilderment. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on over there. In order to prevent the other party from getting too nervous, he could only stop, standing in midair. He said sincerely, "You too," before he could finish. The other side immediately responded, "Is this Yang Kai?" Her voice trembled slightly, her tone full of disbelief, surprise, and surprise. Yang Kai was stunned. The voice coming from the other side was somewhat familiar. Involuntarily, a young girl's face popped up in his mind. Turning his gaze towards the other side, he discovered that on the stone platform, sure enough, there were two beautiful young girls standing there, perfectly matching the image in his mind. These two people looked exactly the same. Whether it was their demeanor or body shape, they were completely identical, as if they had been carved from the same mold. Both of them were elegant and refined, with outstanding grace. There was some unconcealable tiredness on her oval-shaped face, but her two beautiful eyes were bursting with a strong splendor. At such a close distance, both sides could clearly see each other's appearance. "It's really you." The young girl on the other side was overjoyed. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and rushed over to the other side, landing on the high platform. Surprised, he asked, "How come it's you?" Previously, he had heard from the people from Ghost King Valley that the Free and Unfettered sect were chasing a pair of twins with extraordinary strength. From beginning to end, they had killed more than a dozen Free and Unfettered sect disciples. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. After all, although there weren't many twins, there weren't too few either. Among the people he knew, there was no pair of twins, only the charming twin flowers of Blood Battle Gang. Although they looked the same, in fact, they were several years apart in age, so they weren't real twins. Therefore, he didn't expect that the Free and Unfettered sect would actually be chasing them. Hu Jiao Air, Hu Mei Air. It had been a long time since he had seen them. The last time they had met was in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. The three of them had walked side by side up the 10,000-foot flight of stairs. Every time the cold energy hit them, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air would snuggle up to Yang Kai for warmth. At that time, sharing trials and tribulations was still vivid in his mind, and every time he thought about it, he felt warm. In a flash, nearly 2 years had passed. Yang Kai had also grown from the initial element boundary to the Yuan Qi boundary 5th stage. As for the twin flowers of Blood Battle Gang, it was obvious that they had made a lot of progress. Of the two girls, one looked at Yang Kai with a charming smile, her beautiful eyes overflowing with the joy of meeting again after a long time. The other one was gnashing her teeth, her eyebrows furrowed, as she questioned, "I want to ask, why is it you stinking brat?" Suddenly seeing the two of them, Yang Kai didn't know why, but he was in a good mood and grinned. "Jiao Air," the girl who spoke blushed and gnashed her teeth even more. "You bastard. You recognized me again. If you didn't speak, I wouldn't have recognized you." Yang Kai laughed. After not seeing each other for so long, the two sisters had become more and more alike. If it weren't for their different temperaments, it would be impossible to distinguish them. However, compared to her sister, Hu Jiao Air was undoubtedly more aggressive. Only she would hold a grudge and call Yang Kai a bastard stinking brat. That year, Yang Kai had said that half of her but was big and half was small, and he had taken advantage of her. "Mei Air." Yang Kai nodded to the other person. Hu Mei Air bit her red lips and smiled. Her eyes were watery, very beautiful, calling out so intimately, "Your face is really thick." Hu Jiao Air spat, but Yang Kai could see that her mood was quite good. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. It was probably like this. A pair of beautiful eyes looked up and down at Yang Kai. Hu Jiao Air clicked her tongue in wonder. "I haven't seen you for so long. You've become a lot stronger. In the past, Yang Kai was thin and pitiful, but now he was undoubtedly more handsome and extraordinary. There was one thing that Hu Jiao didn't have the nerve to mention. In the past, when she was on top of Yang Kai and took liberties with him, her soft breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's ribs, and it hurt for a while. You've also become more beautiful, Yang Kai casually flattered. The two charming flowers looked at each other and giggled. The exhaustion on their faces was swept away. They seemed to have gained great vitality. You have a sweet mouth. Hu Jiao glared at him. You can fly. You've also reached Yuan Qi. And Yang Kai nodded faintly. His divine sense swept over them. And his face suddenly became dignified, full of surprise as he looked at Hu Mei-er. What's wrong? Hu Mei-er's face couldn't help but blush under his stare. Your strength, true element boundary 4th stage. Hu Jiao giggled, her expression filled with a hint of pride. She didn't need to remind him. Yang Kai already felt it. Yuan Qi 4th level. It wasn't very high, but the strange thing was that both sisters were Yuan Qi 4th level. In the past, Yang Kai and his sister Hu Mei-er were almost the same. After such a long time, all kinds of experience, all kinds of opportunities, they only reached Yuan Qi 5th level. But now Hu Mei-er was only 1 level away from him. This cultivation speed could be said to be terrifying. What made Yang Kai more concerned was Hu Jiao realm. She was almost the same as Su Yan, an elite disciple of the 3 sections. But now, Su Yan was already Yuan Qi 9th level. Even if she hadn't reached the immortal ascension boundary, it was estimated that she was not far away. It was very likely that she had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. Hu Jiao was only Yuan Qi 4th level. The gap was quite big. The sister's cultivation speed was amazing, but the sister was as slow as a turtle. This situation was obviously not right. Hu Jiao naturally had a talent for cultivation before, so it didn't make sense for her strength to improve so slowly in these 2 years. Is it because of the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai suddenly thought of an explanation, and the charming flowers didn't deny it. Hu Jiao nodded and said, the inheritance we obtained is called the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Skill. It is most suitable for twins to cultivate, although Mei-er and I are not real twins, because I was the one who brought her up. Our hearts and minds are more connected than real twins. After cultivating this divine skill, our cultivation speed will double. But because Mei-er's starting point was lower, we are only Yuan Qi 4th level now. Amazing! Yang Kai praised. What about you? 5th level. You are not bad. Hu Jiao chuckled and didn't ask in detail. She could naturally guess that Yang Kai had obtained the final inheritance. The 3 of them talked for a while, but Hu Jiao's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and said, Yes, I forgot to ask. You bastard, what are you doing here? Did you go to the free and unfettered sect after High Heaven Pavilion was destroyed? You think too much. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Stop. Don't come over. Hu Jiao stood in front of her sister and sneered. Then why did you come here with that group of scum? Don't think I didn't see that free and unfettered sect person ordering you to capture us sisters. If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you go. Don't even think about getting close to us sisters. Sister, he is not that kind of person. Hu Mei-er tried to persuade her sister. You may know a person's face, but not his heart. Humph. Hu Jiao scolded her sister. If you don't dig out his heart, you won't know whether he is black or white. Okay, I'll tell you. Yang Kai helplessly raised his hand and briefly recounted what happened after coming to the evil cavern. Really? Hu Jiao tilted her head and stared at Yang Kai as if she didn't want to miss the slightest change in his expression. Why would I lie to you? Yang Kai said seriously, originally I wanted to ask about the situation here and see if you know what happened. I didn't expect it to be you two, but since it's you, come with me. Once we reach the other side, we can resist together. Sister, let's go. Hu Mei Er undoubtedly believed in Yang Kai and didn't have the slightest doubt. Hu Jiao Er hesitated in her heart. She didn't want to see the ugly faces of those free and unfettered sect men, but the two sisters couldn't stay here forever. She knew that Yang Kai wanted them to go with him for their own good. So after hesitating for a moment, she said, "We can go, but me and Mei Er are currently unable to use our Yuan Qi. Let's wait until we recover before going." She obviously didn't trust the people from Ghost King Valley, so she said this. Chapter 335. These days, the two sisters had been hiding in the ash-gray cloud evil land and hadn't had a chance to rest. They had also been hunted down by free and unfettered sex forces, and if it weren't for their twin Qi shared spirit divine art restoring their Yuan Qi quickly, they would have been caught long ago. After entering the evil cavern, the two of them had to deal with the evil spirits, so they had become increasingly exhausted. Their Yuan Qi was almost completely depleted. It will take at least half a day for you to restore your Yuan Qi. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. In any case, I won't go until I'm in peak condition. Hu Jiao Er pursed her lips, her red cheeks extremely attractive. I have a way. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, directly dipping a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space and stretching out his finger towards Hu Jiao Er, saying, "Open your mouth." Hu Jiao Er opened her cherry mouth almost reflexively. This inadvertent reaction showed that she didn't have much vigilance towards Yang Kai. Placing his finger in her mouth, Hu Jiao Er's expression froze for a moment before she suddenly woke up. Her almond eyes widened, and her face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to curse, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Suck it in." Hu Jiao Er frowned, and in the next moment, she felt a sweet taste spread from the tip of her tongue. As this taste spread, a surge of warm energy seeped into her stomach, spreading throughout her limbs and bones. In just a short moment, her nearly depleted Yuan Qi actually began to rapidly recover. Her expression couldn't help but change slightly as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise, but she didn't find the slightest obscene expression on his face. Instead, he was completely serious. Hu Jiao Er knew that what Yang Kai had given her was an incredible treasure, so she couldn't bear to waste it. Suppressing her shyness, she curled up her tongue and sucked on Yang Kai's finger. After a few moments, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly became watery and embarrassed, and her whole face blushed. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly pulled out his finger, leaving behind a trail of sparkling silk. N. Hu Jiao Er suddenly felt a little ashamed, moaning from her throat. Yang Kai was also quite embarrassed. He hadn't expected her reaction to be so strong. Between his fingers seemed to be lingering Hu Jiao Er's soft tongue, so he couldn't help feeling a surge of emotions. Wiping his fingers without a trace, Yang Kai took out a drop of myriad drug liquid and extended it to Hu Mei Er. "It's your turn." Hu Mei Er tilted her head and said shyly, I think I don't want it anymore. This guy, what kind of time is this? Mayor, he's giving us something to replenish our true essence. It's not what you think. Hu Jiao Er sat down cross-legged, calm. That's good stuff. Eat it quickly. Hu Jiao Er urged again. To be. She was much more shy than her sister, completely different from her previous self. You too refine at first. I'll stand guard. Yang Kai lightly coughed and stood in front of them, and the charming pair nodded slightly and quickly circulated their twin Qi shared spirit divine art. On the other side of the stone platform, Chen Yi, Tao Yang, and the others were on guard against the evil spirits while eagerly looking over. Brother Yang has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he returned yet? Chen Yi frowned slightly, puzzled. Tao Yang chuckled. It seems that Brother Yang is having a good time with them. Those two girls don't seem to be wary of him. They're so close to him. Looking over from here, although they couldn't see their faces, they could still make out a vague figure. The distance between Yang Kai and the charming pair was only 3 feet. If they were wary, how could they let others stand in front of them? Amazing. It seems that Brother Yang is quite good at dealing with women. Chen-Yi couldn't help but praise. Humph. Lung Shan snorted. Back in that isolated world, she and ZMO had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai, so she knew that this person was really good at dealing with women. She and ZMO had originally planned everything to make Kai Yang beg for death, but they couldn't. But in the end, not only did her hatred for Yang Kai diminish, but so did ZMO. On the contrary, she was grateful to him. If he didn't have some means, how could he have done all this? They're coming, Chen-Yi suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw Yang Kai and the 2 women flying side by side towards them. Amazing! Tao Yang also couldn't help but admire this young man. In such a short time, he had made those 2 women willingly follow him. Tao Yang couldn't help but feel that he didn't have the ability to eliminate their wariness and hostility. On the high platform, not far away, Yu Qing's pupils also constricted as he stared at the charming figure of the 2 flowers without blinking. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold sword-like smile. The 3 of them had only flown halfway when a sudden change occurred below them. In the midst of the countless evil spirits' battle, the thick, ink-like, demonic qi surged. Yang Kai didn't know what these evil spirits were doing, but a flood dragon-like demonic qi shot up from the ground and sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yang Kai and the charming twin flowers to escape. Be careful! Chen-Yi couldn't help but shout out a warning. Before he could finish his words, a bright light suddenly burst forth, and Yang Kai's entire body became as dazzling as a scorching sun as his true Yang Yuan Qi burst forth. The pure true Yang Yuan Qi directly formed an oval light curtain that enveloped Yang Kai in a radius of 1 meter. As a warm feeling spread out, Hu Jiao air and Hu Mei air both relaxed as the colding energy around them was dispelled. They were just about to make a move to defend themselves when they heard this. Clang! When the evil qi hit the light curtain, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, as if salt had been sprinkled in boiling oil. The sounds continued, but they couldn't penetrate the light curtain at all. They were all blocked on the outside. So awesome! Cheng-Ying couldn't help but curse. Her pair of eyes widened as she stared blankly in front of her. The Yang attribute Yuan Qi that can restrain the evil Qi is really amazing. Tao Yang excitedly looked at Yang Kai. But this Yuan Qi is too pure. What grade of Yuan Qi is it? Although they had never experienced the consequences of coming into contact with the evil Qi, they could imagine that the taste would not be pleasant. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi was actually able to block the evil Qi, which was beyond their expectations. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai could freely enter and exit from the ground? They just had to be careful not to be attacked by the evil spirits. After blocking the attack of the evil Qi, Hu Jiao air and Hu Mei air took the initiative to move closer to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was even more impolite, directly hugging the 2 beauties and urging his true Yang Yuan Qi to quickly return. After landing back on the high platform, Hu Jiao air hurriedly broke free from his embrace and glared at him hatefully, whispering, "Wait until this matter is over. Then I'll deal with you for your frivolous sins." Ha ha! Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh but didn't answer. The arrival of the 2 sisters greatly boosted the morale of the other side, especially since the 2 of them were also outstanding beauties. Not to mention they looked the same, so when they stood side by side, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Lung Shan secretly compared herself to them and couldn't help sighing slightly in her heart. She found that these 2 girls, whether in terms of appearance or temperament, were superior to her Both were first-class beauties. Greetings to the two ladies. Chen Yi cupped his fists and greeted. Humph! Hu Jiao Air didn't like him. Although this group of people had never met each other, the two charming flowers knew that in addition to the free and unfettered sect, there was another group of people chasing them. And this group was none other than Ghost King Valley. Now that they met, naturally she didn't show him any respect. Perceiving Hu Jiao Air's indifference, Chen Yi couldn't help feeling embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Jiao Air, you came here first. Did you notice anything unusual? What happened here? Yang Kai asked. Now was not a good time to start a conflict. Hu Jiao Air's face turned cold as she furrowed her brows and said, May Air and I were fighting an evil spirit. We don't know what happened, but a large mass of evil qi suddenly gushed out from the ground. After this evil qi appeared, the evil spirit became somewhat abnormal. May Air and I saw that the situation was not right and wanted to escape, but many evil spirits rushed in from all directions and blocked us here. Evil qi gushing out from the ground? Chen Yi's expression changed as he hurriedly asked, Where is it? Hu Jiao Air no longer targeted him, and instead pointed in a certain direction. Over there, do you see that evil qi? That place is very similar to a spirit spring. Following the direction she pointed, everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw that the evil qi was surging even more fiercely, as if all the evil qi below was coming from that place. Furthermore, as the evil aura increased, the water-like evil aura at the bottom also gradually rose to a higher position. No way. Chen Yi's face went pale. How could we be so unlucky? What is that? Yang Kai saw that Chen Yi seemed to know something about the situation and asked with a frown, That's the evil spirit spring. In the distance, an old voice came and answered Chen Yi's question. Everyone was startled and turned their heads to look, only to see a group of people in the distance flying over in a hurry, followed by a large number of purple evil spirits. Another group of people was being chased over. The number of people in this group wasn't too large, only an old man leading 4 young people. But this old man was undoubtedly an immortal ascension boundary master. Perceiving this old man's strength, everyone showed a trace of dread. Immortal ascension boundary masters generally wouldn't appear here. They would usually go deeper into the evil cavern. The old man moved like an eagle, protecting the 4 young people beside him, the artifact in his hand glowing brilliantly as he repelled the evil spirits in front of him. Mid-air, he swept his eyes over the group of free and unfettered sect disciples standing on the high platform and said, Make some space for us. Yu Qing's expression became bitter, but he didn't dare refuse, quickly ordering his brothers and junior brothers to retreat to the side. The old man quickly led the 4 young people down, glancing faintly at Yu Qing. Free and unfettered sect? Do you have any objections? Yu Qing smiled and said, Senior must be joking. This high platform is also very spacious. The old man nodded gently, very satisfied with Yu Qing's concession. Chapter 336. Here, the old man's strength was the strongest, so even if Yu Qing was cursing in his heart, he didn't dare show it in front of him. After the 4 young men who had come with the old man landed, all of them stared at the charmed slaves around the free and unfettered sect male disciples with great interest. These charmed slaves all had eyes like peach blossoms, their beautiful eyes casting flirtatious glances towards them, as if they didn't care about the current crisis or the jealousy of the men around them. If you don't want to be sucked dry by these women, don't even think about touching them, the old man lightly reminded them. The 4 young men suddenly blushed and averted their gazes. Free and unfettered sex charm slaves, when they had sex with another man, could absorb a part of that man's cultivation, and when they had sex with another free and unfettered sect male disciple, they could pass this part of their cultivation to him, thus increasing his strength. Therefore, free and unfettered sex charm slaves had no taboos when it came to sex. The free and unfettered sect male disciples didn't really discipline these charmed slaves. Instead, they were quite happy to let them seduce other men and steal all kinds of benefits. In addition, charmed slaves had a variety of magical functions. In the eyes of free and unfettered sect male disciples, these charmed slaves weren't people, but tools. The old man was obviously very familiar with free and unfettered sect's various methods, and was afraid that his juniors would suffer a loss, so he decided to warn them. After speaking, the old man's brow furrowed as he stared down at the so-called evil spirit spring, his seemingly turbid old eyes flashing as they stared towards it. Turning his head, he looked at Chen-Yi and said, "Ghost King Valley boy, it seems you have some understanding of this evil spirit spring. Explain it to them. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died." Yes, Chen-Yi also wanted to explain to Yang Kai. Now that the old man had said so, he no longer refused. The evil spirit spring is indeed a spring. The two young ladies are not mistaken. The evil spirit spring water gushing out from the spring is indeed evil spirit spring water. This water is harmful to us, but to the evil spirits here, it is very beneficial. As long as they are given enough time, they can absorb this evil spirit spring water and become stronger and more condensed. Therefore, this thing is very attractive to them, which is why they rushed here. Chun-Yi's expression became dignified as he slowly explained, every time the evil spirit spring appears, when the evil spirit spring bursts out, the evil spirits in the evil cavern will become extremely unstable. As you can see, in order to compete for the spring water below, they will kill each other. For the time being, we are not in any danger. But after a while, once these evil spirits go berserk, we will be attacked. We're really unlucky this time. The evil spirit spring might not even appear once in a few years. I didn't think we would run into it. What should we do? Zhao Rong of Treasure Instruments Sect exclaimed, "Should we take advantage of this opportunity to escape?" "Where are you going?" Chen-Yi smiled bitterly. "There's nowhere to escape now. Standing here will allow us to live a little longer, but once we leave, I'm afraid we'll die even faster." "Ha ha! That little brat is right." The old man nodded with a sinister smile. Even an expert like this old master was forced to come here. "You bunch of kids still want to escape? You're dreaming." Pausing for a moment, the old man looked at everyone with a smile and said, "How is it? Do you want to join hands with this old man and see if we can find a way out?" Chen-Yi glanced at him and frowned. "What kind of plan does Senior have?" "No plan. The only thing we can do is kill." The old man chuckled. "Although your strength isn't very high, there are still a lot of people here. Fortunately, there were a lot of them. As long as they didn't give up, they might be able to survive. Moreover, since you dared to come to the evil cavern, you must have brought a lot of artifacts to restrain these evil spirits, right?" "Yes." Chen-Yi nodded. They were different from Yang Kai. Naturally, they had made sufficient preparations before daring to come to the evil cavern. They hadn't used any artifacts before because they didn't need to. "That's right. When we start fighting, you can use everything you've learned in your life to your heart's content. Ha ha ha. If this old master is free, he will definitely help you." The old man nodded with a smile. He seemed to be very kind. Chen-Yi smiled wryly and cupped his fists. "Many thanks for Senior's kindness." He didn't believe this old man would take care of his group, but the number of evil spirits was simply too great. If they died too quickly, the pressure on the old man's side would definitely increase. The current relationship between the two stone platforms could be said to be one of mutual dependence. Therefore, the old man had shown some concern and advice. At a critical moment, this old master can lend you a hand, but I have a condition. The old man smiled. "What condition?" Chen-Yi asked. The old man stared at the evil spirit spring and quickly said, "If we can survive this crisis, this old master wants what's in that spring. Whoever dares to steal it will be killed without mercy. Juniors only ask for survival." Chen-Yi said coldly, That would be for the best. The old man sneered, and no longer said anything. What's in that spring? Yang Kai asked curiously in a low voice. Looking at the old man's expression, he seemed to be very interested in what was in that spring, so Yang Kai guessed that it was definitely something good. It's an evil spirit essence. Chen Yi also whispered back, but it is definitely a very special evil spirit essence, and the energy it contains is extremely huge. A very special evil spirit essence? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. Shanqing Luo had said that some evil spirit essences contained energy that could increase one's spiritual energy, while others contained various martial skills. How could an evil spirit essence from an evil spirit spring be of poor quality? However, in this situation, Yang Kai had no choice but to restrain his thoughts and focus on preserving his life first. On both sides of the high platforms, everyone was waiting for the right moment. The evil spirit spring below was rising higher and higher, and within the ink-black spring water, there were dozens of bright evil spirit essences, attracting everyone's attention and making them greedy for them. As long as one could go down, they could directly harvest dozens of these evil spirit essences. These evil spirit essences were equivalent to the gains of several days of life experience in the evil cavern. Originally, the evil spirit essences weren't limited to just this little bit. In just a short time, 100 to 200 evil spirits had already died, but even more evil spirit essences had merged with the evil spirit spring and disappeared, turning into energy in the spring water. But even if they were greedy, no one dared to leave the high platform. They could only watch helplessly, their hearts filled with regret. After a while, many evil spirits below screamed in unison. The light on Zi Yingying's body flickered, seeming to be extremely unstable. Within a radius of 300 meters, it was icy cold, as if it was a terrifying purgatory. Be careful. All of you try to survive, little kids. Ha ha! The old man laughed loudly. Before his laughter had even faded, more than a dozen evil spirits suddenly rushed up, attracted by the blood chi of the many cultivators. They split up and attacked from both sides. With a sharp howl, 6 or 7 evil spirits rushed up from the high platform near Yang Kai and the others and surrounded them. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. All of them simultaneously unleashed their martial skills. The strength of these purple evil spirits was not weak, but because everyone was gathered on the high platform, although they couldn't move freely, they still managed to form an airtight defense. As soon as the evil spirits rushed up, they were knocked back, the color of their bodies constantly changing. Before they could rush up again, the Ghost King Valley disciples had already summoned their artifacts. The Ghost King Valley disciples had brought 2 artifacts to restrain these evil spirits, one of which was of the fire attribute. The other was of the lightning attribute. The fire dragon swallowed and spat, burning the 2 evil spirits so much that they screamed incessantly. The flowing electricity also made them tremble incessantly. These 2 artifacts were both Earth-grade top rank. Although they weren't as useful as Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi, they were still quite good. At the very least, they could be used to deal with these evil spirits. Treasure Instrument Sex Tao Yang was even richer. He directly took out a heaven-grade artifact and ignited a cloud of fire, wrapping the 2 evil spirits in it and urging his Yuan Qi to burn them. The 2 evil spirits kept screaming and trying to break out. However, they were unable to escape the burning range of the cloud of fire. The disciples of the 2 sects were relying on the power of their artifacts. Being able to deal with 4 evil spirits at once was quite extraordinary. The Hu sisters were working together, and although they didn't have an artifact to restrain these evil spirits, using their twin Qi shared spirit divine art, their strength had greatly increased, and together they were able to deal with 1 evil spirit without falling behind. Yang Kai dealt with 1 evil spirit alone, his true Yang Yuan Qi bursting out and enveloping it. At the same time, a sword condensed from yang liquid appeared in his hand, slashing and slashing at the evil spirit, causing its color to rapidly fade. With each attack, it seemed that the evil spirit's body would shatter. Although he had an artifact, like the Azura sword, Yang Kai felt that a weapon condensed from yang liquid would be more useful to deal with these evil spirits. Now that he had tried it, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The battle was in full swing, and none of the 6 evil spirits were able to break through the blockade, all of them being blocked outside. When everyone saw that the situation was good, they all breathed a sigh of relief and put more effort into their attacks. Soon, the evil spirit Yang Kai was dealing with was defeated, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essence in front of it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and directly took the source into his palm before immediately attacking the evil spirit whose sisters were dealing with. Hu Jiao shot a surprised look at Yang Kai. She hadn't expected that he would be able to deal with an evil spirit alone faster than the 2 of them working together. After not seeing him for 2 years, this little bastard had made a lot of progress. It seemed that she had still underestimated him. Yang Kai and the others on the high platform weren't having a hard time dealing with the evil spirits, but the same was true for the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples. After all, the old man was an immortal ascension boundary master, and the 4 young men around him were also not weak. Coupled with the group from free and unfettered sect, their overall combat strength was much higher than that of Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect. Even though the old man was dealing with the evil spirits, he was still paying attention to Yang Kai and the others, seemingly afraid that they would be defeated by the first wave of attacks. After seeing the Yuan Qi attribute displayed by Yang Kai, the old man couldn't help but light up and shouted, "Young man, do you want to come to this old master's side? This old master can guarantee that you won't die." With his strength combined with Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute, once they joined forces, their strength would greatly increase. What's more, Yang Kai's combat strength was also quite good. So naturally the old man wanted to win him over. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.